Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺、死に様か。
She didn't know what she was supposed to do. It was supposed to be easy. Ignore the pain, loneliness, and the despair. Smile. Just smile and maybe they'd finally see her. Maybe they'd finally understand she didn't want to hurt anybody. That whatever she had done to make them hate her, she was sorry for it every day. But they didn't care about that. They said she was a demon. A monster. An abomination. But she didn't feel like a monster. She looked in the mirror every morning, and saw what she saw when she looked at them. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, ears, and hair. Sure, she had defining features, like sunshine blonde hair, azure blue doe eyes, and peculiar thin whisker scars. But, didn't everyone have things that made them different from everyone else? Wasn't that what made them human? Individuality? She didn't find anything remotely grotesque about her appearance to gain such unfavorable remarks and snarling glares from people. At least, not to her. Maybe she had somehow fooled herself into not seeing what she really was? Maybe she was ugly, and her brain tricked her into seeing a human face. Or maybe it was inside. Maybe she really was a monster inside, and she just didn't know it yet. That was a horrifying thought, and she vehemently hoped she was dead wrong. But it had to be true, right? Too many people had said so for it not to be. So, she guessed she was. She had to be a monster. She pressed a tiny, 6-year-old hand against her heart. Flat against her chest, her palm felt a strong drum-like, rhythmic beating. Was her heart dirty? Was that why no one cared if it hurt inside? Did monsters not deserve to live too? Weren't there nice monsters? She liked to think so. She felt like she was good. And even though she suffered such deep sadness all the time, she never wished it on anyone else. Because she didn't like pain. So she didn't want anyone to have to feel like that, especially if it was caused by her. Did the simple sight of her cause pain? She was sorry. She really was. And as they angry, villagers on the anniversary of the 4th's death and her birthday stomped on her, and spat, and cursed, she told them so. She said she was sorry over and over again. Whispering desperately through split, bleeding lips, staring feebly through swollen shut blue-black eyes, and cringing as the hits only came harder at the sound of her voice. No one took pity at the sight of her tears. In fact, such a show of helplessness only seemed to fuel their cruelty. Make it stronger. Want to hurt her more. Some laughed. They jeered and mocked her. And the 6-year-old felt something she hadn't known was within her snap, shattering to pieces at the malicious guffaws of the villagers. Eventually, they left her in the abandoned alley. Bleeding, black spots dancing across her vision, tiny body aching something fierce, broken, and left for the ANBU to drag off to the hospital. She had been content to stay happy and oblivious of the world. But the villagers wouldn't let her. They ruined her. After the heinous beating on Naruto's 6th birthday, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, put his foot down. All the attackers were rounded up by irritated ANBU members and sent to Ibiki for a bit of fun before being thrown behind bars. At age 8, Naruto could tell you flat out that something of that magnitude never happened again. Hokage Gigi made sure of that. But, things were somehow still the same. People she didn't know glared at her, and muttered heartless names under their breath, people still sold her food better fit buried in some dumpster somewhere, and parents still ushered their kids away from her, muttering no honey, she's a bad child, don't go near her. No one touched her. But soon, Naruto realized they didn't have to. Their eyes did the worst to Naruto. Yes, the comments had been toned down, people no longer spit on her as she walked by, and some just flat out ignored the young blonde's existence entirely. But when they did look at her, they looked at her with such chilling eyes. They chilled the blonde down to her very soul. And she knew. This is what hatred looks like. 2 years ago, Naruto would have asked what she had done to deserve such pure, untainted loathing. But now, knowing she'd be brushed off, or cursed out? She didn't waste her time trying to smile and show them she wasn't some monster waiting to rip out their throats. She didn't waste her time trying to point out, if she really wanted to harm them in any way, shape or form, she would have tried ages ago. And yes, tried, because really, what would a dangerously skinny, little 6-year-old do to a fully grown adult when she could barely stand without collapsing in hunger? Dumbass. She thought viciously. The whole lot of them are. Dumbass. Naruto refused to smile anymore. Nobody saw it anyway. She didn't even have anything to truly smile for. She was poor as dirt and always alone. So she scowled and glared at anything that moved in a way she didn't like instead. She was tall, subconsciously she found it peculiar because she could barely scrape together stale cup ramen and bad milk every other day. But consciously? She used her height to her advantage. Kids that made fun of her got slugged, their belongings taken, and a friendly warning to keep a lid on it to their parents if they knew what was good for them. Nobody told. And Naruto sold there. In the red light district. She bought clothes that would last. Nobody asked where she got them from. And Naruto was just fine with that. The blonde knew she looked a real picture, walking around in a baggy track jacket, a surgeon's mask, which she wore to stave off the scent of rotting garbage, and human bodily functions in the red light district, and an ankle-long skirt. Her hair was long, falling to the back of her knees, tied in a half-assed ponytail with a burnt orange ribbon near the ends of her hair. Her bangs were shaggy, spiky, and unruly, framing her scowling face by falling past her chin and into her eyes. Her fellow orphans had taken to calling her the Demon Yankee. The young blonde found it amusingly fitting. Hell, she'd even found an old katana-length, red-brown wooden bakken a few weeks back, conveniently behind a recently abandoned kendo dojo. Looting the place, she'd found plenty of gear to care for her new weapon, and random crap to sell in Konoha's back alleys. She'd stashed her haul of cash away in her rotting apartment floorboards beneath her bed. Of course, after cackling like a villain and literally rolling gleefully around in it. Some of the cash went to her only favorite villagers in the entire village on a binge night of ramen. The Ikarakus. It had been worth it. Naruto had a night full of laughs, a warm environment she still somewhere deep down craved, and left with a bloating, beyond satisfied stomach. Naruto knew she was nothing more than a common delinquent. And yeah, she had a sob story, but didn't all orphans have one? At least she had a roof over her head. No matter how crappy the insulation was, no matter how bad the view was, behind a whorehouse, and no matter how the water temperature didn't go above Arctic. At least the Hokage had gotten her one. Albeit, had to, because a 3-year orphan being kicked out of the orphanage had to have somewhere to go. But still. She had something. Even if it was worth. A sob story wasn't an excuse for the things she'd done. She knew she could ask Hokage Gigi for help. But she had her pride. It was scoff-worthy, wasn't it? A no-name, parentless, clanless, robbing, bullying, orphan had pride. Not even scoff-worthy. It was ludicrous. Incredulous. But she did. Naruto Uzumaki had a ton of pride that made her loathe the thought of asking for help, which really all boiled down to not wanting to feel weak. And somewhere inside was a festering voice that grew louder and louder, more potent, more deadly every time she robbed someone's home, or beat the crap out of some smarmy kid. Do I think Gigi only acts like he cares? Does he really want to help me, or do I think he pities me? She asked herself. Isn't being deserving of pity the same thing as being weak? The voice murmured. Naruto balked. Are you weak? No. Naruto snarled aloud, startling some poor old woman carrying a basket of oranges half to death. No. She wouldn't ask for help. For some reason, the voice seemed disappointed. The blonde forced herself not to think about it. Naruto looked around, noticing as usual, in the evening no one had time to stop and glare at the demon brat. So she got down and helped the harmless, half-blind-looking old lady pick up her fruits, and lied to herself by thinking she was only doing it because orange was her favorite color, and she'd hate to see it be soiled. Naruto was rewarded with a rare word of thanks, to which she replied an eloquent whatever and slunk off. The tall blonde was on her way from the ninja academy, it being around 5:30 because she had chronic detention. The blonde had begged Gigi as soon as she could open her swollen shut eyes after her 6th birthday, to enroll her. He did, reluctantly, and gave her a pat on the head, telling her to do your best. Naruto soon learned her best wasn't good enough. Her chakra control was as her old sofa, her taijutsu was pitiful, and village history was going to make her slit her wrists one day. Telling Iruka-sensei of her imminent suicide due to his drab tone about the great hero Minato Namikaze, our beloved savior and 4th Hokage, had earned her a viscous bop on the head from Sakura Slut, which quickly turned into a full-out slugfest and then somehow ended up with Naruto having detention and Sakura home free. Of course, Naruto demolished the irrelevant pink banshee, but still. Why was she left to suffer a 2-hour lecture, consisting of Iruka-sensei's demon head no jutsu, alone? And why the hell was sensei so long-winded? She hadn't even started the ruckus that time. Okay. She kind of did, but Sakura didn't need to freaking hit her. A simple shut up or something or other would have sufficed. The blonde grumbled to herself under her breath, and cut through a steadily darkening alley, nearly going into cardiac arrest when something warm darted past her feet. Naruto blinked at her own stupidity, noting dryly it was some fat cat with a stupidly large red bow tied around its ear. The cat narrowed its yellow feline eyes and hissed at her, fangs glistening in the sunset with warning. The blonde scoffed. Get the lost dust mop. Emra? The cat croaked, cocking its head to the side curiously. Che. I'm out. Naruto grunted, shifting to walk past the fat thing, only for something else to come shooting out in front of her. But from above. What the bloody hell dash? The blonde gurgled, stumbling back, and falling on her bum. The blonde looked up, ready to start cursing up a bulk-worthy storm when she noticed the idiot that had fallen out of the bloody sky was wrestling with the stupid, now screeching and writhing cat. Naruto gaped as the idiot, now classified as a black, high-collared, jumpsuit-wearing Uchiha bastard, tapped someplace on the little bow-wearing monster's neck. It immediately fell limp. The Uchiha bastard, come on, they're practically all pompous astards that like to throw the blonde and the slammer, held down his black earpiece, static breaching the awkward silence of the alleyway. BZZT-, this is Shisui here, I've retrieved the damn eye. I mean the cat Tora who swallowed that one important scroll. Over. A small static voice answered shortly after, the newly dubbed Shisui replying with a chirped, will do, over and out. Now that Naruto got a good look at him, he couldn't be much older than herself, and she noted with silent irritation he was taller than her. His hair was an unruly mess of pitch-colored lazy curls, his skin was white as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes were as deep as dreams, an odd shade of obsidian, with a hint of crimson if they caught the light just right, and framed by thick, long, raven feather lashes. Strapped to his back was a black-hilted tanto in a brown leather sheath, and a kunai pouch was strapped to his left thigh. He turned to Naruto, and to her utter surprise, smiled. Did I startle you, sunshine? Shisui asked kindly. I'm sorry. Though, Naruto couldn't have been affected by the entirely sincere and dazzling apologetic smile he gave her, because her vision had gone entirely red with rage as soon as sunshine left the soon-to-be-dead carcass mouth. The young Uchiha's eyes bulged as Naruto drew her bakken from the back of her jacket collar viciously, practically melting the soles of her ninja sandals as she darted towards the black-haired moron, intent to smash in his face. Within the blink of an eye, Shisui tossed Tora's limp form into the air, grabbed Naruto's armed wrist, and twisted her around, trapping the bakken between their bodies and rendering it entirely ineffective. Then, the bastard had the nerve to smoothly catch Tora by the scruff of its neck, all the while staring Naruto straight in the eyes. The blonde blinked unintelligently at their close proximity, their breaths mingling, before her face caught aflame. What the? Do you think you're doing? She squeaked pitifully, only furthering her own mortification. I could ask you the same thing, sunshine. Do you even know how to use that thing? Shisui asked incredulously, as if he wasn't trapping a complete stranger against him with an unconscious cat under his arm. The key is strength and speed, babe, not bludgeoning with a baseball bat. Cammy. Your form is terrible. BBBB, babe? Naruto raged. Shisui grinned, spinning his blonde captive around again so she could stand upright without his arm's support. Then, the Uchiha positioned himself behind the still sputtering blonde, tucking Tora under his arm snugly before wrapping his hands around Naruto's smaller ones, and her bakken. He gently, yet firmly moved her hands into the correct position to hold a sword, his chin resting on her shoulder. Shisui's warm breath ghosted over her blood-red ear. This is how you hold a katana, sunshine. He breathed, smirking before his form wavered, and flickered out of existence. What the? The blonde exploded, her face nearly purple with rage. Who the? Do you think you are, you pansy? Don't dot and touch me like we're buddy-buddy like that. And don't call me sunshine, you astard. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and don't you dot and forget it, Databeo. Huh. Naruto, eh? Shisui smiled goofily. My little sunshine maelstrom. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed at the sound of his surrogate granddaughter's howls of rage across the village. He lit up his pipe and grumbled to himself. Looks like my little knucklehead just made a new friend. He then accidentally dropped his pipe, setting his burdensome paperwork alight. The ANBU hidden in the office shivered involuntarily at the manic gleam in their wizened leader's eyes as he watched the papers burn. Naruto placed the required amount of Ryo on the counter for old man Tucci, waving goodbye with a grumbled yet not unkind, later old man. Come again soon, Naruto-chan. Tucci and I am called cheerfully in return. Naruto left, the sun was setting, and she had to get home before Irika sniffed her out like the terrifying bloodhound he was for skipping out on detention. Today, she'd gotten in trouble for turning Kiba's left eye into an ugly plum. The dot-head shouldn't have been sneering such demeaning remarks about her taijutsu. Never mind if it was true, Naruto didn't want to freaking hear it. She knew she already. Having it constantly thrown in her face wouldn't change anything but the nature of her mood. Hopefully dog breath had finally gained some intelligence via orphan-style beating he'd been given. Yes, Naruto currently at ninja taijutsu, but that didn't mean she couldn't fight. You needed to be able to protect yourself and your gear if you wanted to survive in the slums. You fight or you die. Period. She may have had form, but she punched like a sack of bricks and knew how to take a hit and roll with it. That's why she still breathed till this day. A grade in a book wouldn't change that. Humph. The blonde tooted. Really, Naruto should have known better than to take the same alley shortcut she had last Friday when she met the Uchiha freak. There he was, standing in all his tall, dark, and annoying glory, trying to look cool as he leaned against a stack of dusty abandoned crates. When he noticed her, his face brightened and he adjusted the hitayate on his forehead to perfection. Naruto. He crowed, like they were old friends or something equally idiotic. Who the are you? Naruto snarled, feeling sick glee as she watched his face fall. Is he really that stupid? Of course I'd remember the douche that practically molested me. She inwardly raged. Honestly, sunshine, I'm wounded. Shisui grabbed at his heart dramatically, hunching his shoulders as if trying to lift a heavy burden. Why, don't you remember how you confessed your undying love at first sight to me when we last met? It was only 3 days ago, babe. And Nanny? Naruto squeaked. You liar. That is not what happened and you know it. Like I'd ever fall for a douchebag, girly-eyed pansy like you. So you do know me, eh? Shisui asked, immediately straightening up, smiling at the blonde charmingly. The eternally awesome Shisui Uchiha. Huh? Naruto asked intelligently. Is this guy bipolar or something? Well, when I greeted you, you asked who I was. Shisui elaborated kindly. Which was a really mean thing to do, as you clearly know who I am, sunshine. I told you not to. Call me that, you. Naruto snarled. See. You do remember. Shisui laughed. Naruto felt something flutter in her tummy at that sound. When he laughed, dare she say it? When Shisui laughed, he looked cute? What am I thinking? The blonde muttered, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Kami no. He is not cute. He's a thorn in my side. What kind of Uchiha are you? Naruto asked rudely, trying to distract herself from her previously disturbing thoughts. Shisui hummed curiously. What do you mean by that, sunshine? Naruto's brow twitched in irritation at the disgusting and totally inaccurate term of endearment, but tolerated it for just a bit. I mean, why are you talking to me? Laughing and smiling in. Aren't Uchiha supposed to be emotionless, holier than thou, pompous airs with ice sticks so far up their asses it's a wonder they can walk? Shisui blinked at that for quite some time. Naruto just stood there, either waiting for him to get angry or a tumbleweed to roll by. When he finally reacted, it was in an entirely different way than Naruto hoped for. She would admit to a not-so-guilty pleasure of pissing people off and making them uncomfortable. Shisui laughed. Again. But not just any laugh. He was shuddering with amusement. The Uchiha was laughing so hard, tears were collecting at the corners of his eyes, and he was practically folded over by the waist. Why no? You've got the most repulsive mouth I've ever heard. My mom would flay me if she heard me say hell. BB, but the funny thing is, what you said was actually TTTR true. Shisui gasped between his dying down snickers, looking up at Naruto with amused pink flushed cheeks. Naruto blinked in bewilderment. He has got to be the weirdest, most single-handedly annoying douche I have ever met. The blonde decided. The lanky delinquent then turned on her heel and made a hasty retreat. Wait. Shisui blurted, bounding after her with an enthusiasm that should have been criminal. What the don't follow me? Naruto squawked. I'm trying to get away from you. The blonde put her long legs to good use and ran with everything she had. She just so happened to be the fastest person in her class. Try and keep up with me, Uchiha. Bite. Dust. You being the fastest didn't stop him from making you defenseless the other day. A voice in the back of her head deadpanned. Oh, shut up. Naruto thought viciously. Oh, I just love it when they run. Shisui called gleefully from behind. Naruto felt her blood run cold, and a shiver run down her spine. This freak is going to actually chase me? She inwardly screamed. Apparently yes, Shisui would actually chase her. Because he did. All over the training fields. And the bastard could have caught her at any time. Instead, the sick piece of work waited until she was near exhaustion to finally give a burst of freakily inhuman speed and tackle her to the grass from behind. I've got you. He crooned darkly. Honestly, Naruto did try to stop the terrified scream she released at his creepy tone. She really did. Then he had to go and make her feel weird by saying softly, I hope I can catch you all the time. Naruto. Shisui had made it his personal mission to stalk Naruto when he didn't have ninja duties. No matter how many times the blonde told him to stuff it off or drop dead, he just wouldn't go away. He also didn't seem to know the meaning of the phrase personal space. For example, that Thursday afternoon, on Training Field 7, also a rare day the blonde wasn't serving, and or skipping out on detention after school, Shisui peered into Naruto's irritated blue eyes, his own obsidian searching deeply, as if he could find the meaning of life within her eyes' depths. What? The blonde finally snapped, having it up to her chin with the moron ruining her lazy time. Do you want me to teach you my family sword style? What? Naruto shot to her feet, eyes wide as Shisui followed at a more sedated pace. I said dash. Let me rephrase that, moron. Naruto flatlined, ignoring Shisui's amused smile. Why? Why what? He baited cheekily. Don't be an ass, Shisui. Suddenly, Shisui's face flooded crimson, and he stared at his self-proclaimed blonde bestie with wide, black eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Naruto found her face flooding red too, and she slapped her palm against Shisui's too close face, shoving him away roughly. What the? Are you going all red for you idiot? Naruto huffed, clenching her fist to keep her hands away from her cheeks to pat them bashfully. Why are you red? Shisui shot back. I asked you first, stupid. I can tell you'd be able to negotiate for a comrade's life successfully in the future, Naruto. Shisui said in a rare tone of blandness. Oh, shut up. Just answer the question and stop trying to change the subject. Naruto growled. Shisui, surprised, and, dare she say it, worried her when he moved further away from her. Oh, is the moron okay? Usually he's crowding me and practically in my god lap. The blonde inwardly fretted, and then balked. Wait, why the? Should I care if this idiot is sick or something? It's not like I actually care or anything. In fact, if he died off, I'd probably dance on his fresh grave. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. A familiar voice murmured. Stuff it. Naruto sneered. Shisui looked up at the blonde through his ridiculously long lashes, apparently having told her what was wrong already. Ayano, nanny? Come again? The blonde asked, noticeably embarrassed. You heard me. Don't make me say something so girly again, Naruto. Is he pouting? She wondered, horrified. No, actually, I didn't hear you, so stop acting like a. And just tell me already. Naruto exploded. I said that I noticed that was the first time you said my real name, okay? Happy? There. I said it. Why yeah. Naruto cringed. He's pouting. Calm down, moron, no need to get your panties in a wad. Which translated from Naruto speak to, don't get embarrassed, I won't make fun of you. So, do you want me to teach you? Shisui asked, apparently feeling energetic again. Naruto decided to ignore the moron's mood swings. She'd drive herself crazy trying to figure out if he was sane or not. Isn't that like, against clan rules or something? Naruto stalled. Honestly, she didn't know what to say. Naturally, she wanted to become a better fighter, but then again, she would be asking for it. She would be asking for help. And as stupid as it was, that made her feel weak. It's okay to feel weak sometimes though, right? She ignored the voice. Shisui's dark eyes took on a mischievous gleam, and his lips stretched into a smirk, looking the true part of a villain, oblivious to the blonde's internal conflict. What they don't know won't hurt them, the raven purred. Naruto openly gaped at what had to be the most un-Uchiha-like Uchiha she'd ever met. So it is against the rules? She hissed. Well, it's not in written ink, so technically, I wouldn't be doing anything wrong. You crook. Naruto blurted, wincing inwardly at how devastatingly hypocritical that statement was coming from her. I don't want to be thrown back in juvie by your arrogant brethren for stealing clan secrets. 'Cause I know it'll somehow be seen as my fault if we get caught. Then we won't get caught. Shisui shrugged. Shisui. Naruto yelped, distressed. Relax, Naruto. Shisui placated, smiling winningly to convince her. I won't let anything happen to you. He promised. Face now boiling red at the Uchiha's charming smile, Naruto yanked his Hitayate down mercilessly over his eyes, and huffed. The blonde turned away abruptly as the dork yelped and tried to fix his headgear. I don't need some girly pansy like you to protect me. Naruto proclaimed haughtily. I've been fine all by myself up until now and I'll be fine in the future. Besides, who said I agreed to let you teach me anyways? Well, if you let me teach you, you really won't need protecting. Shisui reasoned. You could only benefit from it. And besides, if you get good now, me and you could, well, maybe we could fight side by side together in the future. Naruto's shoulders tensed. Honestly, she didn't know what to say. No one had ever left her because she'd never had anyone to begin with. So to have him. Shisui, this almost stranger with her, and not so indirectly saying he planned to stay in her life. She didn't know how to deal with it. Did he really honestly and innocently want to be around her, or did he pity her like the old man? You're weak. The voice murmured. What the? No, I'm no dash. You're weak. The voice said resolutely. You're weak, but Shisui wants to help you get strong. What's wrong with that? Well. And so what if the Hokage might pity you a bit? What decent person wouldn't? Your life so far has been pitiful. You know that's not all there is. That old man cares about you. And Shisui wants to too. So let him. Why were you so talkative and loud all of a sudden? Naruto asked indignantly. She didn't get a reply. Naruto? Shisui called, probably realizing she wasn't going to restart the conversation. The delinquent blonde whirled around, practically shoving her finger up Shisui's nose as she rudely pointed at him. The boy went comically cross-eyed as he stared at the tip of Naruto's orange-painted fingernail. Listen up, girly boy, 'cause Naruto Uzumaki's got something to tell you. She declared, displaying a bravado she most certainly wasn't feeling, yet gaining the Uchiha's undivided attention nonetheless. The moron even snapped to attention. Naruto unknowingly allowed her eyes to lighten up their glare. This guy is really something. She thought, something hard in her chest softening slightly. I'll let you teach me, girly boy, but Naruto continued, trying to ignore the urge to laugh as Shisui's ecstatic expression deflated, albeit, not by much. But, you better not forget I'm doing this for my own benefit. It's entirely selfish and I hate you and I'm only going to tolerate you so I can selfishly leech off of you. Both kids pretended not to notice how Naruto's voice wavered slightly, and that what she said actually made sense, and wasn't just some defense mechanism that was full of holes. Okay. Shisui chirped. Then consider class in session. Wa? Naruto floundered. But I just got out of school. I don't want to start again. And this is entirely unexpected, you prick. The blonde whined. A ninja must always expect the unexpected. Shisui quoted cheekily. Yeah? Naruto griped. Do your ninja rules say anything about removing my foot from your ass? I can tell this isn't gonna be easy. Shisui observed flatly. You better believe it, pansy boy. And so it began. 1 month after Shisui became Naruto's sensei, the blonde was showing a boatload of improvement. You can imagine how ecstatic Iruka-sensei was, which he had to go and kill the mood by saying, if only you'd improve your studies just as much. The looks on her classmates' faces when she took Kiba down with an actual shinobi kata and not some ghastly haymaker she probably saw in a drunken bar fight was priceless. Though, Shisui, being the clever bastard that he was, didn't teach her too many of the Uchiha taijutsu katas. He said the goal was to create something of her own, and then hypocritically taught her Asuma Sarutobi's fighting style he'd copied with his Sharingan during one of their spars. Because, apparently, Shisui was acquainted with Big Shot Jounin. Unfortunately, somewhere down the line Naruto actually started not liking feeling like a crook. When she became a delinquent, she honestly didn't care. She barely had any morals to speak of. But recently, something had changed. Something in her had changed. Using Asuma's fighting style made her feel like a thief. It wasn't the same with the Uchiha taijutsu or swordsmanship. Shisui was an Uchiha, and he was the one who wanted to teach her in the first place. Asuma, on the other hand, never said she could learn his taijutsu. So, the blonde had gone to Hokage and asked about Asuma's usual haunts. Imagine her surprise that someone had kids with that old pervert. She'd been pointed to a barbecue joint and waltzed right in and up to a burly man with a beard and typical Sarutobi tan. She eloquently said after her approach. "Shisui's teaching me your taijutsu that he stole with his Sharingan." Asuma had blinked along with the pretty red-eyed woman he was with. "Okay." He finally drawled in a rumbling, but not unkind tone. "Cool." Naruto had been pleasantly surprised and bowed her head politely with greeting. "Naruto Uzumaki," she offered. "Asuma Sarutobi. Kurina Yuhi." "Pleasure," Naruto said, and then turned around and left. Since the lazy Sarutobi obviously didn't care, Naruto had no reason to feel like a thieving slimeball, even though she was. And thus, Shisui continued her lessons. Don't get the wrong idea, the blonde loved that she was becoming a strong ninja, and she was really, silently, grateful to Shisui for taking the time to teach her. She just wished the Uchiha wasn't so touchy-feely. It made her uncomfortable. The only people that had ever touched her without meaning to cause her harm were Hokage, the Ichirakus, and Iruka-sensei, who sometimes threw chalk at her or bopped her on the head for daydreaming during detention tutoring. But that was it. They didn't give her such undivided attention or hands-on corrections or smile for what seemed like hours when she finally got something down. They didn't speak to her in soft tones or murmur in her ear or remain agonizingly patient. And they most certainly didn't make her insides flutter or do backflips when they smiled at her. She didn't like it too much because it was unfamiliar territory. And also somewhat mortified that she was kind of getting used to it. The blonde shook her head and slid into her new starting taijutsu position. Naruto slid her bare feet apart in the dew-blanketed grasses of Training Ground 7, and brought her fist up, the left parallel with her chin, and the right her temple. Classic boxer stance. She bounced a little, trying to get a feel for the baggy black shinobi pants Shisui had bought for her a few days ago. He'd been rewarded with a bright, stinging red handprint across his cheek for peeking at Naruto's underwear after correcting the position for her hips for her new kata. Though, the next day, Naruto had learned the bastard was just trying to get her size from the back of her Yankee skirt. When the blonde had screeched at him that he should have just asked, he cheekily replied, "Where's the fun in that?" And winked at her. The moron actually winked at her. She knew her skirt was beyond impractical for taijutsu practice and had learned that little gold piece of intelligence through hard-earned experience. She kept tripping over the thing and nearly face-planting. And yes, nearly, because Uchiha Moron always caught her at either the last possible second trying to seem cool, or yanked her up, whirled her around, and dipped her. These situations always ended in a Uchiha smirk the blonde was, still, truly astounded Shisui could pull off. "Naruto-chan, don't hunch your shoulders so much, loosen up," Shisui called from behind her, perched and crouching in a tree. The blonde immediately re-evaluated her stance, earning a good from her Baka-sensei. "K, I'm going to activate the traps I set up all over the training field before you arrived. And I want you to avoid them with taijutsu and evasive maneuvers only. Be warned though, sunshine, they're vicious." Naruto nodded. "Noted. Okay. Ichi, and san. Hajime." A kunai whizzed by the blonde's ear and severed a nearly transparent ninja wire Naruto honestly hadn't noticed before. Immediately, a gargantuan log swung at impossible speeds from Naruto's right. Bouncing on nimble toes, the delinquent danced around the log's trunk by a hair's breadth, uppercutting the straw dummy that sprang up out of the freshly dug ground after. The blonde's bare fist reduced the dummy to splinters that rained down to the grass at her feet, triggering even more nasty traps that hurled shuriken and kunai at her person from all directions. The blonde heard the sound of the huge log connecting with a resounding bang against a handful of trees behind her, which triggered more traps. Naruto backflipped over a volley of kunai, successfully executing a series of several back handsprings, a line of shuriken lodging into the grass mere nanoseconds after her feet left the ground. The Yankee vaulted herself in an impressive 360 spinning somersault, batting away another straw dummy with a swift scissor kick. Landing in a crouch, Naruto nimbly rolled backwards away from 4 more practically sized logs that shot out of the ground. She hopped up, skipped on her tiptoes over the logs, and drew her own kunai to deflect the last of the shuriken that whizzed out from the surrounding trees. Whoosh! Clash! Clang! Clang! Flipping off of the tiny wooden platform, she tossed away her weapon, skewering another dummy to her right that swung from behind the cover of the trees in the center of its head, and landing behind the last to her left that flew in similarly, snapping its non-existent neck. Seeing no more traps, Naruto looked up at Shisui's tree that was now all the way across the training field, as she had been bouncing around all over the place. Wiping away the small droplets of perspiration at her hairline with her forearm, Naruto tried to even her breathing and stop panting so explosively. Shisui grinned, giving his impromptu protege a goofy twin thumbs up before calling out. "Great job, Naruto-chan. I see no places in need of improvement. We'll move on to incorporating jutsu into your taijutsu form next lesson." Naruto had no idea how she could see him blushing from all the way across the training field. Being the dense idiot she was, she never noticed that she still had her mask off for training. And she certainly didn't notice she had just smiled at Shisui for the very first time. After 3 months of knowing Shisui, Naruto could say, grudgingly, that she had grown comfortable with him. And it showed, because she was leaning against a tree in Training Ground 7 after a monstrous Saturday morning to afternoon of training, with Shisui's head in her lap. They were both just bumming out, enjoying the sun's lazy spring rays and staring up at the clouds. Naruto didn't have the heart to shove the moron away after everything he'd done for her. And you don't really mind him being so close, as long as he can't see how red your face gets. Shut the hell up. Naruto griped. That's not true. I hate it. He's way too clingy. Yeah, keep saying that. Maybe you can actually convince yourself it's true. The voice drawled. Che. Whatever. Nah, Naruto-chan? Shisui murmured suddenly. Nanny? She asked, not looking down from the sky, her hands absently running through his feathery black locks. You're like, the best student ever. He said, pleasantly surprising her. If I specifically point out to you what you did wrong, you never make the same mistake twice. So, how come dash? Go on, Naruto muttered, looking down from the sky to glare at him with a menace she didn't feel. Say it. Right? You can say it. It's true. I won't get mad. I couldn't get mad at you for telling me the truth, because I know you wouldn't do it to hurt me. Shisui just blinked up at her, leaving Naruto to wonder when he had figured out the difference between her real scowls and glares, and the tough front she put up. So, why did you dash? The raven winced. Dash suck? Naruto snorted sardonically at his scrunched up nose. You really don't want to say anything to hurt me, do you? Even if I need to hear it. She thought softly. Nobody ever bothered to teach me correctly. She found herself admitting. Iruka-sensei's too busy with grading all the time. And when he can help me, it's tutoring for the academic. I miss while daydreaming in class. Even then, his attention is half on his next lesson plan. All the other teachers wouldn't piss on me if my corpse was on fire. Shisui's face went slack, and he shot up, turning around to face the blonde properly. And Naruto. I'd definitely pee on you. He blurted. Gee thanks, the blonde deadpanned, inwardly smirking at Shisui's rapidly boiling face. I'll definitely look you up if I ever achieve my lifelong ambition of becoming a fire hydrant. Wait. The Uchiha waved his hands around frantically. I didn't mean it like that dash. Naruto really tried to stop the bark of laughter she released. When she realized she couldn't hold it, the delinquent collapsed into a fit of poorly suppressed giggles. It was a joke dip. Calm down. You're such a spaz. Shisui gaped at the blonde stupidly, only causing her to laugh even harder. Naruto just felt strangely bubbly. And light. She couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed so innocently. Soon, Shisui was beaming at her, realizing the tall blonde wasn't going to stop anytime soon. It was kind of funny, wasn't it? Shisui asked contemplatingly, shaking his head and chuckling lightly. Kami Naruto, I said I'd pee on you. Dude, that's sick. Naruto gasped out. Why didn't I think of a water jutsu or something? Ugh. Because you're a spaz. Naruto sang, shoving his shoulder playfully. I am not. Shisui yelped, shoving her back. You are. Nua. The two continued playfully shoving each other back and forth, until Shisui decided to tackle the blonde from her side. The young duo toppled over, still releasing sporadic giggles here and there. After they calmed down, Naruto lying on her back, and once more gazing skyward, with Shisui's head resting on her abdomen, he breached the companionable silence once again. Naruto-chan? Nanny? Why are you always alone? Naruto's small, content smile withered to nothing, and her throat closed, feeling a familiar void begin to swallow her heart as she thought about that. But, something was different. Though, not necessarily in a bad way. Being reminded so directly of her loneliness, it didn't slam into her like it usually would. She thought back to the chilling, hate-filled eyes of the villagers, and how she could outwardly dismiss them, but they tore her apart inside. For some reason she couldn't hope to find, Shisui's kind grin flashed behind her eyes. I look alone. Naruto finally said, her tone unusually thoughtful. But I don't feel alone. And she silently admitted, at least, not anymore. When Shisui laced his fingers with hers tentatively, she didn't pull away. Naruto-chan? Shisui asked after 5 months of knowing the blonde. Nanny? Naruto asked, blinking at the taller boy. Shisui's hands were folded behind his back, and he scuffed the grass of training ground 7 with his sandal like a shy toddler. I said I. He trailed off, tone getting softer and softer. Look, Naruto huffed, crossing her arms, clearly miffed. If you want me to respond, you gotta stop mumbling so I can actually hear what I'm responding to. I said I want you to meet my best friend. Shisui said louder, rubbing at the back of his neck nervously. I thought I was your best friend? Naruto asked before she could stop herself, feeling like a total idiot as soon as the words left her mouth. No, Shisui drawled carefully, as if explaining something to a small, petulant child. I specifically remember referring to you as my bestie, Naruto. Itachi is my best friend. We're practically brothers. There's a difference. Humph. Naruto huffed, turning away childishly, but was really trying to hide the happy smile threatening to stretch across her face. The blonde humored the friendly Uchiha, who had dragged her all the way across the village, only stopping when they reached their destination. A foreboding-looking forest full of behemoth trees and unnaturally thick shadows. A place, if by herself, even the badass demon Yankee wouldn't touch with a mile-long pole. Training Ground 44. Otherwise known as, the Forest of Death. The blonde shivered involuntarily, nearly jumping out of her skin when something moved within the shadows of the huge trees behind the fence. She clutched at her thundering pulse in relief when she noticed it was just a boy around her age. The boy had pale skin, depthless black eyes, and pitch-black hair pulled in a loose ponytail, his long bangs framing his solemn, handsome face. And were those stress marks? Naruto arched a delicate, questioning brow. Definitely an Uchiha. Probably a prodigy. Itachi. Shisui called cheerfully, startling her out of her musings. I knew you'd wait for us. Contrary to what you may believe, Shisui, I was actually training. And now that I am finished, I will be returning home. Good day. Itachi said, emotionlessly. What a douche. Naruto inwardly grumbled. Tachi-chan, you're so cold to me. Shisui pouted. So this is the person you've been spending valuable training time with? Itachi deadpanned, giving Naruto a brief glance before dismissing her entirely to talk to Shisui. The blonde's jaw fell to her feet. Ah, hell nah. She inwardly raged. Did this pompous tard just brush me off? Who the does he think he is? I'll turn your face to hamburger, you asshole, Databao. Hey, Itachi, this is Naruto. She's my bestie, so be nice, okay? The kind Uchiha chirped. Naruto didn't know what it was. Shisui's tone was nice enough, but for some reason, it felt like he was threatening Itachi. Nah, that's stupid. There's just no way. Shisui doesn't have a mean bone in his body. HN. Itachi grunted. Was it just Naruto, or did Itachi get paler? PSHHH. No way. Nah, Naruto-chan? Shisui sang. Nanny? Let's train. But we just finished training. Naruto yelped, abhorred. You can never have too much training, right, Itachi? Shisui asked excitedly. HN. See, Itachi thinks so too. Yeah, sorry. I don't speak Neanderthal. Shisui just laughed loudly, while Naruto looked annoyed, and Itachi looked like a freaking mannequin. And that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship between three aspiring shinobi. 1 year after knowing Shisui, Naruto learned something that she admittedly should have already known. Oi, Shisui. The blonde called, lagging a few feet behind the kind Uchiha and his stoic best friend in Training Ground 44. Yes, sunshine? He crooned back, snickering under his breath at her irritated growl. How old are you anyway? Both Uchihas had stopped in their tracks, turning around and waiting for the blonde to catch up. You're joking, right? Shisui asked incredulously, turning to Itachi. Tachi-chan, she's joking, right? HN. The aloof raven grunted. What do you mean she's dead serious? How could she not know how old I am? Shisui exclaimed. HN? Well, no. I never actually said when we met, I'm 10. And I never said anything about turning 11 2 months ago. HN? Of course I know how old she is. Shisui huffed. She's 9 now. She turned 9 2 months ago, and you turned 9 in June. HN. Itachi grunted, the side of his mouth turning up slightly. Hey. You're right. Shisui exclaimed. Now she does know how old I am. Naruto just deadpanned. 2 years after knowing the two Uchihas, Naruto had gotten used to Itachi's younger brother Sasuke tagging along on their misadventures or demanding Itachi ditch the blonde and his best friend to train with him instead. She had also learned Sasuke sat beside her in class, and was rightfully embarrassed she hadn't noticed that's why a bunch of rabid starstruck girls tried to maul her every morning. Unfortunately, somewhere down the line Sasuke decided they were rivals, going on and on about if he could beat some no-name blonde, which he couldn't currently, in a fight, then he could definitely beat Itachi, which he couldn't, and could finally prove to their father he was worth a get out of his older brother by a year's shadow, and become the rightful heir of the Uchiha. Naturally, Naruto didn't believe it was gonna happen, as Itachi had already skipped several grades via prodigy status, and was in his last year of the academy already. So she had laughed in the youngest Uchiha's face until she was blue. And gained another person's unadulterated hatred. It was Friday, after training in the Forest of Death, Naruto having patched up all 3 of her boys after a particularly nasty run-in with a giant tiger. They were all back at her place where she was cooking them all something to eat. Shisui and Itachi made it their personal mission a long time ago to bring her groceries so she wouldn't die of starvation or something. Of course, she gave them the money to buy the stuff for her now, because after the first few times they showed up with food she felt having them spend their allowance on groceries. The only reason she still allowed them to do it was because she hated the village marketplace. It was glare and insult central. Now, she didn't have to go there and she didn't feel guilty for mooching off of them. Problem solved. More presently, the blonde had no idea when she had gotten used to the 3 Uchihas crashing her place for a meal, or just to bum out on her couch. She also didn't know why she had started borrowing cookbooks from Iruka-sensei so she could feed them when they decided to stay for hours long. She had, at first balked, knowing she was going soft, but then again, she didn't really mind. If Naruto was honest, she kinda liked the company, if she was somewhat honest with herself. Her house felt more like a home with people in it. And Naruto really didn't mind that at all either. The blonde stood in the kitchen, expertly forming rice balls for her 3 boys. She pressed her thumb into the back of 3 of the salty snacks, placing small, ripe, cherry tomatoes in the resulting indentations. She wrapped dried seaweed along the bottom of 3 more, and the last 3 she left alone. They looked bland and plain, but she had sweetened the rice for those. Next, she fried up some cutesy octopus-shaped sausages, an omelette, and some shrimp. Plating everything, she placed them to certain spots at her rickety oakwood table, which she looted from the abandoned apartment next door, and went about making herself some ramen. None of the chairs at Naruto's table were the same. Originally, she'd only had one, for herself. And it was bright orange. When she placed her ramen next to the seaweed-flavored rice ball plate, she inwardly noted how her table seemed less lonely. Sure, to someone else, an outsider, the chairs would seem useless and unattractive. A garish, plastic orange, one that was covered in scuff marks. A black-wheeled office one with some stitches on the seat, to keep the stuffing in. A red velvet one that looked like it once belonged in a salon, covered in miscellaneous patches. And lastly, an old wooden one painted a chipping royal blue. They looked like garbage, and they were. That's where she found them, tossed out and forgotten. Unwanted. But to Naruto, they set her kitchen alight. Sure, she went dumpster diving for the new chairs, and had to use some impressive elbow grease, sewing supplies, and loads of bleach and air freshener to clean them up, but they all seemed to just fit. Her house was crappy. It was located behind a whorehouse. And junkies kept up shop in the abandoned apartments surrounding her. But it was a home. The Uchihas made Naruto a home. Yeah, she cussed them out and made a show of telling them to get lost and go home, but she wasn't angry with everything anymore. Naruto was happy. It was a truly an astounding thought. I'm happy. She smiled beautifully as she cleaned out a skillet. I'm really happy. She giggled quietly to herself. Awesome. Drying up the last of the dishes she'd used to cook, Naruto set them in her orange dish rack, calling out, Yo.s, come eat. She heard the sound of her TV being turned off, followed by shuffling bare feet. First came in Sasuke, taking the blue chair with the tomato-flavored rice balls, eyes gleaming creepily at the sight of his favorite fruit, followed by Itachi, who elegantly seated himself beside his little bro in the black chair in front of the secretly sweetened rice balls, and lastly, Shisui plowed in, plopping himself in the red chair next to the orange one, across from the other 2 Uchiha. Naruto collapsed into her horrendous orange chair, pulling apart her chopsticks with an enthusiastic itadakimasu, and began digging in. The 3 Uchihas followed her lead at a more sedate pace, thanking her and Kami for the grub, before, as usual, Sasuke had to ruin the companionable silence. Naruto. He drawled, left brow twitching slightly in irritation. The blonde hummed, noodles still hanging from her mouth. Being the disgusting moron Shisui was, seeing the blonde was distracted, he used his chopsticks to pinch the noodles hanging from Naruto's mouth to cut them, ducking his head under her chin, mouth eagerly open and gulping the salty noodles down. Itachi shook his head silently, having watched the whole ordeal unfold, rolling his eyes when Shisui winked at him exaggeratedly. Naruto. Sasuke gritted out again. Why? Why in the name of Kami? Do the sausages look so cutesy? He roared. Shisui sat at attention at the sudden yelling, relaxing considerably when he realized Naruto still hadn't noticed he'd stolen ramen out of her mouth. He gleefully watched as she slurped up the rest of her ramen, unmoved by Sasuke's murderous look as he shoved an octopus sausage in her face across the table with his chopsticks. Well, you see Suk-chan, the blonde began conversationally, indifferent to how livid he looked at the nickname. It's just that, pussies like cutesy, and you guys are pussies. Thus, I made you pussies cutesy. HN. Itachi expressed his disagreement to that. Shisui stuffed his face, way used to the blonde's vulgar mouth. Sasuke, well. Sasuke's face invented a new shade of red. What? He wailed, shooting to his feet with an audible bang, tableware rattling, expression appalled. How dare why I am not that word as I could take you on any day. He finally decided. Naruto scoffed dismissively. Yeah you could, and get your ass beat halfway to Lightning Country. Shisui sprayed rice ball residue all over the table as he burst out laughing. Itachi hid a small amused smile behind the piece of omelette he'd been about to bite into, and Sasuke sputtered. Incoherent. Naruto made a show of going back to her ramen as Sasuke sputtered, letting her bangs fall into her serenely smiling face. I always want to stay this happy. 3 years after hanging out, training, and transcending human limitation by practicing the way of the couch potato with the 3 Uchihas, Naruto began dabbling in Fuinjutsu. She was surprisingly good at it. A real natural. Hokage Gigi had happily given her Beginner's Guide to Sealing, how to create storage tags, flash tags, and stun tags, and security seals for seal masters in the making when she had told him she'd found a new hobby that was legal. He quickly regretted it when she began blowing Training Ground 44 all the way to the Land of Snow during her practice runs. Though, the blonde quickly got the hang of it, finding memorizing the calligraphy and symbols wasn't much harder than hand seals for jutsu. Though, the 3 Uchihas, save for Sasuke who did it less obviously, admitted she was much better at sealing than they were. Which made her happy, because Naruto thought maybe she'd found her calling. When she informed the 3 Uchiha of wanting to be a recon/demolition nin, Shisui actually forbid it. Which earned him a not-so-subtle offering from the blonde to a one-way journey to the intensive care ward in the hospital. He stopped being ridiculous about it, but still expressed his displeasure over Naruto's decision. Itachi didn't seem too excited about the idea either, and Sasuke? Well, he'd went to training after school with them the next day and handed Naruto a new set of sealing ink and paper. Obviously he was telling her to blow herself up. Needless to say, he'd been gifted a black eye for his unwanted gallows humor. Things slowly began to change as they grew older. Itachi graduated the academy early, and quickly rose to the rank of Chunin. Shisui joined the Uchiha military police, having already been a Chunin, and quickly ranked up to 3rd in command. Sasuke began dabbling in swordsmanship, and tried to awaken his Sharingan. Naruto ditched her Bakken, Yankee skirt, and began carrying a real katana. They all still found time to train and learn from each other. They grew stronger and steadily together. For years after being the best of friends, the only one willing to admit it out loud being Shisui, Naruto was nearly frantic with worry. Shisui had left a month ago on an escort mission with his Chunin squad. Consisting of the captain, an Aburame, a Hyuga, an Inuzuka, and obviously, Shisui. The Uchiha was second in command, and would have been captain if the Aburame wasn't a senior Chunin. The escort mission was simple, he was supposed to return after 2 weeks. But he hadn't. An entire month had gone by and there was still no sign of Naruto's cheerful Uchiha. Every day she stormed into Hokage Gigi's office, telling his protesting secretary where she could shove her "you can't go in there," and demanding the old man to tell her if Shisui was back yet. And every day the old man gave her the same depressed "I'm sorry Naruto, I haven't gotten word yet." And every day Naruto dragged herself back home in a thick gloom, locking herself in her bedroom that was protected by security seals to keep out the 2 meddling Uchihas that persisted in trying to bang down her door by knocking. Sure, Itachi could just shunshin into the apartment, and Sasuke too because his older brother had taught him how, but they couldn't get past her bedroom seals. The only one who could was Shisui, and that was because he had worked hard to be able to disarm them. Shisui, I swear if you're not alright, I'm gonna kill you. Naruto thought feebly. The downtrodden blonde sighed wearily, curled up into a ball on her side on her autumn orange sheets, and closed her eyes to the quiet night around her. She didn't know how long she had lied there after leaving the third's office, but it had to have been a long time, because the sun had set a long time ago, and the moon was in full bloom, at the highest it could be during the tranquil night. Eventually, Naruto's eyes slowly began to drift shut, and she sank into a light doze. Blue eyes snapped open as the sound of a lock clicking breached the surrounding silence. Naruto tensed as someone dragged her window open slowly. Someone disarmed my security seals. She thought frantically. Discreetly, Naruto slid her hand under her pillow, wrapping her slim fingers around the cold metallic handle of the kunai she had hidden there. Gulping, she noticed the distinct lack of footsteps or audible movements. This person's good, she thought with dread, feeling a presence loom over her forebodingly from behind. Her bed sank with a new presence, creaking in protest at the added weight. Having enough, Naruto bolted upright, whirling around to sink her kunai into the intruder's unsuspecting throat. To her dismay, her wrist was easily caught in a crushing grip, and she didn't even try to follow up with another attack with her other hand, because she was frozen in terror. Naruto stared into an unfamiliar pair of blood-red eyes. The pupils were as black as nightmares, dilated and misshapen into an odd four-pointed shuriken-like formation. Naruto's orange fish-cake printed curtains danced lazily to a chilling night breeze, moonlight spilled into her bedroom, illuminating the intruder's haunted face. Dark tears of blood streamed out of the odious eyes that stared at her, unblinking, and down a ghostly pale face with slightly hunger-sunken cheeks. Naruto's lips made to scream, but another rough, dirted hand clamped over her mouth, choking it off to a pitiful squeak. "Hmph." His hands tasted like blood. He smelled like blood. He was splattered in blood. Both old and fresh, and there was another abominable scent lurking on the intruder's person. The scent of death clung to him, filling Naruto's nostrils with the foul scent of human corpses, making her stomach roll unpleasantly, and her eyes prick with tears. It was so potent. It was frightening. Naruto was frightened. What? He's so strong. I can't move. What's gonna happen to me? She thought, panic stabbing around in her gut. Don't scream. Naruto. He rasped. Naruto's already wide eyes flashed in recognition. Azure blues darted over the intruder's tortured face, knowing that bruised nose, and those thick lashes caked with congealed blood, and those cracked, bleeding, lips. The tears from the stench suddenly became more heavy, weighed down with sorrow at the sorry sight before her, spilling down her paling whiskered cheeks. Seeing the blonde recognized him, he released both her wrist, and the lower half of her face slowly. Shisui. Naruto whimpered, dropping the kunai still in her grip. She desperately took hold of Shisui's blank, dirt, and blood-smeared face, bringing his head down to her chest and wrapping her arms around his dangerously skinny form. Immediately, Shisui latched onto the blonde, burrowing himself further into her warmth. "Oh Kami. Kami, what happened to you, Shisui?" Naruto croaked, pressing her lips to his dirty, blood-crusted hair. Shisui began trembling uncontrollably, and he released shuddering breaths, muttering madly to himself, scaring Naruto down to her very soul. Midori. Aburame. Hidori. Hyuga. Akira. Inuzuka. Shisui. Naruto prodded woefully. He didn't answer. Just kept muttering to himself in a dead tone. Cut them to little pieces, they made me watch. Shisui. Naruto sobbed, her tears soaking into his raven curls. Please stop. My comrades, cut to little pieces, blood in my hair, on my face, they laughed, they made me watch. He whispered brokenly. They made me watch, they made me watch, they made me watch, my friends, cut to, bloody little pieces. So much blood. I was scared, too much blood. Suddenly, Shisui's head shot up, making Naruto jump. The Uchiha stared with those unfamiliar, unblinking, blood-weeping eyes, and took a heartbreakingly gentle hold on Naruto's face. I thought I was gonna die. Shisui admitted quietly. Oh Shisui. Naruto cried, placing her hands over his. And they cut me too, tried to cut me to little pieces. I was gonna die. Naruto bit her lips to keep from sobbing loudly. Look what they've done to you. Shisui. She murmured sadly. But I didn't want to be little pieces, bloody little pieces. I didn't want to be. Didn't want to die yet. I missed Naruto. Shisui. Naruto said helplessly. They made me watch. Shisui murmured, his rasping voice as clear as the night sky. They made me watch, but I remembered my sunshine, and came home. Naruto's breath hitched. Tadima. Shisui announced cheerfully, collapsing into an insane fit of dark giggles. 6 months. 6 months Naruto hadn't been able to visit Shisui in the psych ward in the hospital. He was recovering from multiple grievous wounds and lacerations all over his body as well as bad mental scarring. The third told her about the intelligence a Yamanaka had pulled from Shisui's muddled mind that on the successful return of Shisui's squad, they had been intercepted and overwhelmed by a legion of Nuke Jazanists. A cult of masochistic and simultaneously sadistic maniacs that sacrificed numerous innocents to their god through dark rituals. The team had been exhausted from their mission, having fought Nuke previously, as the client hadn't been completely honest with the mission rank because he was a cheapskate. So, after a long battle and already being exhausted, Shisui's squad had been overwhelmed by the seemingly immortal shinobi and were taken prisoner. For weeks Shisui's squad had undergone unspeakable torture methods before being killed. When it was Shisui's turn to fall to the same fate of his comrades, he utterly snapped, awakening a new ability to his Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been awakened as his friends were killed. Mad with grief and fear, Shisui used its newly unlocked abilities to take down the Jazanist. The Uchiha fittingly cut them to pieces with his Tanto, the very weapon they had foolishly set down on a table in the dungeon cell they'd been holding Shisui's squad in. To make certain they didn't just regenerate, Shisui scattered their limbs all over the forest on his way home and buried their still cursing severed heads 6 feet underground. Shisui returned to the village severely wounded, the gate guards signaling for the ANBU to take him to the hospital for immediate medical attention. In a scrambled state of mind, he had left, then broken into Naruto's apartment. Manic laughter had alerted the ANBU of the wayward Uchiha who had escaped his hospital room. They took him into custody again, still laughing hysterically and crying tears of blood, with a petrified and worried Naruto following not far behind. When Naruto wasn't demanding status updates on Shisui's condition, she was training vigorously, and ignoring both Itachi and Sasuke's attempts to check up on her. She had to get stronger. She had to rank up and be strong so Shisui never had to go through something like that again, or if he did, he wouldn't be alone. Because Naruto would be by his side. When Shisui got better, which he would, Naruto would be there for him. She wasn't going to be a fool anymore and pretend she didn't care for him. Because that was a lie. Being in a constant state of dread and worry for Shisui for a month long had been a real eye-opener. Shisui was one of the most important people in Naruto's life. If not the most important one. He is very precious to me. You are finally beginning to see. The voice whispered, pleased. 2 months after Shisui's release from the hospital, he and Naruto spent most of their time staring at the freshly carved names of his teammates on the memorial KIA stone. Shisui picked her up from her house. It was summer by then so she didn't have academy classes, and Naruto would let him hold her hand and they would go to the memorial stone together. Shisui would sit down and pull Naruto into his lap, and he would talk to his teammates and tell them he was sorry, and that he would be a better comrade to the rest of their comrades. Naruto stayed silent during these times. Just content with the fact that Shisui was alive and okay and not another name on a piece of stone. She let him hold her and when he needed it, she held him. They often ran into a peculiar lanky man with silver hair who stared at the stone blankly for hours on end. He was probably having a conversation of his own with his past comrades/friends. Naruto silently hoped the silver-haired man noticed the sunrise someday soon. As the weeks passed on, the duo visited the KIA stone less and less, and Shisui had even began smiling tentatively every so often. They began training with Itachi and Sasuke again, and Itachi once startled a bark of laughter out of Shisui with some witty dry humor directed at Sasuke's bad attitude. Naruto watched the life slowly resurrect within Shisui's eyes until he was better again. Yes, he still sometimes got a gloomy look in his eyes, and randomly hugged Naruto or thanked her, which she knew were nowhere near as random as they might seem. He pondered silently to himself quite a bit, but retained his pure honesty and talked to Naruto if he needed something off of his chest. His eyes were kind again, no longer dead to the world or swirling with barely contained madness. But he was tainted. He wasn't as loud or overzealous anymore, yet he still had smiles reserved just for those precious to him. He was calmer. More mature. The innocence had been brutally ripped from his personality, but he wasn't bitter. Shisui was a true shinobi. And the horrible awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan had only made him stronger. Naruto sat in Training Ground 7 reading how to seal away chakra and dead bodies. Shisui's head was on her right thigh, Cloud watching, munching on a rice ball she had put in his bento, Itachi's head on her left thigh, reading a book on shogi while nibbling on dango, and Sasuke sat behind her, his back against hers, quietly doing the summer homework Naruto continued to neglect. Naruto was content. She wasn't alone. She wasn't surrounded by people and feeling lonely. She had them. They were her boys. Her friends. Her family. I always want to stay this happy. With Naruto at the age of 12, Shisui was 14. Now, Naruto had recently learned that decent-looking 14-year-old boys usually get a lot of female attention. And if you're an Uchiha, you especially get female attention. Especially if your name is either Itachi, Shisui, or Sasuke. And even worse, if you are an Uchiha, you are between the ages 11 and 14, and your name is either of the previously stated three, then you probably have a legions of fangirls. How this has anything remotely to do with Naruto? A blonde female 12-year-old uzumaki? Well, she just so happened to be with the moron trio every day after school when they didn't have other plans, and she ate lunch with Sasuke during school hours because he wanted to avoid his rabid fangirls. These simple facts alone were enough to subject Naruto to constant attempted kidnappings, interrogations, attempted assault, and badmouthing. Nearly all of the females under the age of 18 hated Naruto with a questionable passion because she was always with the moron trio of Uchiha. And yes, they had been demoted to morons because Naruto had to deal with their fangirls every time they caught her alone outside of her home. Honestly, beating the stuffing out of stupid love-struck psychos wasn't enough to appease the lit fuse that was the blonde's temper. She thought a bit of petty name-calling was in order. Thank you very much. Naruto was sick and tired of all the bull that she had to endure because of delusional stupid girls that wanted freaking Uchiha babies. But seriously? Itachi and Sasuke were freaking A.UAL. And Shisui made it his life mission to harass Naruto. They weren't interested. Why couldn't the freaks get that into their pitiful little brains? Naruto had really had it up to her scalp with the spittle that was sprinkling her face from the 4 girls that had been interrogating her for the past 10 minutes about her relationship with Shisui. Seriously, even if she was interested in the moron, which she wasn't, it wouldn't be any of their business now, would it? And another thing, who do you think you are, holding Shisui-kun's hand like that all the time, huh? You think you're special 'cause he took pity on trash like you and let you get near him. Enough. Naruto growled. The red head that had been spraying the blonde's face with her saliva as she screamed at her clamped her mouth shut, recoiling at the livid tone of the blonde. Hey, who do you think you're talking to, Yankee bitch? A brunette behind her demanded. Honestly, they were all so appallingly unoriginal. Cornering the blonde in an abandoned and conveniently shadowed alleyway on a day after school when the moron trio had clan Katan Jutsu training scheduled? Pathetic. Who, me? Well, I just thought I was talking to 4 desperate little meatbags that I'm just itching to cut open with my sword. Naruto mused condescendingly. The 4 faceless fangirls paled. Naruto drew her jet black katana, its hilt decorated with braided red ribbon, pulling the weapon threateningly from the back of her track jacket collar. The ebony blade glittered in the setting sun, the underside of it a gleaming silver that was positively menacing as Naruto pointed the razor tip of her sword at the redhead's jugular. "Hey," Naruto drawled. "How old are you anyway?" "About 12, huh?" "Ma, did you know, a girl around that age has about 3.5 liters of blood in her body? I wonder how many minutes it'll take for that skin of yours to drain of blood after I carve you up like the pig you are." Three of them screamed, stuttering out awful excuses for apologies and running off with their little tails between their legs. Naruto smirked darkly, unconsciously drawing on a dormant power within her that made her eyes glow vermilion in the shadowed alley. The redhead's brow was lined with sweat, and she gulped loudly, terrified tears pricking the corners of her boring brown eyes. "Why, you really are a monster," she whimpered pitifully. "And no, you're a demon." "Ah, aren't you gonna even try and run?" Naruto pouted mockingly. "Go on, I bet you I can still gut you even if your back's turned." Sniveling pathetically, the redhead's quaking knees finally gave out on her, and she fell to the pissy ground. Naruto scoffed at her, inwardly feeling a smudge of guilt. She hadn't meant to scare them that bad. She just wanted them to stop harassing her so much. Rolling her eyes and fluidly sheathing her blade, the blonde smoothly turned around to leave. "My relationship with Shisui is really none of your business. At all. But if you really like him so much, did you ever try just telling him instead of bothering me?" With that, the blonde buried her hands in her baggy harem pants and slouched off, leaving a wide-eyed redhead behind to think. Naruto rounded the corner of the alley and into another one, eyes flying wide when someone snatched her by the hips and pulled her out the line of sight of prying eyes. Her face collided with a strong chest, immediately going beet red when the hands didn't pull away. Instead, they inched around to the small of her back and slid dexterously into the back pockets of her pants. "Where the hell do you think you're touching, asshole?" she gritted out. "Mama, Naruchan, that really hurts." A playful voice whined. Honestly, when had the bastard gotten so tall? He had always been taller than her, but it seemed a bit excessive nowadays. The top of her head reached his collarbones. And it never ceased pissing her off. "Shisui," Naruto growled warningly. "I told you to stop being so touchy-feely with me. Then stop me." He chuckled breathily in her ear, causing it to catch flame. Naruto couldn't tell you exactly when it started. Shisui had always showed his affection in very physical fashions. No. Scratch that. Actually, it was probably around the time when he hit puberty. He hit a growth spurt that put him at 5 feet 9, and still counting slowly, his voice deepened somewhat, his jaw hardened, and his lean muscles came in. And after that, he lost his entire mind. The worst part was, he only ever touched Naruto the way he did. Not Yuli really, but certainly not in a platonic way either. Is that really the worst part, or are you just telling yourself that? The voice questioned blandly. Stuff it. I just call it like you see it. Whatever. Witty. The voice remarked sarcastically. Naruto didn't even bother responding. Naruto-chan Shisui sang softly. What? The blonde snapped, telling herself that she wasn't hiding her face in Shisui's shirt, and her face sure as hell wasn't blushing. I missed you, so I came to see you. Shisui murmured hotly against her ear. Naruto released a pitiful little squeak that she'd rather hang herself than admit to making. Shisui chuckled breathily in her ear, causing her stomach to collapse into a frenzy of fluttering butterflies. So basically, you didn't want to do clan training, so you skipped out and came to find me when you realized you had nothing better to do? Naruto asked, her fist clenched around the abdominal material of Shisui's black shirt. Well, sort of, but I really did want to see you, like, after I realized I was bored. Don't let it be said Shisui's newfound maturity extended to far. Gee, thanks. Naruto sneered sardonically. You really know how to make a girl feel special, don't you? Oh, but you are special, Naruchan. Shisui whispered into her red ear. Because you're my ray of sunshine. The butterflies in Naruto's stomach then multiplied at how possessive the Uchiha had sounded, and the blonde squeaked again, hiding even further into the moron's shirt as he held her. She was absolutely mortified at her own behavior. What the actual was wrong with her? No. What the actual was Shisui doing to her? Shut up, Shisui. Naruto mumbled weakly. Shisui laughed, pulling his lips away from the blonde's ear to rest his chin gently atop her head. Nose buried in his chest, Naruto guiltily enjoyed his deep woodsy scent. You were really mean to those girls, Naru-chan. The Uchiha said, breaching the extremely awkward silence that was probably only awkward for Naruto. Che, so you saw that, huh? Even if I didn't, I'd have sensed your huge killing intent and the fear of those girls halfway across the village. I was giving off killing intent? Naruto asked curiously, ducking from under Shisui's chin to stare up at him, baffled. Shisui's lips twisted into a small, amused smile. Somehow, you not being aware of it makes it worse. Ma. You think so? He hummed. And you want to know what else I think? What? She asked, not realizing how gullible she was being at that moment. Shisui's smile shifted to a more mischievous theme. I think you were jealous. Nanny? Naruto asked flatly. Shisui nodded to himself, looking at the blonde condescendingly as if she was ignorant to something everyone knew. Naruto-chan is jealous because her Shisui is a ladies' man. Dude, what? Naruto scoffed, thumping the playful Uchiha on the chest irritably. Who the would be jealous for your stupid ass? I think you need to see a shrink, 'cause you're starting to sound as delusional as those fangirls. Nua, that was definitely jealousy you were displaying when you drew your sword. What the? No, it wasn't. I honestly just wanted those airheads to leave me the alone. Yeah, and keep their paws away from your man-meat. Shisui finished knowledgeably. Are you kidding? Naruto asked incredulously. I don't care if they drool over you until they're dehydrated. It's not like you'll ever pay them any attention anyways. Shisui's ebony eyes widened, though, he looked pleasantly surprised. Then, he was smiling again. But, it was almost smarmy. And what makes you say something like that, Naru-chan? He questioned, eyes twinkling deviously. Naruto's face fell slack when the weight of her own words finally reached her. Kami-sama, I just made it sound like he was my boyfriend and that's why I wasn't worried about his fangirls. Kyuso. I'm an idiot. Don't sound so cocky, baka. I didn't mean anything weird by it. The blonde protested weakly. Sure you didn't, sunshine. I didn't. Seriously, Shisui, I didn't. Naruto huffed, whiskered cheeks flushing a pretty pink. Shisui just smiled down pleasantly at her as the blonde continued to stutter out denials. Naruto didn't realize Shisui had stopped teasing, and was smiling because she still hadn't pulled away. Didn't you hear? No, what? The demon slut bagged an Uchiha. What? No way. They were holding hands after school yesterday, he even picked her up. Really? Kami, she must have tricked the poor guy into it. Yeah, it's kinda sad. I feel bad for him. PSSH. Who wouldn't? Everyone knows the demon slut is evil. Naruto turned around to glare murder at the two female buffoons sitting behind her. Honestly, Ino, Sakura, you could at least try to whisper properly. Naruto deadpanned. The fangirls had the decency to flush lightly, sinking down into their seats in embarrassment as the class shook their heads at their joint stupidity. Naruto rolled her eyes and turned to the blue and white garbed Uchiha with Daka-styled hair. Nah, Suk-chan, aren't they supposed to be like, mortal enemies or something? HN. Sasuke grunted. Yeah, you're right. Naruto scoffed. Fangirls are stupid. Oi, don't talk to Sasuke-kun so familiarly, Shinaro. Sakura screeched. Oi, billboard brow, don't steal my spotlight, I was supposed to defend Sasuke-kun's honor. Ino cut in, but glared at the back of the blonde's head. But yeah, you already tricked one Uchiha demon slut, keep your talons away from Sasuke-kun. Talons? Naruto echoed skeptically. Don't even question it. You might catch, dumbass. Naruto snorted under her breath. That's probably the best advice you've ever given me. Huh. You're a comedian. I try. But out Ino pig, no one asked you. Sakura yelled. No you but out forehead girl. Ino shot back. Clever. Naruto muttered sarcastically. Sasuke just snorted quietly in agreement. The pinkette and the ash blonde's voices then reached pitches so high they were nearly beyond human comprehension. Akamaru whined in agony from his place in Kiba's jacket, burrowing further in his master's coat. Kiba silently wished he had somewhere to hide too. Shut up you. Brats. Iruka-sensei boomed, walking into the classroom with Big Head no Jutsu activated. Naruto tried to hold in her laughter at how ridiculous Iruka-sensei looked with a giant bobbling head and normal-sized body as he moved. Though, she did give him points for getting everyone to shut up. Naruto strolled through the forest of death, hands in the pockets of her burnt orange track jacket, and azure eyes gazing skyward. Itachi was helping Sasuke with his Katan Jutsu in Training Ground 7, so it was just going to be her and Shisui. Suddenly, her cheeks flooded with color. Why do I suddenly feel so nervous? The blonde thought irritably. I think you know why. And pray tell, what do you mean by that, oh wise one? I'm not so wise so much as honest. What does that mean? You my conscience or something? The voice didn't answer. TCH whatever. Naruto grumbled. The 12-year-old entered a clearing that she and the Moron trio often trained in. Quickly spotting the chronically early Shisui, she opened her mouth to call out to him, only to notice he wasn't alone. Naruto's lips pursed, taking in the suspicious-looking old man with one slit eye, an X-like scar on his chin, and swathed in bandages. He wore traditional robes, cementing his place as someone important in the village, and the air about him told the blonde he had shinobi training. He was probably an elder. The question was, what was an elder doing talking to Shisui, a Chunin, in a deserted training ground? A place where no one save for a blonde, 3 Uchiha, and a dango lover visited? Curious. Naruto thought, cocking her head to the side as Shisui nodded, and bowed to the old cripple, who disappeared in a classic leaf shunshin. Naruto approached the tall Uchiha, stopping in front of him and staring up at his unreadable face. What was that all about? And who's the ancient cripple? The blonde asked. She blinked curiously as Shisui went sheet white and his ebony eyes bugged out. Shh. Naruto. He's an elder. Shisui hissed. You can't talk about them like that. Then tell me who he was so I won't. Naruto crossed her arms. Shisui sighed explosively, running a hand through his already mused bedhead. The sight made her stomach flutter pleasantly. Shisui looked at her with amused half-lidded eyes, slipping his hands under her crossed arms to take hold of her fingers, and coax them out of their stubborn position so he could pull the blonde gently against him. Naruto didn't pull away when the clingy Uchiha wrapped his arms around her. And no, she didn't snuggle further into his embrace, or return it. Seriously. She didn't. His name is Danzo Shimura, Naruto-chan. Shisui said into her hair. Sometimes, I do missions for him. He is the leader of the shinobi force route. It's kinda like ANBU, but they work directly under Danzo-sama instead of Hokage-sama. HM? Why am I just now hearing about this? Naruto wondered, looking up at him suspiciously. It never came up. Shisui said elusively. Naruto frowned, displeased. I don't like him, Shisui. Naruto said honestly. He smells foul, like lies. Naruto had never put much thought into it, but she could remember even as a small child being sensitive to negative emotions, or just negativity in general. She knew what hatred felt like behind the glares of the villagers, and sorrow, and grievance. All of those emotions swirled within the villagers that mistreated her when they looked at her. She knew Hokage hadn't told her the full truth when he explained some people were just bad or mean. He was giving off deceit and guilt. But that was it. The old man had no ill intentions towards Naruto from what she could tell, he just wasn't telling her something. But Danzo? He had lied and twisted the truth so much in his life the feeling of dishonesty clung to him. It flowed off of him as naturally chakra did through tenketsu, or blood did through veins. Naruto described it as a scent, but she was no Inuzuka. It was a feeling. A sense so powerful she had to resist the urge to shiver. I don't trust that man. Naruto thought grimly. Mama Naruto-chan, don't make such a scary face. Shisui said playfully, rubbing away the frown between her dark blonde brows with the gentle pat of his thumb. When Naruto only pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes, Shisui sighed again, only, with a lot more resignation. Honestly, Naruto? Shisui asked wearily. What true shinobi hasn't or wouldn't lie to protect their village? That's not what I meant, Shisui, and you know dash. Ma, the Uchiha interrupted smoothly. Just try and keep your cute little nose near the daylight where it belongs, any? Shisui smiled kindly, tapping the tip of Naruto's nose playfully. Naruto's thoughtful frown morphed into a full-blown scowl, and she wrenched herself away from the Uchiha, using chakra to propel herself across the clearing. So basically. Off, huh? Naruto spat at him. Fine. I think I will. Later, asshole. This is what I get for actually trying to help some. She raged. Does B think I'm weak? Why won't he tell me the truth? I just want to help. Naruto whirled around, launching herself into the trees, making to speed off towards home. She didn't get 2 steps before her wrist was caught. The blonde didn't even get to think about growling at him to let go, because he was already pulling her back flush against his front and sliding down the trunk of the tree to sit down. Shisui leaned against the tree, and Naruto leaned against him, sitting between his spread legs. You know, when a girl dramatically storms off, you're supposed to let her. She felt Shisui's chest vibrate with silent laughter behind her. That alone was enough to douse her blazing frustration. Really? He asked quietly. I could have sworn it meant to chase her with fervor and beg for forgiveness. Are you going to beg me, Shisui? Naruto asked. Nope, I'm going to do even better. He murmured. He took hold of the blonde's waist and turned her around, arranging her so that her side was to his chest and her head was resting on his shoulder. I'm going to tell you how much I love it when your nose and your cheeks turn pink when I hold you. Shisui began, relishing in how his blonde stiffened in alarm. I'm going to tell how I sometimes fantasize about kissing your nose and watching your face turn pink. And I'm going to tell you how much I love seeing you every day. Naruto didn't say anything, just focused on willing away her steaming flush and erratic heartbeat. She wanted to ask Shisui what any of that had to do with Danzo. She wanted to ask if he was trying to distract her from the elder and Shisui's relationship by sweet-talking her. But she didn't. There are many things I love about you, Naruto. Shisui told her softly. So many things I can't even tell you all of them off the top of my head. But I think what I might love the most is the warmth in your smile. And I never want to see the life drained from your face. That's why all I ask, no. Beg from you, is to stay away from Danzo. Naruto's eyes widened, and for once, she remained silent. Itachi. Naruto called. The aloof Uchiha looked up from the book he was reading, and over to the blonde crouched in his bedroom windowsill. It was already midnight. What could the blonde want at such an ungodly hour? Hi. He asked seriously, immediately taking note of the blonde's uncharacteristically grim expression. What can you tell me about Danzo Shimura? Itachi set the book he'd been reading face down on his nightstand, patting the free space on his midnight blue comforter invitingly. Now what would make you come here to ask me such a thing, Naruto? He asked seriously. Naruto climbed the rest of the way into the darkly themed room, quietly padding over to the bed and seating herself beside the quiet Uchiha. Because I want to know what I know you know. Naruto answered, just as serious. HN. And do you truly believe it wise to go behind Shisui's back to obtain such knowledge? Che. Warned you, did he? No, Itachi dismissed easily. Shisui knew he was having a meeting with Danzo today, and informed me ahead of time. It is why I offered to help Sasuke brush up on his Katon Jutsu. I do not entirely agree with Danzo's work methods. How? Naruto leaned in, intrigued. Itachi openly, even if subtly admitting to disliking someone, was big. He was a very passive and kind person by nature. He preferred to observe things before acting or making decisions. The only reason he had come off as arrogant and dismissive when they first met was because he was testing the waters. He had been probing, trying to see what type of person Naruto was. Yes, he could have just asked Naruto questions to see what type of person she was. But Itachi wasn't exactly a social butterfly. It simply had not crossed his mind. So, to have him saying he didn't like someone, Itachi, who was entirely not judgmental and peace-loving, Danzo had to be the most foul scum of the earth. Shisui told me after he returned to the compound about how you walked in on the end of his meeting with Danzo. All he said was that he warned you to stay away from him. Which, I know, was most likely the edited version of the situation. Naruto blushed slightly at the Uchiha's sly jab to Shisui's and her flirting. And yes, Naruto wasn't so naive and in denial that she didn't recognize flirting. She just didn't want to think about how deep it could go. Shut up. Naruto huffed. Just tell me about the geezer, will you? Itachi's lips twitched slightly, before his face became impassive again. Shisui didn't have to tell me everything for me to know that you would come here, Naruto. Despite what you may think, we all know you just as much as you know us. So, what? Naruto asked, raising a dark brow. You're not gonna tell me about Danzo? I don't recall ever insinuating such a thing. Itachi said innocently. Naruto smirked. Itachi, this is why you're my favorite. The quiet Uchiha returned the smirk briefly, though quickly sobered. You are informed of Danzo's elder status and involvement en route? Hi. Naruto nodded. Very well, and that is all? Itachi prodded. Well, Shisui briefly mentioned going on missions for the guy, and heavily insinuated I'd end up dead if I got involved with him. Naruto supplied. I see. Itachi mumbled, perking up as much as someone so indifferent could. Tell me, Naruto, what do you know of the bingo book? Nanny? You mean that book full of bounties and information on powerful ninja? Naruto questioned, baffled. What does that have to do with anything? I'm sure you remember that escort mission Shisui's squad went on a year ago. Itachi stated, suddenly grim. Naruto's eyes widened, before she too became stone-faced. Of course I remember that. And you better have a good reason for bringing it up, Itachi. Naruto said dangerously. Well, at the time, you were not allowing Sasuke and I to see you. I thought I may have been imagining things, though, that was highly unlikely. Go on, Naruto prompted. Itachi sighed. Did you ever think to ask the third for the mission details? Yes. Naruto trailed off, sounding doubtful. He said it was a simple escort mission for a leaf merchant to Sand. Shisui's squad was ambushed on the way there because the merchant didn't tell anyone Rouge Mine around the borders would be after him for once refusing them service. That is correct, though. I'm sure you are unaware that merchant was a root spy sent to keep tabs on Sand by Danzo. Nor the fact that there were rumors among the shinobi ranks that a cult of Jazzanists were traveling from elemental nation to nation looking for new recruits and sacrifices. Also, that they were making their way towards Sand. Kyuso. You're not saying what I think you're saying, are you? Naruto asked weakly. Itachi wordlessly picked up the book he had been reading when Naruto first arrived, pushing it gently into her hands. Swallowing thickly, Naruto turned the book around, her skin losing all color at the blood-splattered young man with haunted red Mangekyo eyes staring back at her from the picture. The caption read, Nickname, Shunshin no Shisui. Status, high A rank. Village, hidden in the leaves. Advice, do not engage. Oh. Itachi. That old cripple set them up. Hi. Itachi nodded dourly. Danzo deliberately sent Shisui's squad on that mission. BBB, but why? Naruto stuttered, appalled. I believe it was to awaken Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Naruto hissed, afraid that if she began yelling in her outrage, she'd scream her voice box out. Even if that was his original intention, there is no possible way he could have known if it would succeed or not. How could he have known Shisui would face the Jazinist, lose his comrades, awaken his Mangekyo, and have enough strength to return home? Didn't that old cripple think that maybe he could have been sending them to a pointless death? Which he did. I simply believe Danzo was willing to make that sacrifice. He left their lives up to chance and the possibility of them running into the Jazinist. All to awaken Shisui's Mangekyo and have another powerful Sharingan under the village's control. Kami-sama, that's insane. Itachi, that's insane. The blonde stared at her Uchiha friend helplessly. Itachi shrugged, just as helpless. There is no proof. If I did go to the third with this, even if he did believe me, the council and elders would argue it is merely speculation and perhaps, could be true. But without evidence, there is nothing they could do. And I am not entirely sure the elders or the council would care much, as Danzo is as silver-tongued as he is meticulous. They will hear his side over yours or mine, Naruto. So what? Naruto snapped. Just let the slimy bastard get away with it? Don't you remember what Shisui went through because of that disastrous mission? Naruto flinched violently when Itachi flashed his 3-tomo Sharingan at her, snatching her chin in a rare moment of aggressiveness and yanking her face closer to his to glare at her harshly. This is precisely why Shisui warned you to stay away from Danzo, Naruto. Itachi stated bleakly. That means directly, and indirectly by fishing for information about him. You will begin asking questions, which will lead to more questions, and in turn, you will only find your grave. Forget about what happened. Itachi ordered. Shisui is fine. He is scarred, but alive. You will do well to remember that. Finally coming back to herself from her shock, Naruto yanked herself from the Uchiha's iron grip, rubbing gingerly at her aching jaw. Fine. She spat. But that doesn't mean I'll like it. With that, her form burst into a typhoon of chaotic winds and whips of water, and then, she was gone. I don't think she will have any more questions. I told her the truth, and she will have to be content with that. Itachi said, seemingly to no one. After a moment of dead silence, the far left corner in Itachi's bedroom seemed darker than what should have been possible in a lit room. Shisui melted out of the shadows of Itachi's bedroom, smiling pleasantly. This is why you're my favorite, Itachi. The two shared a brief bout of chuckling, before sobering. You were right, Itachi. We do know her as much as she knows us. Shisui said, shaking his head slightly. HN. Which is why you knew she would come to me and hid in my room thinking I had not an inkling to your presence. Shisui rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, knowing long ago he'd been caught. Honestly, I'm surprised she didn't notice me too. He admitted. I mean, you'd think she'd predict I'd figured out she would come to you and take the conversation somewhere else. Itachi's face took on a more thoughtful expression. I don't believe she was in the right frame of mind. Danzo's appearance really shook something within her. That is why she ignored your warning. I think you're right. Shisui agreed, unsmiling. If that is all. The quiet Uchiha said, turning off the lamp on his nightstand. Good night, Shisui. Good night, Itachi. Oh, and Itachi? HN? Arigato. When Itachi didn't say anything, the outline of Shisui's shadowed form blurred completely out of existence. You're welcome. Itachi smiled. 2 weeks after the elder incident, as the blonde had taken to calling it, Naruto couldn't figure out what deity she had pissed off in order to deserve this. Shisui had spontaneously decided a day after the Elder incident that he was going to teach Naruto Tanto-based Kenjutsu 1. And it was absolutely horrible. Come now, you don't honestly feel that way, do you? The voice asked suddenly. I do when I feel like my face is going to spontaneously freaking combust every other minute. Naruto inwardly growled. You love it. No. I really just don't. Naruto thought miserably. Naruto and Shisui were in Training Ground 7, because Training Ground 44 wasn't exactly a practical place to learn a complicated and elegant art unless you really fancied the idea of being randomly attacked by rabid, giant, mutated wildlife. Naruto was holding Shisui's Tanto in a reverse grip, her legs spread at a 45-degree angle, and her form picture perfect. Now, this in itself wasn't so bad. In fact, it was quite a normal sight to find an aspiring shinobi to be practicing either weapon or taijutsu katas. What wasn't normal was for Shisui Uchiha to be leaning over said aspiring shinobi practicing their katas with his hand wrapped around hers over his blade, and his other one placed on her hip. This was just plain distracting and not at all helpful in the slightest. 2 weeks was long enough. Naruto was going to freaking commit seppuku if this went on. Her heart just couldn't take it. It was gonna burst. Either that, or her face would melt from the constant state of blushing. Shisui. Naruto drawled warningly. The Uchiha hummed in her ear. Whatever can I do for you, my dear? You sound like Pedo Bear. Naruto grumbled. Shisui chuckled, smirking teasingly against the shell of the blonde's red ear. I'm sure that's not what you were originally going to say, he inquired. And you'd be right. Naruto gritted out, right brow twitching in irritation. What I was gonna ask was, why the bloody hell do you have to be so freaking close? Well, you see Naruto-chan, Kenjutsu is a very precise and difficult art, so I just wanted to make sure you got it down to the very last minute detail. Naruto shivered involuntarily at the end of Shisui's sentence, as he had whispered it unnecessarily close into her ear. I call bull. Naruto nearly squeaked. You're just trying to feel me up, aren't you, Ero Uchiha? Guilty as charged. Shisui chirped shamelessly. What? Naruto screeched, launching herself out of his embrace and across the training ground. She whirled around, only to find Shisui bent halfway over and shaking uncontrollably with silent laughter. Hell, he even had tears streaming out of his eyes. Keikami Naruto, you're so gullible sometimes. Shisui gasped between breaths. I was only teasing. Oh. Just a harmless joke, huh? Naruto asked, walking back over to the still laughing Uchiha. Why yeah. He snickered, oblivious to the dangerous black aura seeping off of the blonde. Oh really? Well, maybe you'll think this is funny too. Naruto said, voice dripping with false sweetness. Shisui paled, hearing that unnatural tone, and made the mistake of looking up to face his death. The sucker punch that hit him sent him flying all the way to the Hokage's tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, for once, actually doing his paperwork instead of trying to find ways to get out of it. He sighed, content that he had finally finished the day's workload, reaching into his robes to have an afternoon rendezvous with his secret lover. His tobacco pipe, Madame Cherry. The wizened Kage lit up Madame Cherry with a practiced ease, taking a lethargic puff before blowing impressive smoke rings out into the peaceful air. All was good and well. That was, until something literally shattered, it being his office window, and a black blur rocketed into the room, slamming onto the now bug-eyed village leader's desk and knocking over the still open pot of ink, spilling it all over the Hokage's finished paperwork. Hiruzen released a very manly screech of outraged protest, shooting to his feet and staring down at the unconscious and bloody-nosed Shisui Uchiha lying sprawled on his desk. The ANBU guarding outside burst in, katana ready to take down whoever dared to enter the Hokage's office without authorization. Hokage-sama, what's wrong? I heard a girly scream and the ANBU operative cut his frantic babbling off, watching in fascination as the Hokage fainted and the young man on his desk groaned, slowly coming to. The ANBU noticed the ruined paperwork on the desk, rolling his hidden eyes before leaving, closing the door behind him. Just another weird freaking paperwork incident, he thought flatly. 4 hours later, Naruto and Shisui were back in her apartment. Shisui on the sofa, and Naruto between his legs in her garish orange chair and an open first aid kit in her lap. Naruto breached the silence by releasing a poorly suppressed giggle. "It's not funny." Shisui pouted. "It kinda is." Naruto sniggered, dabbing a sanitized cotton swab against a blood-weeping scratch near Shisui's brow. "Maybe to you, but not to me." Shisui huffed, crossing his arms in indignation. "Hokage-sama demoted me to tour detail for a month." Naruto didn't bother trying to hide it anymore, and just collapsed into full-blown laughter at the sulky Uchiha's misfortune. Eventually noticing Shisui was still not amused, the blonde slapped a hand over her mouth, trying and failing to smother away her giggles. She waved her free hand around apologetically. "Why, you're alright, it's not funny." "It's totally not." "Not ff fun huh, funny." "Ha ha ha ha." Shisui's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the blonde laugh. He couldn't help it, and chuckled a bit. When Naruto was smiling like that. Really, how could he be angry? "Well, I guess it's not so bad," he admitted finally. "See?" Naruto grinned, smacking his shoulder good-naturedly as she began calming down. "Not so bad now, is it?" She then opened a fresh band-aid and gently smoothed it over Shisui's freshly cleaned, Tora-received battle scar. "No, definitely not so bad," Shisui said innocently, before his expression turned devious. "Especially if I get patched up by Nurse Naru-chan." Naruto flushed tomato red, slamming her first aid kit closed before shooting to her feet. Shut up, stupid Aro Uchiha." She huffed, making to storm off. "Wait," Shisui called. Naruto stopped in her tracks, shoulders hunched. "What?" she gruffed. "You missed a spot," was all he said. "Huh?" Naruto said intelligently, turning around, blinking stupidly as the Uchiha tapped absently at the kind of, but not really bleeding tiny nick at the right corner of his smirking mouth. "Aren't you supposed to kiss it and make it better?" he asked innocently. Now, Naruto's first reaction was to blush even harder, stutter like an idiot, and storm off to mourn the loss of her pride. The second was to tell the stupid bastard to get. And still storm off. And the third, for some reason the blonde couldn't fathom, she went through with the third. Naruto set her first aid kit down on the vintage coffee table in front of the couch, and shuffled back over to Shisui. She kicked her orange chair out of the way and plopped herself down into the Uchiha's lap. "No backing down now." The blonde gulped, staring at Shisui's full pink lips. "Naruto Uzumaki Snow Coward, Databao." She took hold of Shisui's chin, ignoring his bug-eyed expression because she didn't know what she was doing either. Naruto gently lifted Shisui's chin, smirking at him with a confidence she didn't feel, and leaned in. Obviously, Naruto had never kissed anyone in such a fashion a day in her life. The only person she had ever kissed was Hokage Gigi, which had been on the cheek, and she hadn't done that since she was like 5. Though, Naruto could tell you, as her lips pressed over the Uchiha's, it was the best kiss she ever had, or was going to have. Her first thought was soft, then perfect, then, "What the am I doing?" Naruto's eyes flew open, not even realizing she had closed them, recoiling, and would have nearly fallen out of Shisui's lap if he hadn't taken hold of her waist. She flailed around, trying to get away from the boy who made her do things that never ever made any sense. Shisui let go of her waist and cupped her face, yanking her down to press their lips together for the second time. Naruto instantly melted. Seeing she had calmed down, Shisui pulled back, his cheeks tinged with pink. "That definitely made me feel better," he said softly, grinning uncontrollably. Naruto blushed heavily. "That's good," Naruto squeaked. Shisui's twinkling eyes fell half-mast. It still kinda hurts though. That's too bad, Naruto mused quietly, azure eyes already beginning to fall shut as she leaned in again. Maybe I should make it better some more. Maybe you should. Shisui murmured, trailing off. No more words were exchanged. Shisui had met her halfway. Naruto sighed against Shisui's lips, the Uchiha taking the opportunity to slip his tongue into the blonde's hot cavern. Running his dexterous appendage over the roof of her mouth. Naruto wrapped her arms around Shisui's neck, her fingers slithering into the soft dark hairs at the back of his nape. The blonde hummed pleasantly against Shisui's mouth, her tongue tentatively brushing his in return. She had no idea what she was doing. And she seriously doubted Shisui did either. But at that moment? With Shisui's warm lips slanting gently over hers? She just didn't care. That is, until she heard the sound of her chronically unlocked door opening. Naruto's baby blues flew open in alarm, pulling away from Shisui with a wet smack, the resulting string of saliva snapping and sticking against her chin. Shisui blinked away the daze he had fell into, murky ebony eyes becoming sharp at the sound of a woman screaming, and then whump. He set the stunned stiff blonde in his lap aside on the couch, looking over to the place of the noise, raising a dark questioning brow at what he saw. Sasuke was lying in a dead faint on his face in the open doorway, Itachi peering down at him and nudging him curiously with the toe of his sandal. Foolish little brother. Itachi sighed, shaking his head slightly. Shisui grinned at the other Uchiha's reaction to catching them in the act. Whump. Shisui blinked, turning to Naruto, only to find her lying on her side on the couch in a dead faint. Ah. Today's a good day. He thought cheerfully. The weekend for Ninja Academy kids was coming to an end. Students were checking and double-checking their homework, others were doing last-minute taijutsu or village history practice, and some were just bumming out, catching a few last rays while they still could. And Naruto? Well, she had doubled the security of her seals on her bedroom, and she had been hauled up in there for 2 days after she. Naruto squealed like a total girl, slapping her hands over her inflamed cheeks, and began pacing like mad. What was I thinking? She inwardly screamed. That's the thing. You weren't overthinking or ignoring things as usual, and something awesome happened as a result. Why you think this is awesome? I keiki kissed Dash. Kissed Shisui. The voice supplied helpfully. No. Naruto yelled, throwing herself onto her bed to bury her face dramatically into her pillow. Don't say it, it'll make it real. It is real. Naruto shook her head frantically in protest. No, it's not. It was all just a weird dream my twisted mind made up. Wouldn't that mean subconsciously that you want to kiss Shisui? So even if it didn't happen, which it did, then you'd still want to kiss him, and it'd only be a matter of time before you do, though you already did, and you're being ridiculous about it because you loved it. Nope. Nua. Not true. No. Zilch. Nada. So zip it. Naruto denied, her chin setting stubbornly. Gah. Stop being impossible. You're scared, understandable, 'cause you're only 12, but being young doesn't change the fact that you don't finish that sentence. Naruto warned dangerously. Fine. You're not going to listen? Fair enough. You're so on your own. And once you finally get around to admitting to the truth, something by then may have already rendered it too late. Whatever. Naruto grumbled, stuffing her face in her pillow. What do you know anyways? You're just a stupid voice in my head. Now, Shisui liked to think of himself as a very patient, understanding, and tolerant guy. A real nice guy. He had always been very tolerant of Naruto's less than considerate habits. Like her chronic foul mouth, or her fiery temper, and even her constant denial of caring about him. He knew he never actually came out and said, Naruto, I have a massive crush on you, actually, I possibly love you more than life itself. I want to be your boyfriend, but really, he'd been dropping painfully obvious hints for years. So forgive him for being a bit peeved that after they'd finally kissed, Naruto locked herself up in her room with seals that put the Hokage's personal library to shame. He knew that under that mean and coarse face Naruto wore outside in the world was just that. A face. Under all that, she was a shy girl who had insecurities, doubts, and confusion. But, she was also smart. So part of Naruto knew and accepted Shisui, and her obvious feelings for him, while the face she probably convinced herself was real didn't know what to do. Naruto always locked up and ignored things having to do with Shisui's affection when she didn't know how to handle them. But this time, she was the one to initiate the contact between them. Knowing her, she was probably in a deep state of sulky denial. Which meant it was up to him to pull the poor blonde out of her funk. Shisui sighed, running a hand through his wild spiky curls and rocking back on his heels from his crouched position in front of Naruto's bedroom door. He pouted, staring at the glowing intricate swirling seals lining the frame of Naruto's door. Knowing it'd take him forever to figure them out, and wanting to see his Naru-chan now, Shisui decided to pull a page out of Danzo's book and be a totally underhanded douche. Smirking, the oldest of the Uchiha trio blurred in his signature shunshin, appearing again outside Naruto's apartment complex and scaring the daylights out of a gaggle of prostitutes. He bowed politely and apologized, only making the situation worse because they found him charming and began asking him if he needed company. Yeesh. Shisui grimaced deeply, shaking his head in negative, and giving the skimpily clad women half-assed excuses about laundry before making a hasty retreat. He successfully completed a chain of Shunshin no Jutsu, stopping when he phased into existence outside of Ichiraka Ramen. The raven smirked again. I think it's about time we had a talk, don't you, Naruto-chan? Shisui chirped to himself. Naruto's nose twitched. The blonde sat up, apparently having dozed off at some point, rubbing the sleep out of her cloudy blues. She stumbled out of bed, shuffling over to the door in a trance, following the heavenly scent that was wafting through the cracks of her door. Naruto's long blonde hair trailed behind her, hanging to the back of her ankles as it was out of its usual braid. She was still wearing the clothes she had put on earlier after her morning shower. Black harem pants, a black quarter-sleeved mesh shirt, and a dark orange crop halter top. Undoing the seals on her door with frightening ease, Naruto slouched out of her Yankee cave as Sasuke dubbed it, having previously gotten a black eye for thinking he was funny and calling it a man cave. Naruto followed the lovely scent all the way to the kitchenette, sitting herself down in her favorite garish orange chair, and before the glorious bowl of extra-large, miso-flavored ramen with little Narutos, an egg, and crab floating around in the broth. Her half-asleep mind didn't think it was strange in the slightest that her favorite ramen was sitting at the table. Or that a pair of fresh chopsticks were pushed gently into her hand, or that her long bangs were considerately pulled out of her eyes as she snapped her chopsticks apart. Itadakimasu. Naruto mumbled sleepily, digging into her ramen with far less gusto than usual. How do you like your ramen, Naruto-chan? A voice asked cheerfully. Yummy. She mumbled around the noodles. Really? I'm so glad. Naruto hummed, not at all paying attention. And you want to know what else I'm glad for? The voice asked. Ramen. Naruto murmured. Nope. I'm glad I got to kiss you, Naru-chan. And I'm planning to do it a lot more in the future. Naruto nodded drowsily. Wait a minute. What? Naruto screeched, her voice reaching pitches Sakura hadn't even heard of. Naruto jumped out of her seat so fast, she sent her chair skidding back, her hair tangled around her legs, and she yelped, stumbling backwards to a graceless fall. She squeezed her eyes shut, tensing for the inevitable impact against her hardwood floors. But it never came. Honestly, Sunshine, we have got to stop meeting like this. Naruto peeked open a single baby blue, instantly recognizing that teasing tone and the position she was in. She was being dipped by Shisui. Again. Naruto's other eye flew open in realization. Oh crap, Shisui. Naruto began squirming. Trying to find an escape, looking anywhere but at that face. Such a cute, handsome, wonderful face he had. Oi! Shisui yelped, wrestling with the blonde to get her to calm down. Needless to say, it wasn't working. Stop moving around so much, Naruto. Whump. They both tumbled to the floor, Shisui switching their positions at the last possible moment so it was his back that hit the floor, and Naruto landed safely on his chest. The tangled duo groaned, Naruto being the first to come back to herself, and she sat up, her hands lying flat against Shisui's chest. Her hair spilled over her shoulders, acting as silky golden curtains that shielded them from the outside world. She watched as Shisui winced slightly in pain, his eyes fluttering open, revealing his deep midnight orbs. He smiled. Naruto flushed. Sure dash. Shisui pressed a single finger against Naruto's lips, effectively shutting her up. Nope, I've got something to say, so I want you to just listen, 'kay? He smiled softly when Naruto nodded quietly. The kind Uchiha sat up, Naruto, who was straddling him, followed his lead. Naruto, I realize we're just going to keep running circles around each other if I don't just come out and say it. Shisui began, relieved that the blonde didn't seem to plan on interrupting him. Shisui reached up, tenderly tucking a strand of golden hair behind Naruto's left ear. Swallowing, his face flashed with determination, and his midnight eyes stared directly into Naruto's captivating azure blues. This was it. He was finally going to say it. Naruto, ever since you first agreed to let me train you, I've been in love with you. Naruto's breath hitched, her cheeks drained of all color, before filling to the brim with red, and her hands clenched in the front of Shisui's black shirt, and her stomach began fluttering so persistently she felt like she was gonna hurl. Which she did. All over the front of both her and Shisui's chests. Shisui had to be an angel. There was simply no other explanation. He had to be. Not only did he carry Naruto to her bathroom and start a shower for her with no questions asked, he cleaned up her vomit. He cleaned up the vomit Naruto had gotten all over them when he told her that he loved her. Naruto was the worst. She cried the entire time she was in the shower. And the worst part was, the part that made Naruto's mortification, shame, guilt, and sadness even worse after what she had done. Shisui wasn't even mad. He must have been crushed after he told her his deepest, most honest to Kami feelings, only for Naruto to vomit on him. As if she had been repulsed. But she hadn't been. Honestly, Naruto had been the happiest she could ever remember being. It was astounding. Somehow, someone loved her. Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha's hated demon Yankee. She almost couldn't believe it. But, she had never known Shisui to tell a lie. At least, not to her. She was loved. Preposterous. Weird. Beautiful. The best thing to ever happen to her. Naruto had been so happy, in fact, she still was. It was just. She had gotten so nervous. It just sort of overwhelmed her and well, upchuck. Shaking her head in shame, Naruto stared at her reflection in the steam-fogged mirror of her bathroom. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, her hair was still wet, hanging limply down her shoulders and back, and she had a bit of foam collected at the corners of her mouth, having just finished brushing her teeth. In short, she looked a mess. Naruto washed her face. When she finished, she retreated to the safety of her bedroom, not even bothering to activate her seals or even fully close the door. She heard Shisui start another shower. He always left clothes at her place just in case he ever returned from a mission roughed up and didn't want to go home. Naruto curled up on her side, eventually falling into a light doze, fresh tears clinging to her dark blonde lashes. Naruto's lashes fluttered, feeling something warm brush the hair out of her face. Knowing exactly whose hand it was, she pretended to still be out of it. I know you're awake, Naru-chan. Shisui laughed quietly. Naruto tensed, hearing that perpetually kind voice tinged with laughter. For some reason, this angered Naruto. What did he have to be happy about? She thought viciously. To laugh about? Hadn't he just got out of the shower to clean off her vomit? Shouldn't he at the least be grossed out? Is he a dodden moron or something? She inwardly raged. The blonde sat up quickly, her back to Shisui, her fists clenching so hard into the material of her orange comforter, her knuckles turned white. What's wrong with you? Naruto growled. Why are you always so kind? And understanding? Don't you ever get angry? Get angry at me. I'm horrible. I deserve it. I talk like a sailor, I'm constantly insulting you, I push you away when I know you only want to be close to me and I threw up on you. How could you possibly love someone as disgusting as me? The blonde would have continued ranting, but her throat closed up and her eyes began stinging. Eh? Naruto blinked when Shisui suddenly blurred into existence before her. It was weird, he was right there. Right there, and he still looked blurry, even after his shunshin. Shisui reached out to her, wrapped his arms around her, and coaxed her into a tight embrace. Shh. He whispered. It's okay baby, it's okay, shh. Only then did Naruto realize she had began crying. Naruto clutched the back of this wonderful boy's shirt as if it was a lifeline. Shisui. The blonde sniffled, tears pouring out of her eyes. Get mad at me, please. Nope. Shisui told her gently. I don't think I will. Then hate me. I couldn't do that. I love you. Naruto's heart melted. But then, she remembered how she emptied her stomach contents on him, and her confidence crumbled. Her lip trembled. Please. Nope. Shisui denied, stroking her hair gently. You're an idiot. Naruto whispered weakly. I know. Shisui whispered back. You should hate me. But I don't. He pointed out. Sometimes, I wish you did. But I never will. Naruto sniffled. Naruto? Hi. I love you. I dash. Shh. Shisui shushed. Nope. I'll wait, Naruto-chan. You can tell me how you feel, when you're ready. Naruto pulled back slightly, but not away, and stared in complete teary-eyed awe at all that was Shisui Uchiha. You really are an angel. She breathed without thinking. She recoiled when Shisui released a bark of startled laughter. Naruto, you are something else. Shisui sniggered, swooping down to peck the blonde sweetly on the tip of her nose. Naruto squeaked, a pretty blush blooming across the bridge of her nose and flooding into her cheeks. Shisui grinned brilliantly, causing her flush to darken considerably. I love you, Naru-chan. Shut up. Stupid. The blonde sputtered, her tummy doing backflips. Her Uchiha just continued to glow, truly happy. Though, all was not well. Little did anyone know, under the blanket of peace, old anger began to fester, and it was only a matter of time before it began taking lives. It was around sunset, a lone figure standing in a koi garden was gazing into the distance. Fugaku Uchiha stared spitefully at the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen carved into the side of the Hokage monument. It is only a matter of time. He muttered darkly to himself. Your reign has long ago ended. The Uchiha clan shall once again prevail, old man. From his hiding spot around the corner from the main house's koi pond, Itachi's face went grim. Troubled, the quiet Uchiha's form dissolved into a flock of crows, fleeing skyward. This will not end well. Nah, Shisui? Naruto called, lying on her tummy atop her orange comforter. The Uchiha hummed behind her, running a brush through her long hair. Why do you call me? She cut herself off, probably to blush, Shisui noted deviously. Why do you call me Sunshine? That's easy. How so? Naruto prodded. The brushing stopped. Her bed creaked in protest as Shisui leaned over her back, and dangerously close to her ear. Because you brighten up my day, he whispered exaggeratedly. Naruto deadpanned, picking her pillow up and smacking it against his face a little too roughly. I'm being serious, moron. She huffed, dragging herself into a sitting position. She turned around to face the raven-haired teen, sitting crisscross applesauce. Shisui just raised a perfect black brow. You really want to know? The blonde nodded eagerly. He smiled. It's really not as glamorous as you might be thinking. He said. Remember when we first met? Naruto's nose wrinkled cutely. Of course I remember that. You felt me up, Databao. Nua, I was helping you fix that atrocity you called a kenjutsu form. Shisui defended, and then coughed, remembering why they were talking about that time in the first place. It's really simple. If I remember correctly, the sun was setting, and I was chasing that blasted Demi. I mean Tora, and when I caught M, I looked up and remembered thinking, what's the sun doing down here? But that was stupid and I immediately realized it was your hair. And that from where you were standing, the sun had lit it up perfectly and it was like a halo of gold. Shisui sighed dreamily, nostalgic. I remember thinking you were an angel, well, he snickered to himself. Until you opened your mouth, that is. Humph. Naruto huffed, turning away, apparently insulted, though she was really hiding a soft smile behind her hair. Ah, don't be that way, sunshine. Shisui coaxed, twirling a strand of gold around his finger. If I really cared about how foul your mouth was, would I still be around? He burst into laughter when Naruto began attacking him viciously with her pillow again. That's not what you were supposed to say, you jerk. Naruto yelled, though she was grinning uncontrollably. Then what was I supposed to say? Shisui snickered, shielding his head from the fluffy onslaught. It's the truth. You're a moron. Naruto huffed, but ceased fire. How? Shisui raised a brow. Is that a smile I see? No, Naruto gruffed falsely, turning away. No, it's not. I'm furious. I hate you. I hope you choke of feathers and cotton. She shoved the pillow with frightening accuracy into the center of Shisui's face, still turned away from him. Shisui tossed the pillow away, peering around to glimpse at the blonde's face, but her hair was in the way. The kind Uchiha slipped his hands under the golden curtains of Naruto's bangs, pushing them back out of her face, his heart skipping a beat at her absolutely radiant smile. He swallowed. So beautiful. He thought helplessly. I never stood a chance against that smile, did I? He grinned back, just generally happy that he could be with Naruto. I love her so much. Brother, Sasuke called. Itachi stopped in his tracks, having been about to retire to his room for the day. The sun was setting, and he was tired after a day of ANBU training. He hadn't told anyone but his father and Shisui of his involvement in the organization, and didn't plan to, as ANBU life was meant to be confidential. Shisui would have figured it out on his own anyway. Thus, he had been informed. What is it, foolish little brother? Itachi asked blankly. Sasuke clenched his fist, reminding himself that Uchihas don't rise to petty teasing. Where have you been lately? Sasuke demanded. No one else seems to notice, but ever since you became a Chunin, you've been going to training less and less. And now, it's even worse. I don't even train with Shisui and Naruto anymore because they're always in their own world. So his little brother was more observant than he let on. It made Itachi happy that Sasuke was worrying about him in his own way, but he could not allow Sasuke to become involved in his affairs. Yes, ANBU was becoming more demanding, and Itachi was beginning to make quite a name for himself, but Sasuke or Naruto didn't need to know any of that. Shisui, even sharing the same reluctant views towards violence as Itachi, didn't count, because he was a part-time root operative. Both eldest Uchiha's hands were already submerged in blood. And if Itachi's inquiry was correct, his father would only demand Sasuke's become just as tainted in due time. The quiet Uchiha knew it was only a matter of time. If it hadn't happened already, Shisui would be checking up on him. After all, Itachi knew he was acting strange in all of their eyes. And he was. But in reality? He was scared to death of what his father would ask him to do. "It is nothing of your concern, foolish little brother," Itachi said, inwardly wincing at how cold he had sounded. He left Sasuke standing in the hallway, retiring to his room to muse to himself in troubled silence. Itachi stared into the dark eyes of the messenger hawk perched on his windowsill. A scroll was fastened to its back. The quiet Uchiha got up silently from his bed, and retrieved the message, rubbing the bird on its head with 2 gentle fingers of thanks. Itachi's expression immediately became bleak. A summons from his father and the Uchiha elders. Since the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha have been pushed back as if Konoha is ashamed of us. The Hokage favors those blasted Hyuga over Uchiha, which is preposterous, as we are the ones with the superior Jujutsu. Itachi watched impassively as the elders in the dark underground passage beneath the Uchiha compound argued amongst themselves. "Hi, and let us not forget how we are offered no real missions, and are stuck to either rot behind desks, take escort missions no one else wants, or to join the Uchiha police force." A round of nods passed through the elders, and murmurings began to rise up, filling the room with white noise. "Enough." Itachi's father, clan head, Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke up. "We did not come here to share complaints. We have already done that, and even went so far to take them to the Hokage. But what has that brought us?" No one said a word. "Nothing." He answered his own question, cruel black eyes pleased when the room became deathly silent, all ears captive to his voice. "We have all come to a decision to solve every last one of our grievances, the only reason behind our meeting today being the welcoming into our ascendance to my son, Itachi." Itachi's blood ran cold when everyone in the room turned to him with greedy, expectant eyes. "We would like you, Itachi Uchiha, to lead the Uchiha back into greatness," Fugaku announced, spreading his arms grandly. "To lead the Uchiha's coup d'etat." And suddenly, all of Itachi's fears were coming true. Shisui kissed Naruto's lips softly, pulling her blanket up to her chin and smiled fondly down at her peacefully sleeping face. He climbed out of her bedroom window, closing it behind him and activated the seals. Taking to the rooftops, Shisui released 2 quick bursts of chakra. 2 shinobi who were secretly rude operatives garbed in the Uchiha police uniform appeared at either side of his back, heads bowed in respect, kneeling. "I'm growing weary," he told them seriously. This was a face he wore and prayed to Kami Naruto would never have to see. This was the nameless shinobi that protected the village from its shadow. "I don't want to suspect him of foul play, but the village comes before anything," Shisui stated gravely. His most trusted subordinates said nothing. "Follow Itachi Uchiha," Shisui ordered. "Do not return until you know what he is hiding." The 2 kneeling shinobi's forms blurred, gone as quickly as they'd come. "I smell blood on the horizon," Shisui murmured, he too, phasing out of sight. A week later, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have aged 10 years in a single day. The once proud wrinkles on his face were no longer proof of his skill to survive so long as a shinobi. Instead, they were deeply set in his grimly taut expression, and they seemed to put him closer to the Shinigami than ever before. Shisui Uchiha kneeled behind the third atop the Hokage's tower, having just informed him of most worrying news. "The Uchiha are planning to coup," Sarutobi stated. "Hi," Shisui confirmed. Sarutobi sighed tiredly. "I knew this day would come." "Sir?" Shisui questioned. "When the time comes, I know you will do what is right, my boy." "Of course, Hokage-sama." Shisui disappeared with Shunshin. Naruto sat on her apartment complex rooftop, lips pursed as she gazed towards the Uchiha clan district. The place always gave off the undertone of negativity, such was the way of most Uchiha. But lately, it had been pouring off of the place in waves. Usually Naruto only sensed it if she was passing by, but she could feel the negative vibes spilling out of the area all the way across the village. The blonde was growing worried, because Shisui and Itachi, if she even saw the 2, were giving off waves of worry, constantly. First it was only Itachi becoming distant, but Naruto had just thought that was the stress of being a clan heir. Then Sasuke, though, she knew he just felt awkward being around her and Shisui alone. So he trained mostly by himself and hung out with the blonde at school. And then recently, Shisui had been around less and less too. She knew she saw him every day, and anyone would assume she was overreacting because she was so used to his presence, but Naruto knew better. Something in the village was amiss. And it was affecting her boys. This feeling, something terrible is going to happen. I just know it. Hinata Hyuga peeked meekly from behind an abandoned dango stand up at the most beautiful person she had ever known, well, seen, because she hadn't quite worked up the courage to talk to her yet. Hinata's cheeks were beet red as she gazed up at the blue-eyed beauty perched hazardously atop an apartment rooftop. Her golden hair was free of its usual braid, dancing slightly to the gentle evening wind. She's so pretty, and strong. I hope I can be just like you one day, Naruto-chan. Hinata would have continued to inwardly gush and admire her secret idol, but her sharp, pupilless, lavender eyes caught sight of the absolutely troubled expression on Naruto's face. What could make you look so worried, Naruto-chan? The gentle Hyuga wondered. I hope everything will be alright. Oh, who am I kidding? This is Naruto-chan. And she can do anything. Danzo smirked darkly to himself, having just dismissed his two Uchiha root operatives. And what will you do now, Shisui my boy? He asked in the thick darkness of his underground office. Well, no matter. For I will do all in my power to protect Konoha. By any means necessary. 6 months went by with village tension filled to the brim. The Uchiha elders and Fugaku were working out the very last kinks in their plan to coup. The third was subtly preparing his Jounin and Chunin for civil war. And Shisui realized that he had failed. But things were not over just yet. Shisui stared at the handful of root squads across the forest clearing that had been sent to capture him. Dead or alive. He knew Danzo-sama was just trying to protect the village in his own way, and that's why Shisui didn't feel betrayed. But there were people within the village that Shisui desired to protect, so he could not afford to die yet. With that thought in mind, the Uchiha's resolve hardened. Shisui's face smoothed over, becoming completely expressionless, and his Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, inky pupil spinning threateningly within his bloody iris. Please don't resent me, Shisui said bleakly. But, I will have to end this quickly. Sickly green chakra began radiating off of Shisui's body, increasing to monstrous proportions in a matter of seconds. The chakra began forming a giant, humanoid, skeletal formation around Shisui's person. Slowly, muscles and tendons spawned, as fine as spiderwebs, slithering across the brightly glowing bones. Flesh and skin began creeping over the giant's bare face, arms, and rib cage, soon, followed by the solidifying of heavy armor. The result was a petrifying sight. Shisui was completely guarded by the upper body of a ghastly green phantom, with a behemoth drill-like lance clutched in its right clawed hand. The phantom stared soullessly, with glowing yellow eyes at the root shinobi across the clearing, its wide mouth falling open, revealing a set of lower elongated canine teeth. Steam rolled out of the titan's jaws, and it raised its lance slowly, the same time as Shisui crossed his arms from within it. What is that? One of the root asked. He received no answer. Smite them, Susanoo. Shisui commanded gravely. The flaming green phantom released another jet of steam, complying with its master's order. Mere moments later, the clearing filled with terrified screams of agony. And the sound of blood being spilled. Hinata Hyuga sat in her bedroom, quietly pressing flowers from her late mother's garden for her scrapbook collection. She hummed demurely to herself, content. In a matter of seconds, lavender eyes went wide, a hand slapping over them and her mouth from behind. Hinata gagged. They tasted like blood. Relax, a male voice ordered. I'm not going to hurt you. Humph. Like Hinata hadn't heard that before. The last time she had believed those words from a stranger, Niji and Ai-san's father had ended up dead. You don't know me, he continued quickly. But you know Naru-chan, do you not? Hinata's breath hitched. Oh, Kami, did something. She's fine. He stated. Actually, I came on her behalf. Hinata made no sudden movement, her interest thoroughly piqued. What could this stranger want from her for Naruto? I know how you always watch over her, he said, probably oblivious to the shame and mortification that simple statement brought forth within the shy Hyuga. But that won't be enough anymore. Please stay by Naruto's side in my place. The hands released her. Immediately, Hinata whirled around, only getting a glimpse of something black before it was gone. The intruder left nothing behind but the slight metallic scent of blood. It was already 8:30 p.m., and Naruto had been training since 12 in the afternoon. The blonde had become so used to hours of training without end, she wasn't even tired, and had barely worked up a sweat. Shaking her head at her utter awesomeness, Naruto collected all of her weaponry from the surrounding targets in the forest of death. Placing them back in the pouches on her leg and hip, she turned around to leave, only to smack right into someone's chest. The blonde released a short startled scream, calming down immensely when she noticed it was just Shisui. You jerk, you nearly gave me a heart attack. She yelped indignantly. I didn't sense you at all. Shisui? Naruto trailed off, azure eyes going wide when she noticed the haggard state the Uchiha was in. Oh, Kami. Shisui. Naruto reached up, taking hold of his cheeks tenderly, noticing how deathly pale he was even in the darkness of the forest. The blonde pursed her lips worriedly as she brought Shisui's face closer to hers for inspection, feeling her pulse begin racing at the sight of the fresh stream of crimson still seeping through his right closed eyelid. Naruto's eyes darted all over Shisui's uncharacteristically stoic expression. She remembered this expression on Shisui. The last time he wore it, his comrades had been slaughtered and he'd nearly gone mad. Naruto never wanted him to experience such suffering again. Shisui, what happened to you? Naruto demanded, trying with all she was not to let her panic seep into her tone. This was no time to beat around the bush. The blonde needed answers. Now. Where's your eye? Naruto, Shisui finally said, causing fear to twist within her belly at his emotionless tone. I'm sorry. Was all he said, pulling away from her hands and turning his back. Don't go. Shisui. Shisui. Naruto yelled, causing him to stop in his tracks. What's that supposed to mean? What's going on? Why won't you say anything? What happened to you? And where are you going? Tell me. She pleaded feebly towards the end. Naruto noticed the Uchiha's fists clenching at his sides, his body literally shaking with restraint. I'm not coming back, Naruto. He stated blankly. Naruto felt panic begin twisting in her gut, along with this inexplicable sense of confusion and anxiety. Her skin drained sheet white at those glacially spoken words. What do you mean? She croaked, sounding as if she was having the very life strangled out of her. Itachi will tell you everything. That was the last straw. Naruto burst forward with a speed she didn't know she was capable of, so fast her after image was left 2 feet back where she had once stood, dissipating like a ghost in the night. The blonde collided with Shisui's back, and wrapped her arms around his torso, uncaring of how he reeked of smoke and blood, just clenching the material of his black shirt as if her life depended on it. What does Itachi know that I don't? She whispered desperately. Why can't you tell me, right now? Why won't you be coming back? Who could have done this to you? Where's your eye? Why is your chakra in such turmoil? Why won't you look at me? She wanted to keep bombarding him, rattling off questions and demands, but she forced herself to stop. Waiting for him to answer. Itachi doesn't know yet. Was all Shisui said. But he will. I'm going to see him after you. Then where will you go? Naruto urged, her eyes stinging so persistently, and her heart aching so deeply she didn't even think to stop the endless flow of tears that poured out of her eyes. Only Shisui could ever bring forth tears within Naruto so easily. They just kept flowing out, soaking into the back of the raven's shirt. "Where are you going, Shisui?" Naruto begged, her voice muffled in his back, choking on the sobs that suddenly began racking her body. "Why you can't just leave? How can you just say you're leaving? Huh? How am I supposed to react to that? Huh? Tell me." She was met with a cold void of silence. Feeling awfully helpless, more so than she could ever remember being, Naruto plowed forward. She couldn't second-guess herself here. The blonde couldn't ignore this torment. She needed him to understand. How can you leave when I haven't told you how much I love you yet?" She sobbed brokenly. "Yeah?" Naruto blinked when the warm body she had been clinging to tore out of her embrace. She stared up at Shisui with tearful eyes as he finally turned to face her again. He was smiling the most fond, yet despaired smile Naruto had ever seen. It was a small smile. Not his goofy grin, or his mischievous smirk. It was just the slightest of upturns at the corners of his lips. It looked like someone was slowly ripping out his soul, and he was trying to smile at Naruto, just to lighten her pain. Even if not by much. The effort alone was enough to destroy her. "You silly girl," he whispered shakily, as if trying not to cry. He took hold of either side of her face, so carefully with his blood-smeared hands, as if she was made of glass, and smiled. His remaining Sharingan eye was filled with so much helpless love and regret it tore Naruto's heart to shreds. "Silly, silly girl. You'll make me do something horrible if you say that, Naruto." Shisui thumbed away a few stray tears, and leaned in. The kiss was chaste and sweet, and awful, because it felt like he was trying to tell Naruto 1,000 things in that one touch that she couldn't understand. That she would never understand. And Naruto wanted so badly to understand. The blonde pressed back, allowing her own eyes to fall shut as she too told Shisui things through their kiss that he'd never hear. It ended all too soon, Shisui pulling away, his lone eye searching Naruto's. What he was looking for, she did not know. "Shisui, I love you," Naruto said. "I love you so much. That's why you can't. Shh. He shushed her gently, one hand releasing her whiskered cheek, seeking her hand out to engulf it in his own. Naruto bit her lips, fresh tears spilling out of the broken dam that was her eyes. Shisui placed Naruto's palm flat against his chest. Over his heart. "I am a shinobi that protects from the shadows. With my mind, body, and even some of my soul." He began quietly. "But you." He shook his head, took a deep breath. "You, Naruto, you've got my heart. All of it. That's why I have to go. It's the only way I can do my duty to the village as a shinobi, and as Shisui, the boy, to protect the girl Naruto I love more than anything in this world." "Oh Shisui." Naruto choked. "Shisui. All I can say is that you will never know how sorry I am, Naruto. And you need to know that I will not let you follow me into the darkness. Because you're my sunshine, the one who reminds me not to forget the sunrise. So you can't forget either, Naruto. Promise." "I promise." Naruto cried. "Shisui. I promise to never forget the sunrise." The raven nodded, relieved. "I'm so glad." He breathed, smiling radiantly. "Naruto. I'm so glad I met you. And I'm even happier to have gotten to fall in love with you." He stole one last kiss from his precious sunshine. Which the blonde desperately wanted to tell him was unnecessary. Desperately wanted to tell him she would give him all the kisses he wanted, all the kisses she should have already given. She would do anything. Anything if he just didn't leave. But she didn't. Naruto knew that unbreakable will within his remaining Mangekyo eye. Nothing would sway him. Not even her. She could not stop him. And so she said nothing. She just stood there, feeling utterly useless as he stepped back, smiling a beautifully broken smile, and flickered out. He left no trace of his presence in the eerie night. Shisui just flickered. Naruto's mind tried to process this information. It stuttered, and paused, and blanked out until she finally got it. Shisui just flickered. It was over. Just like that. Nothing. Nature's silence swallowed her being. Naruto fell to her knees. What? She breathed, choking on bafflement. On sorrow. I don't. I don't understand. Yes, you do. The voice whispered. And she did. So she screamed. And she screamed. And she screamed. Two shinobi stood on the cliffside that lead down into the depths of Naka River. They stared unblinkingly into each other's eyes. Shisui is dead, Itachi stated flatly. He didn't try to stop the punch that flew at him. Nor did he try to right himself when it connected savagely, and sent his body skipping like a stone across the cliffside's grassy slope. Itachi tumbled, rolling to a stop, covered in dust and his freshly broken nose gushing geysers of dark blood. His body remained limp as a hand yanked him up by the front of his ANBU vest. The fist slammed into the center of his impassive face again. And again. And again. He didn't try to stop it. Even though it felt like he was being pounded with bricks, and his face ached and throbbed so fiercely he thought it would split open. The person that straddled him, attempting to liquefy his face with their bare fist alone, was livid with grief. He knew. He knew because he felt that grief too. Though, not on the same level. Itachi didn't love Shisui the same way Naruto did. When it all boiled down to it, Itachi had more than just Shisui. Naruto, right now, Naruto felt as if she had nothing. Itachi couldn't tell you how long they stayed there, with Naruto exhausting her helpless anger and pain against him. But he knew it had been a while. He felt like the Shinigami was looming over him. He couldn't even open his eyes, as they were filled with blood, and swollen closed to ugly blue-black silts. It should have been you. Naruto hissed menacingly. It should have been you. She choked off, nearly incoherent with rage. Itachi couldn't help thinking that she was right. Uchiha. Village. Danzo. The blonde roared. Itachi had told her everything. About the coup, about how Danzo betrayed Shisui, about how long he'd been in ANBU, about the two operatives Shisui sent to check up on him, and even about how root shinobi had silencing seals on the back of their tongues. Everything he knew. Naruto knew it too. I should raze this village to the ground. Naruto growled. I should render everything to ashes. But you won't. Itachi said, choking through his blood-filled mouth, not caring how his voice stuttered, because it didn't matter. He felt like death. He probably looked like death. Why you won't destroy everything Shisui sacrificed himself for? He heard Naruto release an explosive sigh of resignation, and something thumped down beside him. You're right. She finally said. Hearing that, Itachi expelled the crow clone he left for Naruto to vent on, stepping out from behind a tree at the base of the cliff. Naruto lied on the ground, dark smudges under her bloodshot eyes from crying, looking almost wraith-like in her anguish. Her eyes were wide and wild, her complexion pale, her posture weary, seeming to have already given up on everything. What will you do? She tiredly asked towards the night sky. I'm going to see Danzo. Naruto's body shot up, blonde head snapping in his direction, and she was in front of Itachi before he could even blink. Are you crazy? Naruto hollered, sounding raspy. As if she had previously screamed herself hoarse. He can't be trusted. I thought you'd know that after something like this. Itachi's bland expression softened at Naruto's defeated, sagging form. Despite what she had said as she pulverized his clone, Itachi knew the blonde would never wish him harm. Self-sacrifice, 1. Itachi began softly, gaining the blonde's attention. A nameless shinobi who protects peace from within its shadow. That is a true shinobi. That is what Shisui taught me. Naruto gathered Itachi into a tight hug. I can't lose you too. Itachi. She whispered. The quiet Uchiha wrapped his arms around the one who had become his surrogate little sister. The one he loved almost as much as he did Sasuke. You know someone must stop the coup. And you also know Danzo will drag Shisui's name through the mud. I mustn't let that happen. It. Naruto cursed weakly. I wish it didn't have to be this way. I wish you didn't have to face that old bastard alone. I wish that Shisui it. The blonde felt like a child again. So alone and helpless without a clue as to how she would make it through to see another day. Naruto had not felt such sadness in a long time. She had not felt so lonely in a long time. She had hoped so foolishly, that she never would. Naruto, Itachi said, quickly coming to a decision, his nose buried in her golden tresses. Hi. Retrieve Shisui's body. He ordered. I will not allow him to fall into anyone's foolish hands. I will protect this village as a shinobi, my family name for Shisui, and those who are dear to me for myself. Naruto pulled back from Itachi to stare at him. She shuddered involuntarily. Those eyes. Naruto thought. So strong. Just like Shisui's. It will be said that Shisui crushed his eyes and destroyed his own body. Itachi informed her. Naruto, this is of the utmost importance. You must find a place to hide Shisui's body where no one will ever find it. She saw dark eyes like that every day. 3 boys who were her family. Her beloved moron trio of Uchiha. She could never deny them anything. Naruto swallowed. Hi. And Naruto, Itachi said again. Hi. Arigato. The first rays of gold crept across the horizon, spilling over the forest in the distance, and setting the village dimly, yet breathtakingly alight. Naruto stood atop the highest point in the village hidden in the leaves. At her feet, lied Shisui's peacefully sleeping form. The blonde stared with quiet sorrow down at her love. You even died with a small smile on your face. She thought sadly. How do you manage to look so peaceful? She wondered. Kra. Naruto glanced up at the barely there moon, watching as a pitch-black raven descended from the dark skies above. She wordlessly held out an arm, the crow latching its gray taloned feet into the mesh of her sleeve as it landed. What beautiful eyes you have, she told the dark bird. It merely cocked its head at her, its peculiar mismatch eyes gleaming in the combined light of the sunrise and the moonlight. One was as black as an abyss, the other, as red as a pool of fresh blood. Naruto bit her thumb hard enough to draw blood, the crow hopping off of her arm to perch instead upon her shoulder. Using her unbleeding hand, she pulled up the hem of her shirt, revealing a flat tanned abdomen. Naruto used her bleeding appendage to draw a seal upon herself, within the convoluted lines lying the kanji for both contain and seal. When she was done, her thumb quickly healed, and she channeled chakra into her stomach, causing the bloody symbols to begin burning and glowing a bright orange red. In you go, she said softly. The crow caught again, darting off of her shoulder and away, only to double back sharply, flapping its ebony wings and spiraling mid-air. The crow did not stop its flight as it drew closer and closer to Naruto's stomach, and when it reached her, its being was swallowed completely by the seal she had drawn there. You're not getting him, Naruto told the air darkly. Nor his remaining eye, you bastards. You will have to tear it from my cold dead corpse before you even get close to touching it. Do not resist us. Uzumaki. One of the 2 root shinobi behind her stated blankly. We will not hesitate to use force. Surrender the body of Shisui Uchiha and the eye. I told you, didn't I? She muttered darkly. Tear it from my corpse. When the wakizashi of the first root slid through the back of Naruto's throat, she looked surprised. But then her image faded out, and she appeared behind the operative in a show of frightening speed. He did not get a chance to be surprised before his head hit the ground, severed cleanly by Naruto's drawn katana. The root's partner made to attack, but Naruto just appeared behind him as well, slapping a tag with the kanji 4 stun against his back. He was rendered defenseless and frozen stiff in his tracks. Naruto casually flicked the blood of his comrade off the tip of her blade, spraying his back with red. The blonde rounded the operative and stared into the eye holes of his blank porcelain mask. "You wear that cursed Uchiha symbol on your back," she stated. "But you are one of Danzo's men, so you were the ones that sold Shisui out to Danzo." "I was merely doing my duty as a shinobi," he said emotionlessly. "By selling out your kin to a greedy old cripple?" Naruto spat, eyes flashing red. The Rube flinched. "If you hadn't have told Danzo anything, Shisui wouldn't be dead, and Itachi wouldn't be trying to speak to a deaf man. I was mere dash." "Shut the up," Naruto snarled, hand darting, as dexterous as snake beneath his mask, pinching his tongue between her thumb and pointer finger. "This tongue only speaks bull, and I hate bull." She stared with glowing eyes, so red and full of rage they reminded the root of molten pits of lava. One where it was only a matter of time before the volcano would erupt. "This tongue is mine," Naruto growled. She then tore it from the back of his throat with an abominable lack of mercy. He could not scream, for blood choked him, gushing out of his gaping mouth and trickling in dark red streams from beneath his mask. This was not Naruto Uzumaki. This was Konoha's demon Yankee. The girl who knew no mercy. No humanity. The girl who only knew anger and pain. She had reverted back to before she knew Shisui, or Iruka-sensei, or Hokage Gigi. After she met the Hokage, she had slowly began regaining her humanity. But now, at the very peak of anguish and rage, she had forgotten herself. Tossing away the useless lump of flesh in her hand, it burst into flames and collapsed into ashes before it even touched the ground. "The chakra of your corpse will fuel the seal I created to contain Shisui's body," the demon informed the pitifully gurgling man. "As long as the seal is unbroken, Shisui's body will not decay. Unfortunately, you won't live to see another sunrise. All powerful seals require something to be exchanged in return for working. So, I need your flesh. Sacrifice, a nameless shinobi protecting from the shadows," the demon quoted. The sun began rising, and red eyes returned to their usual baby blues. "That is a true shinobi." Giant, vermilion red eyes slowly inched open from a long forced slumber. "Ah. So the jailer uses my chakra," a deep voice rumbled. "So, you're the reason everyone mistreats Naruchan? Well, I guess I always kind of knew." The towering shadowed form crawled closer to the bars of its prison, pressing a huge furry muzzle against the rusting metal. How had it not noticed such a powerful presence invading the seal? It wondered. "And just who are you, little ape?" "You can just say we're roomies now," the ape said cheekily. "Pleasure." The creature behind the bars growled menacingly. "I predict I will be even more miserable in the foreseeable future. Don't get in my way, and I won't get in yours." The ape laughed. As if on cue, another presence appeared. "Oi, furball? What's all the racket?" A feminine voice murmured from deep within the cage. Did she finally find her way in here? Yes, most miserable indeed. One day after Naruto sealed Shisui's body away, she once again stood atop the highest point in the village. The sun had set once again, though, long ago. It would rise again in 3 hours' time. Naruto gazed out to the village. All of the houses, and the buildings, and the streets, were asleep. A person wandering about here and there through the darkness. Store owners rising early to stock their shelves and clean their floors and whatnot. But overall, Konoha was resting. A and BU were hidden in the shadows, protecting silently the place they called home. Protecting, from the shadows. Shisui. She grieved. Naruto felt the early morning breeze behind her shift, someone materializing behind her with the softest sounds of beating wings. "Itachi," she stated. "Naruto." The raven greeted simply. "I have returned. And I know what I must do." The blonde's hair stirred in a sudden gust of wind, the moonlight setting the fair strands alight in an eerie white glow. Naruto turned around to face her brother, blue eyes half-masked and full of unending sorrow and guilt. The demon Yankee had exhausted her rage yesterday, but Naruto Uzumaki knew she would return in due time. Naruto Uzumaki was left with the consequences. What did the old cripple say? She finally asked, voice holding no real bite. She had killed for the very first time yesterday. Yes, she had been overtaken by rage and sadness, but Naruto thought she was done with that. She thought such anger might not ever reach her again. But it actually had gotten worse. After she met Shisui, she began to believe that maybe she could be who she once was, but it would seem she had locked that part of her too deeply away, and the monster the villagers had created still lied just beneath the surface of humanity her precious ones gave to her. Naruto's broken heart was rendered to shreds when she realized what she had subjected the root shinobi to as the sun rised. She was simply a monster that had fell in love. And now her hands were stained with blood. She could never return to the child she had once been. The Uchiha must die, Itachi stated. It is the only way to save our village from the destruction of civil war. Naruto's hooded blue eyes widened, catching a ray of moonlight that made them glow with horror. No. And oh, this will destroy them, she thought, abhorred. Sasuke. Itachi, what will become of my brothers? Is this what sacrifice means? Is this what it means to protect from the shadows? You can't be serious. But she knew he was. You would kill your family for this village? The village that took Shisui away from us? It wasn't the village. She knew. It was Danzo. This is the only way, Itachi's glowing, new Mangekyo eyes wept mournful tears of blood. This is the only way to keep the least amount of bloodshed from staining Konoha. So you will create a disaster to prevent another? Naruto spat. Please explain to me the logic of that, because obviously I'm too dense to see it myself. Itachi's face remained indifferent. It is the closest to the right thing to do, he stated. The Uchiha name will not be sullied by their foolishness, innocents will be allowed to live happily, free of war, and Sasuke will rebuild the clan anew. With your help, the cursed hatred of the Uchiha will not live on. I'm full of just as much hatred as any Uchiha, Naruto argued. This world will eat Sasuke alive without you, Itachi. Itachi smiled. Perhaps, but you are also kind, the raven said. I believe time can heal you, Naruto. I believe you can protect Sasuke in my stead, because he is innocent now, you can guide him. What I am going to do will ruin him, but I truly believe you can save him. Itachi. Naruto breathed. If you are not strong enough to protect Sasuke, what makes you think I am? Itachi took a step forward, and closed the space between them by hugging the blonde. Because you are my sister, he whispered into her hair. And just like that, tears were pouring out of her eyes. You Uchihas will never bring me anything but grief, will you? She asked weakly. I'm sorry, Itachi said. I'm sorry, he says. And it only makes things so much worse. But you know you can't fail him. The voice was right. Okay. Naruto sniffled, voice muffled by the raven's shoulder. Okay, you win. Itachi pulled away, looking deep into Naruto's tearful eyes. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. No one must ever discover the truth, Naruto. Shisui entrusted me with his eye, and I have entrusted it to you. Protect Sasuke, the village, and Shisui's memory. It would be done. All of it. Very well. Naruto bowed her head in acknowledgement. I will protect our foolish little brother, Itachi. I promise. The raven stared deep into her azure blue eyes. He saw her resolve. And he knew. He knew she would not break her word unless she was dead. That was enough. Because Naruto was not going to die so easily. He and Shisui had made sure of that. Assured, Itachi's form burst into a flock of crows, silent as death as they fled skyward, towards the Uchiha district. Naruto's eyes followed until the distance swallowed him from sight. From the shadows, Self-sacrifice, protection, suffering, you. She thought. Itachi, you are a true shinobi. But is that a good thing? The voice wondered. Naruto did not know. Naruto returned to her apartment and retired to her bedroom. What she saw stopped her in her tracks. Shisui's Tonto lay on her bed with a note. The familiar lazy scrawl made fresh tears pool into her eyes. So we can protect the village always together, sunshine. 6 months went by. Naruto trained in the forest of death. Sasuke was having his genjutsu broken mind pieced together in the psych ward of Konoha's hospital. When Naruto saw him again on academy graduation day, he had a fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan in both eyes. The blonde acquired the shadow clone jutsu from the third, having caught a traitor who had worn a teacher's skin for years in the act of trying to make off with the sacred scroll of forbidden jutsu. She found out about the fox. She was too tired with the world for it to break her even more. The blonde tried to speak to Sasuke the way she used to, before the Uchiha's unfortunate end. He was too full of hatred. Naruto resolved to protect him from the shadows. Team 7 consisted of 1 avenging Uchiha, 1 grieving Uzumaki, 1 screeching Haruno, and 1 aloof Hatake. After 3 months of dysfunctional team dynamics, they received their first C rank. They departed to wave in one day. Naruto silently wondered why she felt uneasy. Of course, Naruto had sensed the ill intent coming from the puddle from the very beginning. Not to mention, it hadn't rained in several weeks. So where could that water have come from in the middle of a deserted forest? The blonde wasn't surprised when Ninja jumped out of the puddle. But she was when their gauntlets and chains rend Kakashi-sensei to a bloody pile of fleshy lumps. She knew based on the surge of chakra that had come from him, that he had used substitution. Though, she couldn't figure why he would leave 2 C-class missing Nin to a trio of green genin, no matter how skilled 2 out of 3 of them were. Naruto could easily be rid of the demon brothers, but Sasuke, the fool, rushed off and pinned one of their chains to a tree. A good ways away from the rest of them, and leaving himself completely open for ambush in case the missing Nin had allies. Naruto had taken the safety of Tazuna the drunken bridge builder, and the pink banshee into consideration. So she threw herself in front them both, deflecting the oldest brother's gauntlet with her love's Tonto, drawing the katana she still wore on her back, and bisected him diagonally from shoulder to opposite hip. Sakura screamed and fainted. Tazuna vomited and followed her lead. Naruto flicked the blood off of both her blades, sheathing them on her back, side by side. TCH. She growled, noticing the nick on the side of her Tonto-wielding hand. She still wasn't good enough with the short blade to use it in actual battle. The blonde stared down at the man she had reduced to sloppy pieces. He still had wide eyes, forever frozen in panic and fear. Humans are so fragile. Naruto thought grimly, blue eyes going dull as she watched blood spread in a red halo around the Rougenin's corpse. Even if shinobi training makes you stronger, humans are inevitably weak. What a frightening thought. Kakashi-sensei said awkwardly. Having just reappeared and finished choking out the remaining demon brother brutally. Good job. TCH. Naruto tutade. Kakashi tried to console the blonde after her first kill, and she put on a good act. He truly believed he had helped her, and perhaps he did slightly. But another's blood was staining her hands anew. Naruto would never be okay with that. When Tazuna came to, Kakashi made him spill the beans about the true danger of the mission. He did so, telling a whole sob story about how a greedy businessman was sucking wave dry and the people had fallen into unimaginable poverty. Thugs and missing Nin were after the old man's head, but he was still building the bridge in hopes to connect Wave to other nations and trade routes. Naturally, Kakashi had decided because Sasuke had something he needed to prove and the ever sheep-like Sakura agreed with him, that the whole team should continue on the mission. Don't get Naruto wrong, she felt for the old man, being dirt poor herself and had often resorted to robbery, mugging, and bullying to get by, but wouldn't it be wise to at least call for backup? Sure, Kakashi-sensei was an elite or whatever, but still. One elite against possible numerous elite kind of amounted to Informing the silver-haired enigma of this just got her eardrums blown out by Sakura. Naruto decided to just let things play out before she ended up skewering the pinkette with her sword. I bet in a few hours we're gonna be attacked by an A-ranked mean. Sadly, I think you're right for once. The voice deadpanned. Walking down a worn forest path, Naruto's eyes flashed, her hand blurred as she flicked a shuriken into the bushes at her left. Naruto! Sakura screeched, pulling them aside to reveal a terrified white bunny with a shuriken lodged in a tree mere millimeters above its head. It's just an innocent little bunny, you psycho. The pink thing then began cooing at the critter, and apologizing like a complete moron. But Naruto's eyes narrowed. I know I sensed someone there. That rabbit is white. Kakashi-sensei murmured. Naruto's eyes bulged. It's not winter, that thing should be brown. Which means it was kept inside. The voice continued. It was used for substitution. Kakashi unknowingly finished. We're being watched. Like prey. Something began whizzing above, slicing through the air at amazing speeds. And by the sound of it, it was big. Everybody get down. Kakashi roared. The genin hit the deck, Kakashi dragging Tazuna down to safety. Thunk. Naruto peered up through her bangs, blue eyes widening at the sight of a bandaged man appearing atop the behemoth's sword that had lodged itself in a tree. Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi drawled, smoothly rising to his feet. Missing mean of the village hidden in the mist. My, Zabuza said in a deep gravelly voice. If it isn't Konoha's Sharingan master. Kakashi the copy ninja. Sharingan? Sasuke gritted out, also getting to his feet. Naruto was by his side in an instant, taking hold of his arm. Now's not the time. Naruto warned him. Che. Sasuke grunted, yanking his arm away from her. Naruto pretended that it didn't sting that he did so. Hand over the old man, his head is mine. Zabuza growled, making the old drunk squeak in fear. Yeah right. Naruto scoffed, going to Tazuna and pushing him behind her, drawing her katana. This old man's my paycheck. I gotta eat, you know? Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. You think you could take me in a sword fight, Blondie? Whether I'm strong enough doesn't matter, you're not taking me seriously and that alone will be enough for me to succeed in taking your head. All of you get back. Kakashi interrupted. This fight is way out of your league, just protect Tazuna. Well, Zabuza sighed. Looks like I'm gonna have to fight you before I can get the old man. His wicked grin was visible even through the bandages around his mouth. Can't say I'm not happy at the thought of cutting you open though, copycat. If I'm gonna fight you, I'll need this. Kakashi muttered, pulling up his peculiar slanted hitayate, revealing a fully matured Sharingan and jagged scar. Oh how fun, Zabuza sang. I get to see the famous Sharingan so early in the fight? I'm honored. Are they gonna keep having a dick fight or are they gonna spill some blood already? Naruto thought, annoyed. Oh, catty. The voice sang. Che. Naruto huffed, standing in front of Tazuna, whose back was to a tree, and Sasuke was to his right, with Sakura to his left. You know, I read about you in my bingo book, Zabuza began, pulling his sword out of the tree to land on the forest floor silently. It mentioned a man who was a true elite, a man who had copied over 1,000 jutsu. That's why you little brats are nothing. Zabuza growled. You're not a shinobi until you've bathed yourself in the blood of others. Naruto, having long lost her patience, ignored the lecture, and how Kakashi added his 2 cents about the infamous demon of the bloody mist, Devil Zabuza. She snapped back to attention when an unnatural mist began creeping over the clearing they were in. Perfect. He's a water user, and there's a lake 15 meters from our position. Be careful, Kakashi warned gravely. He specializes in silent killing, and'll come after me first, but don't let your guard down. The spine, clavicle, skull, heart, lungs, and stomach. Zabuza listed, his voice resonating eerily throughout the clearing. So many choices. Heh. Wonder which one I should choose. Naruto noticed Sasuke began trembling in fear from the corner of her eye, his obsidian orbs glazing over, no doubt flashing back to some of his worst memories involving his last moments with Itachi. Sakura had tears pinching the sides of her mint green eyes, her knees trembling, threatening to give way under her weight. They're terrified. She inwardly grimaced, feeling unease creep up on her as Zabuza's menacing presence threatened to end her as well as the last member of her trio of beloved Uchiha. They're not ready for something like this. We're not ready as a team, and Sasuke is still recovering mentally from, no. Can't think about that. I've got a job and a promise to take care of. Naruto clenched her teeth, jaw setting stubbornly as she braced herself for whatever was to come. Hey, Kakashi called to them. Don't worry, I never let my comrades die. Naruto appreciated the eye smile, noting Sasuke and Sakura looked less scared, and gripped their kunai more steadily at the assurance. She felt a bit of hope, knowing that Kakashi would be trying his best to help them through this, and with that, she felt more confident in her abilities to assist him and her teammates. Don't make promises you can't keep. Zabuza roared, launching out of the mist to bisect Kakashi with his sword. The aloof Hatake spun around, narrowly missing his death and rammed a kunai into the back of the missing nin's spine. Splash. Liquid splattered across the grass. But instead of blood, it was water, which Zabuza's skewered form proceeded to collapse into a puddle of. Water clone. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura wailed. But it was too late, the real Zabuza was already materializing behind the Hatake, swinging his blade grandly and cutting his opponent cleanly in two. Sakura screamed. Sasuke winced. Tazuna looked crushed. And Naruto smirked. The supposedly dead Kakashi melted into a puddle of water as well, his real form appearing in front of Sakura to fend off the water clone that snuck up behind them. He shoved his kunai into the water clone's chin, killing it. Sharingan flashing, Kakashi darted off into the thickness of the mist. Soon, the sound of grunts and clashing metal filled the air. Naruto squinted when she heard Kakashi release a sound of pain, the mist clearing just enough for her to spot the two elite ninja on the surface of the river. Oh no! She thought helplessly. Fool! Zabuza taunted. You made the mistake of allowing me to herd you towards the water. The missing nin flashed through hand seals, and Kakashi's eyes bulged. Water style, water prison jutsu. Damn it! Naruto spat, watching as her sensei was engulfed in a ball of water, Zabuza's hand holding it in place. What will you do now, little genin? Your sensei is caught in my liquid prison. Zabuza grinned. Dark eyes taking on a deranged gleam. You're all gonna die. Sakura began whimpering, snot and tears streaming down her deathly pale face. Sasuke's brows lined with nervous sweat. Naruto glared fiercely. If you think you're gonna so much as blink at Sasuke in a way I don't like, I'll cut your tiny little dick off, no brow. Get out of here. Kakashi yelled, panicked. This fight was over the second I got caught. His clones can't go too far from his original body. And he can't move as long as he has me trapped here. So take Tazuna and run. You saying you think we're worse than scum, sensei? Naruto demanded, causing Kakashi's mismatched eyes widen. What happened to never abandoning your comrades, huh? Don't you classify as our comrade? I'm not leaving. I'm a lot of things, but scum ain't one of 'em. Big words for such a little girl. Zabuza sneered. Che. Whatever, no brow. Naruto dismissed. The missing nin snarled at her. You brat. This brat will cut your tongue out of your face, moron. Go on you kids. Tazuna said, resigned. I'd feel horrible if your sensei died because of me. Thanks, old man. Naruto said, grinning something wicked. Sasuke, she barked. I've suddenly been hit with a plan. HN. The Uchiha smirked. Then by all means, loser. So kicking your butt for that later, duck ass. I'ma need a little something to turn up the heat, if you catch my drift. She winked. Sasuke simply sped through hand seals, and Naruto flashed into action, sending a barrage of shuriken at the 7 water clones that dragged themselves onto the bank of the river, just as Sasuke called out his jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The orbs of flame were aimed perfectly, engulfing Naruto's shuriken in their orange-gold glow. The flaming shuriken sank into the forehead of every water clone, causing them to explode in a show of water and steam. Naruto used the new cover to toss Sasuke a demon windmill shuriken. When the steam cleared, he was already preparing to launch it at the immobile Zabuza. Though too late, did Sasuke notice the water clone forming out of a leftover puddle behind him. And he was sent skipping like a stone after the clone slammed its foot forcefully into his back. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. Naruto growled, seeing absolute red. She made to tear into a sprint to aid him, eyes bulging when a hand caught the end of her braid, and yanked her back. As she was falling, the second Zabuza clone stomped down on the center of her chest. The ground beneath her back webbed with cracks at the sheer force of it, and something gave way in Naruto's chest with an audible crunch. Jiga! The blonde choked, metallic crimson spurting from her lips. You were too hasty. The voice chided. Calm down. You're better than this. That. This guy is getting his ass beat. The voice merely sighed tiredly. Naruto! Kakashi yelled, distressed. The water clone sneered down at Naruto, kicking her in the face mercilessly, sending her soaring into a tree and crashing down like a marionette with cut strings. Groaning, the blonde rolled onto her side, already feeling her bones snapping back together, and blood trickling from the corners of her mouth as she watched a Zabuza clone stomp on the Hitayate that had fallen from her forehead. You think you're a ninja because you wear this on your head? The real Nuke demanded. Well, you're not. You won't be anything but snot-nosed brats who can barely wipe their asses without help until you've killed. Shut up. Naruto wheezed. What do you know about me and what I've done, you sissy little bitch? How the... Would you know if I've spilled blood or not? Zabuza, his clones, her team, and Tazuna stared with wide eyes as Naruto staggered to her feet, a mulish expression twisting her brows into a scowl, and turning the sides of her pursed mouth down. Get your disgusting foot off my dot and headgear. She growled. I earned that headband fair and square, and I'm not parting with it even in my grave. She had walked right up to Iruka-sensei after she passed the graduation test and he told her she could pick any Hitayate she wanted, gesturing to the basket full of shiny new headgear on his desk. Naturally, Naruto had taken his right off his head, gave him a smarmy grin, and tied it around her head instead. She earned it. Who was this tard to tell her she wasn't a shinobi? She was Naruto Uzumaki. Sure, Uchiha's girl. And she didn't take bull from anyone. With that in mind, Naruto burst into action. Drawing her tanto, expertly falling into a slide as she drew near. She lopped off the clone's leg that stepped on her Hitayate. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 blonde clones poofed into existence behind the now one-legged water clone, one slit its throat, and the other stabbed its spine. Water splashed onto the grass as the clone died. Sasuke, Naruto called. Get up. Now I'm mad. The Uchiha stumbled to his feet, just as Naruto's clones crouched down, linking hands for her to step on. Naruto retied her Hitayate, stepping on the hands presented for her, and the clones launched her into the air. They poofed away once their purpose had been served. The still flabbergasted, remaining water clone by Sasuke gaped as the blonde curled into a ball mid-air, flipping expertly and smashing her sandaled feet into the center of his face. The force of her kick was so excessive, he bent all the way backwards, Naruto's feet riding his face like a skateboard. The back of his head was skinned, reduced to a line of water as Naruto grinded it into liquid against the ground. The blonde back flipped away just as his form burst into a puddle. Throw the dot and shuriken. She cursed. Sasuke complied, tossing the giant weapon at the original Zabuza with an impressive speed and accuracy. The real Zabuza just blinked, tilting his body slightly so it soared past him. Really? He asked. After all that big talk, all you were gonna do was throw a shuriken at me? I just dodged it. Look behind you, turd face. The blonde spat. Just as she said that, another clone popped out of the shuriken's shadow, melting into a blonde blur as it zipped across the lake, Tonto a silver gleam as it sped hazardously towards the missing nin's throat from behind. Zabuza whirled around, using the flat of his giant sword to stop the clone's Tonto from killing him. Screech! A show of sparks exploded as the two blades met, Zabuza's eyes widening when the clone grinned at him with vermilion-colored eyes. You dodged and fell for it, dip. Wadash. Kakashi appeared just as the clone dispersed in a puff of smoke, uppercutting Zabuza with a heinous amount of force. Launching up from the force of the blow, the missing nin soon crashed through the lake's surface, coming back up sputtering. You let go of Sensei's water prison to block Naruto's clone. Sasuke smirked. Nice plan, Naruto. Kakashi praised. Good teamwork, Sasuke. Heh. Naruto grinned viciously, thumbing away a ribbon of blood from her mouth. Sasuke resisted the urge to preen in his pride. Bested by a couple of brats? Zabuza exclaimed, enraged. He climbed back onto the surface of the lake, sopping wet and looking like a petulant drowned rat. What'll you do now, Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Just to let you know, I don't fall for the same trick twice. Too blinded by his anger, Zabuza failed to notice Kakashi had just finished a set of hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A giant water dragon rose up from Zabuza's right, glaring at him with livid red eyes. It released a monstrous roar, slamming into the missing nin's side and rocketing him off, forcing him to crash into numerous trees, his back snapping them into halves. When his impromptu flight stopped, Kakashi pinned him to a tree with kunai by his chest and thighs. Me. He rasped in pain, red blooming behind the bandages around his mouth. No thanks, Kakashi declined coolly, flashing in front of him. But tell you what. I can see your future. And it's death. Just as Kakashi made to kabob his skull, Tsusenbon lodged into the side of the mist nin's throat. Zabuza's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he slumped forward, dead. You were right, a new, young voice interrupted. His future was death. Who the hell is this masked pansy? Naruto thought. Though, she had no time to ponder such things, as Kakashi-sensei had just collapsed in chakra exhaustion. Oh hell. She thought irritably. Who's gonna carry him? Kakashi had figured out that Naruto and Sasuke didn't need training in tree climbing, so he gave the exercise to Sakura, who had immediately picked it up and moved on to water walking. Which, Naruto and Sasuke already knew as well. Being on crutches, Kakashi-sensei had gone back to Tezuna's house to rest, while the genin guarded the bridge and Tezuna. After an uneventful day of work, they all went back, but Naruto insisted Sakura, and Sasuke spar on water down at the docks near Tezuna's house. Kakashi-sensei spied on them, Naruto being the only one to notice he was even there. At first, her teammates had protested to training. Though, Naruto did always have a way with words. Sasuke didn't want a broken nose. Sakura was easily persuaded by Naruto's livid glare, and was practicing on the water with some of the punching katas Naruto had given her. The girl had exceptional potential to throw a mean punch. Sasuke was sitting back, glaring past Sakura's form and at someone who was not actually there. Naruto, having it past her scalp with his bad attitude, stormed over to him. Sasuke, seeing the challenge in her eyes, climbed to his feet, glaring that cursed Uchiha glare. What? He bit out. Help me train Sakura. Naruto deadpanned. No. I don't have time for a weakling like her. She's only been slowing us down so far anyways. Oh yeah? But you've got time to glare at a ghost, right? 'Cause that's just way more productive. She's our teammate. Naruto scowled. If you don't like how weak she is, help her get stronger. I said no, Naruto. Sasuke growled, flashing his Sharingan at her menacingly. She nearly flinched. Instead, she slapped him hard across the face. "Don't you dare look at me with those cursed eyes, Uchiha," she sneered. "This little daughter needs to learn being alone will ruin him." "But can you actually get that through to him?" "Kami knows I'll try." Sasuke cradled his stinging red, handprint cheek, nearly gaping at her because he couldn't believe she had actually hit him. It wasn't so much about being hit by the blonde, because she had blackened his eyes on more than one occasion. It was just what she was hitting him for. "You'd hit me for her?" he demanded, rage soon taking over his surprised features. "It's the truth. She's nothing." That was it. Naruto had enough. Was he really that much of a fool? She would not allow it. Naruto's hand darted up, taking hold of Sasuke's chin in a crushing grip, and she leaned down so they were completely eye to eye. "You want to let hatred and your desire for revenge consume you? Fine," she hissed. "But I'll never let you. But while you are here, on Team 7, we will operate as a successful unit. All of us. Together. You don't have to like it, but you will help me turn Sakura into a true kunoichi. Period. Is that understood? You're not as alone as you feel. Kakashi and Sakura are a part of your life now. And you have me. That will never change. TCH. Sasuke snatched away from her grasp savagely, glaring at her with far less Uchiha death glare and a lot more petulant little brother. "Who do you think you're ordering around? I don't have to dash." Naruto's fist crashed into his face, cutting him off and sending him tumbling ass over head into the cover of the trees. "I said, period. I'm not doing it to hurt you. I'm doing it because I love you." When Sasuke dragged himself back to the clearing, Sakura was ecstatic he was going to teach her how to kick. Naruto smirked victoriously. But inside, she was in turmoil. It. Hitting him is not going to keep him in line forever. The longer that hatred inside of him festers, the harder it will be to get rid of. Naruto gazed skyward with troubled blues, biting her lips worriedly. "Sure sway. What would you do in my place?" Kakashi smiled, a real one, beneath his mask as he watched Naruto lecture Sasuke about teamwork. "I think this team will be just fine," he thought, he too, gazing skyward, visible ebony eyes shining with a nostalgic gleam. They really are good kids, misguided, but good kids nonetheless. Sakura was absolutely ravenous at dinner. "Not screeching about that diet of yours now, are you?" Naruto thought wryly. "That's right, Pinky, eat up," Naruto taunted. "We've got a lot of work to do if we're gonna turn you into a real ninja." Bang. Screech. Inari, Tazuna's little grandson, shot to his feet, his chair lied on its back on the dining room floor. "Why do you all try so hard?" he demanded, sounding one short breath away from sobbing. "Who do you think you are, coming to our home like you're some kind of heroes? Huh? Heroes don't exist. Weak people get kicked down by the strong, and Gato's really strong. You're all gonna die 'cause you're weak and you don't know what it really means to suffer." The first thing Naruto did was plant a heavy hand on Sasuke's tense shoulder. She felt the muscles forcefully relax beneath her palm as she soothed it with her wind chakra. And then, she slowly stood up to her full 5 feet 5 height. "Little boy," she drawled, gaining everyone's undivided attention. "Do you think crying is going to bring back whoever Gato took from you?" "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, appalled. "You went too far." "Sakura." Naruto flashed a pair of cold glacial blues from behind her bangs, making the younger female recoil in fear. "Shut up." The blonde turned back to the wide-eyed boy. No one moved as she approached him, holding their breaths to see what she would do. The blonde only stopped when she was looming like a foreboding shadow over his slight form. She sank down to one knee before the child, who couldn't be more than 6 years old, and she stared into his eyes deeply. They were a sad pair of brown eyes. Just a little boy who had lost someone very dear to him. "You shouldn't assume things about people you don't know," Naruto chided softly, surprising everyone when she gave him a tiny smile. "You're hurting inside, I see it when I look at you. But, every last one of us, even Sakura, has suffered before. Some much greater, and some not so great. That's why, because you still have your family by your side, you should cherish them instead of pushing them away. Because you will regret someday, once they're gone, that you didn't tell them how much you loved them like you should have. It's true. The weak are beaten by the strong. But that's why you should become strong yourself, so that you never have to cry over the same thing again." With that, she simply patted him on the head gently, rose, and turned to leave. Not leaving before brushing past Sasuke, and running a comforting hand through his hair. The front door clicked shut quietly as the blonde left. Naruto listened outside the front door as Tazuna told the story of Inari's father being killed by Gato. "How sad," she murmured to herself, taking off toward the forest. The next day, Naruto woke up in the afternoon with horrible aches and pains, having trained vigorously with her tanto until well past sunrise. She caught the hand that had been slowly reaching for her. "What are you doing?" she rasped. "You'll catch a cold if you sleep there, Shinobi-san." "I feel like I've heard that voice somewhere." Naruto sat up, rubbing at her eyes groggily and releasing the person's delicate hand. "Who are you?" the blonde asked. The beautiful girl with raven hair, hazel eyes, and a pink kimono smiled kindly. "My name is Haku, and you, Shinobi-san?" "So that's it." "Naruto." "That's a nice name." Haku complimented. "Thanks." "Yours too." "Say," Naruto drawled. "What are you doing out here all alone?" "My friend is sick, so I'm collecting herbs so he'll feel better." "Would you like to help me?" "Heh. Why the hell not?" "Sure." Naruto shrugged. They worked in companionable silence, and then, Haku broke it. "Naruto-chan?" She hummed, plucking a bit of rosemary and putting it in Haku's basket. "What were you doing out here by yourself?" "I was training." "Training?" The pretty girl echoed curiously. With my tanto, so I can use it better while fighting in real life." "Oh my," Haku placed a hand over her mouth worriedly. "Don't you ever get scared fighting?" "So far, there hasn't been much fighting for myself, but I think there will be a time where I'm scared." Naruto admitted. "Oh." Haku said softly. "Naruto? Are you a strong ninja?" she questioned innocently. "I guess I am." The blonde shrugged. "I think, when people have something that they want to protect, that is when they truly become strong." Naruto froze, looking up, and stared into those suddenly wise hazel orbs. And she smiled. "You just put words to something I found I believe in," Naruto said. "Then you are strong." Haku smiled back. "And you will only grow stronger." "And I bet you're strong too, Miss Hunternine." Like lightning, Naruto grabbed her hand that moved towards the hidden senbon pouch under her pink kimono. When Haku looked at her suspiciously, Naruto shook her head. Spilling blood on such a nice day really would be a shame. Haku stared wide-eyed as the blonde released her hand slowly, and went back to putting herbs in the basket. "I never want to do something evil while the sun is up, not when I don't have to." Naruto eventually found herself waving goodbye to Haku, both knowing when they met again, that they would be enemies. "By the way, Naruto-chan," Haku called back. "Nanny? I'm a boy." "Man. Just." The voice burst into laughter in the back of her head. Naruto trained with her tanto and katana for the next week. On the last day of Zabuza's recovery period, she overslept. And her teammates ditched her. "Bastards," she grumbled. The blonde went to the bathroom, had a shower, groomed herself, and was in the middle of putting on her sandals when she heard Tsunami, Inari's mother, release a shriek of fear. Naruto shined to the bottom of the stairs, flickering into existence just as two samurai thugs dragged Tsunami outside of her home. The blonde followed silently as the thugs brought Tsunami to the docks, eyes bulging when Inari came ripping out of the trees and towards them. Let go of my mom, you bastards! He yelled. Inari! Tsunami exclaimed. No! Get out of here! Run! Hey looky, another pig to slice to ribbons. The bigger thug gruffed gleefully. No! Tsunami screamed. If you lay a finger on my child, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Then you won't have a hostage. The smaller thug with the beanie simply chopped the panicked mother on the back of her neck, effectively knocking her out. Mom! Inari yelled, tears welling up in his eyes. Now, let's be rid of this useless brat, eh? The bigger thug giggled, unsheathing his blade. Inari's tearful eyes widened in fear, and he stumbled back as the thug began advancing on him, falling on his bum. Inari winced when the thug raised his dull blade, shielding his head with his arms as if they could protect him. He waited for the pain. It never came. The boy peeked one eye open, both becoming saucers at the sight before him. Naruto! He exclaimed. The blonde stood over him protectively, Tonto held in a reverse grip and locked against the base of the thug's blade, keep it from moving. The thug's meaty biceps visibly strained to keep Naruto from shoving him back. But the blonde didn't seem to be having any trouble at all. She looked at Inari over her shoulder and smiled. You did good, kid. You did real good. She turned back to her problem at hand, and effortlessly pushed him away, dancing back and ducking back in to roundhouse him. The blonde's sandaled foot smashed into the side of the still off-balanced thug's jaw, the force of it sending his neck snapping with a loud crack. His body fell to the dock's planks with a loud thud, his partner, quickly dispatched by a couple of clones that had shot out of the water. One came from his left, kicking the sword he had began fumbling with out of his hand, and the other behind him, wrapping their hands around his panicked face to snap his neck quickly. Naruto didn't want to get too brutal in front of Inari. Quick, bloodless, and clean kills would suffice. Why you're late, Inari huffed, tears streaming down his face, and wiping at the snot that dribbled out of his nose. Heh. I just wanted to give you your hero time to shine. She grinned. Inari blushed. He looked down bashfully, scuffing the docks with his sandal. Thanks. Naruto. He mumbled. Naruto's face softened. And she took off his hat to ruffle his hair kindly. Don't mention it, kid. And I'm sorry, for what I said before. It's okay, at least you know you were wrong, and you're going to change, any? Inari nodded quietly, wiping stubbornly at his tears. Dang it. I didn't want to cry. Inari sobbed, frustrated. Naruto tilted his chin up with the tip of her finger. It's okay to cry when you're happy. She told him softly. The child rushed into her arms, and embraced her waist fiercely, crying so hard Naruto's heart would have broken for him if she didn't feel him grinning against her stomach. Thanks again, Naruto. I guess, heroes really do exist. Naruto sent Inari home with her 2 clones and his mother. She told him that he needed to decide for himself what he wanted to do. And the same went for what kind of person he wanted to be. Judging by the determined look in the little boy's eyes, he would not disappoint her. Naruto smiled as she sped through the trees in the direction of the bridge. So determined. She thought proudly. For a moment, he looked just like you. Shisui. Team 7 minus Naruto stood on the bridge, Sasuke and Sakura guarding either side of the terrified Tezuna's person. Kakashi stood in front of his students as the mist began rolling in, and sinister laughter echoed across the stretch of the bridge. Stay on your toes, you two. Kakashi warned. The young duo just nodded. The mist cleared enough to reveal Zabuza, a squad of water clones, and his accomplice, the false masked hunter Nin. Oh looky, Zabuza drawled. The boy is shaking from fear again. Sasuke's hair shadowed his face as he continued to tremble, and he looked up, flashing his Sharingan and a viscous smirk. I'm not shaking from fear, he began. I'm shaking from excitement. Sasuke. Kakashi said. Right. The Uchiha dashed forward, pulling out a kunai and quickly reducing the water clones to puddles in a flash of blue and white. Had a bit of training, have you? The real Zabuza asked. Nice. You'll make a nice rival for my Haku. Wordlessly, the hunter Nin attacked Sasuke. Senbon aimed at the Uchiha's throat. Sasuke backflipped, clipping the other teen in the chin with his foot. When the Raven righted himself, Haku was upon him again, though, this time, Sasuke lashed out first with his kunai. Clang! Senbon and kunai locked together, each boy trying to overpower the other. Haku spun around, flicking his senbon at Sasuke's neck, quickly completing a series of one-handed hand seals. Sasuke dived out of the way of the senbon, throwing a volley of shuriken just as Haku called out his jutsu. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death. A series of ice spikes shot out of a puddle near the Uchiha's feet. He weaved through them nimble as a cat, just as his shuriken landed. Haku completed a set of back handsprings, dodging the spiky weapons, sliding back when he caught himself. The two boys stared at each other, one glaring murder, and the other reluctant to cause actual damage. Haku! Zabuza called, locked into a brutal taijutsu battle with the copy Nin. Stop playing around. Yes, master. Haku answered grimly, making hand seals so fast Sasuke wouldn't have caught them if his Sharingan wasn't activated. Ice release, demonic crystal ice mirrors. The water around the bridge rose up, gathering together around the surprised Uchiha, solidifying into thick sheets of ice in a dome formation. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. Haku stepped into one of the mirrors, all of them reflecting his appearance immediately after. Sasuke murmured, gazing in barely concealed awe at the jutsu. When the first senbon was thrown, Sasuke tilted his head and it merely nicked his ear. The following senbon, he wasn't so lucky. It didn't take long for things to go downhill. Sasuke stared into Naruto's blue eyes, his own, wide with horror. Naruto stood in front of him, her arms stretched wide protectively, and numerous senbon sticking out of her back. She had just came out of nowhere. One minute he was being sprayed with Haku's senbon, and the next, he wasn't. Because Naruto had finally arrived to the bridge. And the first thing she did was rush to Sasuke's aid, throwing herself in front of the lethal attack that was meant for him. She smiled. A ribbon of blood dribbled out the corner of her mouth. Who looks like a loser now, Uchiha? She smirked, wincing in pain. Naruto coughed, spraying Sasuke's slackened face and chin with red. In slow motion, she fell to Sasuke's feet. Her collapsed form hit the ground almost thunderously, and it muted the roaring in the Uchiha's ears. He kept seeing that painful smile on her face as she fell. And he just stared down at her crumpled form. He stared. And he stared. But Naruto didn't get back up. Something inside of him withered. It died. And it hurt. Sasuke's chakra burst from him as he stared at the girl who had sacrificed herself to protect him. Naruto. He croaked. Nothing. Sasuke's eyes wept tears of blood. Ow. Naruto groaned. That's what you get for being so hasty. The voice chided. Whatever, I saved him. You were reckless. Sometimes there's no time to think. Sometimes you just gotta do. Wise words. Too bad you always rush in. Which means you never think things through. You're just a hot head. And you're annoying. So shut up. Naruto grumbled. She sat up, feeling gross as she was lying in a cesspool of water. It reeked like old rugs with hidden things beneath them. What the? Where the hell am I? The blonde wondered, climbing to her feet. She glanced around, the walls a deep rusty color, and thick shadows were pooling in every corner. Is this a sewer? She asked, lip curling in disgust. Unfortunately, yes. How the hell did I end up here? Last place I remember being is on the bridge with Sasuke and Haku. Oh, just look behind you already. The voice huffed. Naruto complied, mouth falling to her knees at the giant cage looming over her from ceiling to floor. The gates of the cage were held closed by a single slip of yellowing paper with the kanji for seal on it. What? This is your mind. The voice informed her, coming from within the shadows of the cage. I'm glad you finally found your way here. Wait. Naruto said. Just wait a minute. If this is my mind, and that cage is what I think it's for. Where the hell is the QB? Calm down, the furball's in here. I just blocked him so he can't hear us, and we can't hear him. Who the hell are you? Naruto demanded, narrowed blues peering into the darkness of the cage. 7 years since my creation and you're just now asking me that? 7 years? Naruto sputtered. Yeah, right after that incident on your 6th birthday. Don't you remember feeling something inside of you snapping? And I don't mean literally like bones. I mean something in your mind, it broke. No, I don't remember anything like that. The blonde trailed off cautiously. Why don't you come out of that cage, where I can see you? I can't come out. You locked me away in the deepest, darkest part of your mind you could. The voice sighed. That's why it took until you met Shisui, and you began questioning your actions, for you to hear me. But I've always been here. Since I was created, trying to reach you. Does that mean? Stop being so cryptic and just spit it out already. I'm saying you're freaking crazy, alright? Yeesh. What? Naruto squawked. No, it's not alright. Is wrong with you? Seriously, don't use air quotes. You look like a douche. Excuse me? Naruto screeched. Forget about that. The voice huffed. Don't you remember being the demon Yankee until you met old man Hokage? He taught you how to care about others again. You started feeling guilty for the crimes you committed. Yeah? So what? Naruto asked. Ugh. The blonde heard the sound of a palm smacking a forehead. Don't you get it? Those feelings of guilt, it was me. You felt guilty because you were beginning to remember me. Okay, so. Does that make you? My conscience? Naruto asked, running a frustrated hand through her bangs. She wished the voice would just tell her straight up what the was going on. Not exactly. So then, what the are you? The blonde snapped. For the love of Kami, I'm your humanity, alright? Huh? Naruto asked intelligently. On your 6th birthday you lost all your faith in humanity. You didn't care about anyone but yourself after that. You did whatever it took to survive, not caring who you hurt or screwed over as a result. But because you can't simply stop being who you are, your mind split, and you shoved all the innocent and good things back into a corner and locked them away. Naruto's eyes widened, and she finally began to recognize that voice. How could she have never noticed before? When you met the third, you slowly began believing in humans again, that they could be good. And so, you regained the ability to feel guilt for the bad things you did. When you met Iruka-sensei, he retaught you compassion, and you began to help others if they let you. You were, and are still, rough around the edges. But, when you met Shisui, he taught you how to love. And you couldn't ignore my voice anymore. My voice? Naruto echoed. That's my voice. Ever since you met him, he began changing you, and my body, in here, has been withering away. It's because we're becoming one person again, and you don't try to ignore me anymore. Naruto watched with huge eyes as a form stepped out of the cage's shadows and into the orange-gold light. It was a small form. A form draped in chains that attempted to hold it back. But the form had overpowered them, as the chains appeared to be rusting away. It was her. It was Naruto. They didn't look the same. The Naruto inside the cage was a little girl, just 6 years old. She had big blue eyes, dark smudges of death staining under them. Her skin was white as a ghost, whiskered cheeks somewhat hollowed out from years of neglect. Her lips were bleeding as she smiled, trickles of red streaming down the corners of her mouth. There was black stitching there, trying to pinch her lips closed, but she had forced them open. To speak. It must have hurt really bad, but she had forced Naruto to listen. But when did I ever really listen? She was dangerously skinny, stick-like arms pinned to her sides by her chains, legs so weak they trembled as she walked, but she forced herself to stand. Her blonde hair was wild, so long it trailed behind her and into the darkness of the cage. Naruto stared into her 6-year-old self's eyes, alarmed to find the innocent orbs leaking tears. "Why you finally found me," she cried, but she looked so happy. Even though she looked like death, she was bleeding, chained, and crying, she looked so happy. "Naruto, you found me." She grinned, and it was a ghastly sight, seeing those stitches stretch, and skin tear even more. But, it also softened the blonde's heart. "I'm so happy you found me again. Now I can come home." Naruto too found herself crying. But she was happy. Something missing, inside of her, was no longer lost. The blonde threw her arms open, and her 6-year-old self wasted no time rushing through the bars, finally free. Naruto fell to her knees, wrapping her arms around the 6-year-old. Don't forget me again, Naruto," she murmured. It was dark, and scary. "And I was so alone, so don't forget, okay?" "I won't." Naruto swore. "I won't forget. I promise. After all, I need you, murmur." And now, the 6-year-old had a name. She was Naruto's innocence. Her honesty. Her kindness. Her compassion. Her reason. Her guilt. Her joy. Her conscience. Her humanity. And her love. She was the voice that murmured in the dark. She was Naruto. Naruto was her. They both cried tears of pure joy, finally whole again. Sasuke stared down at Naruto's still form. A thin halo of red spread sluggishly around her limply sprawled body. She looked dead. Haku knew that. And he was sorry for causing the younger boy such pain. But it was necessary in order for his master's dream to come true. Those needles hadn't even been meant for the blonde. She simply came out of nowhere and threw herself in front of them. "Is this the first time you have watched a comrade die?" Haku asked softly. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry. She died to protect you. She was truly strong." He meant it. He felt awful. He liked Naruto. They had become something of friends in the short time they had met. "You were precious to her. So she protected you until her last breath." "Shut up," Sasuke bit out. "Just shut up. I really am sore dash. I said shut the up." The Uchiha roared, black flames flaring to life around the perimeter of the ice dome, melting them, eating away at them like a disease. The atmosphere grew even colder, and it had nothing to do with the ice user. This was cold rage that feared no bloodshed. In fact, it thirsted for it. What is this chakra?" Haku breathed in fear. The false hunter Nin was frozen, watching in horror as the black flames around Sasuke's feet began radiating sickly violet smoke that began taking substance. Sasuke's eyes wept tears of blood. The violet gas stretched across the dome, to the exact mirror Haku was in, and if you squinted, within the smoky chakra, you would see a hand. A violet bone hand reaching out to take hold of Haku's neck. The false hunter Nin sped through his mirrors to escape the gas. It was quickly becoming an aura, taking shape. The dire shape of a violet phantom, nothing but an emotionless skeleton with abyss black eyes staring into Haku's very soul. Haku froze. Mid-jump, he simply froze. Wait. No. He was caught. The phantom caught him by the throat. And it squeezed. Squeezed until Haku's face was just as purple as its hand beneath his mask. Sasuke. And suddenly, he was falling. He could breathe again. Ice mirrors fell to the ground, shattering to thousands of pieces. Haku lied on his side, mask forgotten on the ground as he gasped for breath. His pupils had dilated to tiny pinpricks. He was afraid. He had never been so afraid. Not even when he watched his father murder his mother. That boy. He thought, terrified. That boy is a monster. Sasuke refused to blink, his Sharingan burning the moment into his brain for the rest of his days. Sasuke watched Naruto as she pushed herself up by her arms, and they shook with the effort, blood falling from her mouth as her lungs rattled with coughs. Sasuke. Naruto rasped, standing up. She stood up. The blonde was standing. Because she was alive. Alive. Sasuke nearly burst into tears. The blonde gathered him into a warm hug. Warm, a heartbeat. Breathing. He cried. He told himself it was the blood from his newly awakened Mangekyo. You dumbass. Don't go wasting chakra so recklessly. Naruto whispered into his hair. Like you can really lecture me about recklessness, loser. He thought, far less scathingly than he liked to tell himself. The black flames died down, and the violet specter collapsed in on itself, no sorrow or anger to fuel its chakra. It dispersed, coiling up into the air and fading to nothing. Sasuke clutched the back of her awful orange shirt. Only Naruto could pull off such a color. Naruto. She was alive. He couldn't believe it. The Uchiha barely heard the sound of 1,000 chirping birds in the distance. Haku had pulled himself from the ground, threw himself in front of his master. Kakashi rendered his heart to shreds. Sasuke didn't care. Naruto was alive. He realized he'd be lost if she was gone. He hoped he never forgot that revelation. Gato betrayed Zabuza. He and Haku both ended up needlessly dead. Zabuza killed Gato and his mob of thugs with the last of his strength, admitting he cared about Haku like his own son with his last dying breath. Inari became a hero, because he convinced the people of Wave to fight back. It was a sad day, but it gave the opportunity for a brand new, and better one. That was the first day Naruto ever saw snow. She vowed to always remember what Haku had taught her. She had things precious to protect. Make sure you come back to visit us real soon, okay Wani-chan? Yeah, sure thing kid. Naruto grinned, ruffling the tearful Inari's hair playfully. Tsunami turned to Tazuna as the ninja began their trek home, backs disappearing in the distance. Father? Tsunami asked. Yes dear? What'll you name the bridge? Eh? Oh, hey. What about? The Great Naruto Bridge? That's a good name. Inari chuckled. The villagers all nodded in agreement, chatting with newly found enthusiasm amongst each other. After all, Tazuna said, gazing back at his finished bridge. She helped Inari, and the rest of us, believe in heroes again. Naruto shook her head as she heard the last bit of the Wave family's conversation. I didn't really do anything, I kinda just lied unconscious most of the fight. Murmur giggled. Yeah, that's true, but you did save Tsunami and Inari. Yeah, from two no-name thugs. The blonde huffed. Hey, I'm trying to be helpful here. Appreciate my efforts. Keep working on it. The blonde deadpanned. Humph. Naruto smirked, knowing she'd won this round. Wait. She was having a battle of wits with herself? I thought I already told you that you were crazy. Wouldn't that make you crazy too? The blonde asked. No. I represent innocence and all that other good stuff. You're the crazy one. But you're a part of me. Naruto yelped. Yeah, but not the insane part. Gah. Naruto threw her hands up in frustration. When Sasuke gave her a questioning look, she just waved him off. Yo, murmur, question. Shoot. You were trapped in the Kyuubi's cage all this time, right? Yeah. She drawled carefully. What about it? Obviously you knew about the Kyuubi, how come you never said anything? Would you believe the voice in your head that told you that 1,000-year-old chakra demon was sealed inside you the day you were born? Point. Naruto grimaced. But still, I listened to other stuff you said. Maybe if you just pulled me into my mind, I would have met you a lot sooner, and saved myself a lot of grief if you just told me about the fox. That's the thing though. Murmur said. I can't pull you in here. I'm just a fragment of you, you have to want to come in here, or be in mortal danger. Crap. You learn something new every day, don't ya? Naruto shrugged. Still though, you could have at least tried to say something. Or hint at it if you were worried about my reaction. I'm sorry, I really hadn't thought of that. Murmur admitted guiltily. Hey, no sweat, as long as there's nothing else in there I don't know about. Silence. Murmur. Naruto asked uncertainly. There's nothing, right? Naruto laughed nervously. Am I saying? Of course there isn't dash. Naruto. Why yeah? The blonde asked, taken aback by the 6-year-old's serious tone. There's someone else in here. Naruto's blood ran cold, nearly stumbling in the tree she had just hopped in. Kakashi-sensei shot her a concerned look, noting how she looked a bit pale. Naruto, are you alright? The Jonin asked. Are you tired? Should we slow down? And nah, it's nothing. The blonde assured him weakly. Crap, she must have looked like straight. If even Sakura was looking uneasy for her. Seriously you guys, it's nothing too bad. Naruto said. Don't worry about me, I think I just had too many slices of Tsunami's goodbye cake. Kakashi nodded, albeit reluctantly. They all turned back to their tree jumping, Naruto returning to scream inwardly at her humanity. Murmur. There's something else inside me and you're just now saying something about it? How long has it been there? I don't know. A little under a year maybe? She offered in a cringing tone. That long? Is it? Naruto shrieked, shivering as she felt like maggots were squirming beneath her skin. I don't know. I don't even know how it got into the seal. I remember thinking it was you, and I asked the furball if it was. But when I got to the front of the gates, Kyuubi's chakra had already dragged it to the back of his cage. She explained frantically. I had my own side of the cage, and I couldn't leave it, I could only go forward to the front, but I'd still be on my own side. Kyuubi's chakra kept me from invading even more of his territory. Like a block, a wall, yeah, a wall of chakra. So, the other dash, Naruto shivered again. Presence was separated from you by the Kyuubi and a wall of chakra? Why yeah. I was on the Kyuubi's left, and the other presence on his right. Well, it can't get out, right? Naruto asked hopefully. I really don't know Naruto, sorry. Murmur said. Presence sagging in guilt. Hey, don't sound so down. The blonde comforted awkwardly. At least I know now, any? Yeah, but still. I'll try to be more attentive to what goes on in here from now on. Now that I'm free of the cage, I can hang in our memories. Maybe I can find something in there that'll help you. Whoa. That is wicked. You can do that? I just said that, didn't I? Murmur asked flatly, unimpressed. Don't gotta be such a jerk about it. The blonde sulked. Whatever. But yeah, I can. So I'll search through our memories. It'll take a long time because I don't know how the human mind works, just stuff you've read in books about sealing certain things away, and plus I have to start from the beginning of our memories, even though I know the answer won't be there. Then I'll have to sort through all the repressed memories or foggy ones and... Activating ignore button. Naruto said robotically. Hey. Murmur whined indignantly. Naruto's wit score, 1999. Murmur, 1997. You just made that up. Murmur huffed. I totally did. Naruto snickered. We both know I'm winning though. Humph. As if. But, whatever. Back to the point at hand. I'm going to start sorting through our memories. Don't do anything stupid while I'm occupied. No promises. You're hopeless. Murmur giggled. Guilty as charged. The genin left their sensei to report to the Hokage about the mission, all going their separate ways. Naruto went to the highest point in the village, where she had sealed Shisui's body. She sat down and told him about her first C rank. Laughing as she remembered how she lost her temper and cussed Zabuza out. You'd probably say something completely moronic like, "Sunshine, what were you thinking? You had a party without me, heh?" Naruto chuckled to herself. "I miss you so much, Shisui," she whispered, absently wiping the wetness that stung at her eyes. "You're really the only guy I've ever shed so many tears for. I won't ever regret loving you though." The blonde quietly watched the sunset, pretending Shisui's ghost was watching it with her. She fell asleep up there, something warm brushing her cheek just as she was on the edge of sleep. The blonde assumed she was just imagining it was a comforting hand, and that the wind was playing tricks on her. 1 month after their first C-rank mission, Team 7 sat in their assigned training grounds, waiting for their chronically late sensei to show up. Naruto sluggishly twirled a blade of grass between her fingers, wondering when the silver-haired enigma would arrive. 3 hours late, he did so, with an audible poof behind them. The preteens hopped up and turned around to face their sensei. "You're late," Sakura roared. "Ma, Hokage-sama lost his Viagra, so I had to go all the way to the sand village because all our markets were out and buy him some more." There was silence. Naruto broke it by releasing peals of racking laughter. What the is wrong with you, Kakashi-sensei?" The blonde guffawed. That's the worst one yet." Why you pervert." Sakura screeched, red face clashing horribly with her hair. "HN." Sasuke grunted, looking mildly ashamed for the older male. "Ma, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me," Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Next time, I'll make extra sure it's even worse." "Oh Kami, I'm gonna pee." Stop. Stop it. You're killing me." Naruto laughed, slapping her hand against her knee in glee. Sasuke shook his head at the blonde's antics. "Can you just tell us what you called us here for, sensei?" Sakura nearly demanded, obviously having had enough of her team for the day. "Well, not including Sasuke." "Oh, that," Kakashi said flippantly. "I nominated you for the Chunin exams. Sign these forms by Friday and turn them in at the Ninja Academy." Ja-ni. The silver-haired enigma waved stupidly and poofed out of existence, leaving 3 slips of paper to fall uselessly to the grass in his wake. "You useless excuse of a sensei!" Sakura exploded, outraged. "Ow. Oops. Sorry dude. That hurt, you little punk." Hey man, I said I was sorry." "Yeah? Well sorry ain't gonna cut it, brat. I'm gonna teach you a little lesson in manners." Naruto stared as a guy wearing maroon makeup and a black S&M catsuit picked up a small child by the front of his green shirt. 2 other little kids, one with snot on his lip, and a girl with thick pigtails stood on the sidelines, looking scared. Geez, all he did was bump into him, and he did say sorry. What's this guy's prob? Oh no. Sakura, who had decided to follow Naruto because she got rejected brutally by Sasuke again, exclaimed. "Naruto, do something." "Me?" The blonde pointed to herself, as if there was another sunshine blonde girl named Naruto around. "Yes." The pinkette hissed. "Okay, yeesh." Naruto pouted. She walked over to S&M Pansy Boy just as a dirty blonde-haired girl with 4 ponytails began reprimanding him for his behavior. "Hey SMPB." The blonde called, catching the attention of everyone. "Let the brat go." "Naruto," said Brat exclaimed happily, wriggling out of SMPB's grasp and scurrying over to duck behind her legs. The other 2 did the same, their little hands clutching the back of her orange top, frightened. "Who the hell are you? And how do you know my name?" the blonde asked over her shoulder. The brat that had been getting bullied looked crushed. "Boss, don't you remember me? It's me, Konohamaru. Your prized protege and future husband." What the? Naruto said, perplexed. Wait. Konohamaru. She drawled in bafflement, before recognition began blooming within her blue eyes. Oh yeah. You're the kid that demanded I teach you after you tripped over your scarf and failed to assassinate the Hokage. Assassinate the Hokage? Sakura echoed, abhorred. Yeah, he's the Hokage's grandson, wanted to gain respect from people by becoming the Hokage, and naturally assumed that meant to kill the old man. Ooh. Sakura nodded, as if that made perfect sense. Yeah, he's also got some delusion that if I teach him, he'll become a ninja that'll eventually surpass me and I'll have to marry him. Sakura giggled at Naruto, cooing about how precious it was that he had a crush on her. Don't encourage him, Pinky. The blonde growled, looking rightfully annoyed when Konohamaru began rubbing his cheek lovingly into the small of her back. Hey! SMPB yelled. Don't ignore me, you heads. Oh, sorry, Naruto said, herding the three brats behind Sakura, taking threatening steps towards the boy. I honestly forgot you were there. You bitch. He spat, reaching behind him, grasping the large bundle of bandages on his back. Don't you ignore me. I'll show you. Kankuro. The girl behind him exclaimed. You're gonna use crow here? Don't be so stupid. Just knock it off. Shut up, Temari. The newly dubbed Kankuro barked. I'm gonna teach this weak little slut some manners. Oh. Sakura muttered, shushing the three kids worrying behind her gently. Oh, so you're gonna teach me something you obviously know jack about? Naruto questioned snarkily, causing Kankuro to fume. I'm not involved. Temari huffed, crossing her arms irritably. If he finds out, I'm not defending you, moron. Whatever. Kankuro scoffed cockily. He's not even here. And I'll have dealt with this slutway before he even shows up. Kankuro took one step towards Naruto, and something whizzed from above, impacting harshly with the hand reaching for Crow. Youch! Kankuro yelped, glaring down at the small rock that had hit him. You shouldn't attack people so recklessly, especially if you're a guest in their village, loser. Everyone gaped, save for Naruto, who looked bland, and stared at the Uchiha crouched in the tree above them. OMG! Sasuke-kun, you're so cool. Sakura gushed. No, he's just trying to look cool. The blonde thought flatly. And supposedly I'm a loser? Who the? Are you? Kankuro demanded, throwing his hands up in irritable exasperation. Kankuro. Everyone froze. Immediately, Naruto's blue eyes hardened to glaciers, glaring up back at the tree Sasuke was in, and at the boy with the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead, standing upside down behind her surrogate little brother. Jigara. Kankuro stuttered stupidly. I told you to knock it off. Temari sneered. Though, curiously enough, she seemed just as scared as Kankuro was. You know our teammate has a short temper. This only caused Naruto's eyes to narrow suspiciously. The boy with blood-red hair that had startled the daylights out of Sasuke disappeared in a swirl of sand, materializing once again before the still sputtering Kankuro. They started Gaara. I swear. You liar. Sakura blurted. You're the one who was bullying a defenseless kid, Shinaro. Gaara's seafoam green eyes were dead, framed by death-black insomnia rings, so void of emotion it was absolutely chilling. He sliced them over to the pinkette, causing her to pale, and then back over to Kankuro, who gulped loudly, opening his mouth to no doubt tell another lie. Shut up, Kankuro. Gaara ordered coldly. Or I'll kill you. Naruto pursed her lips, unnerved by how seriously the boy stated he'd kill his own teammate. Kankuro simply clamped his jaw closed, and Temari began shaking slightly in terror. Something isn't right with this guy, he meant that. Sasuke hopped out of his tree, his eyes telling Naruto he was still a bit ruffled by the fact that he obviously hadn't sensed Gaara behind him. Gaara, he's good. Naruto thought grimly. We didn't come here to fool around. Gaara stated, turning to Sasuke and Naruto, who had walked over and positioned herself slightly in front of the Uchiha. I am sorry for my teammates' foolishly rash behavior. You don't sound sorry at all. Naruto noted. More like you were trained to say things like that in these kinds of situations. It's okay, the blonde said instead. Just keep his nasty tongue quiet, or I might have to cut it off. She grinned wickedly as Kankuro paled even more, licking her bottom lip threateningly as her hand ghosted over her tanto's hilt. She didn't actually mean it, as Kankuro hadn't done anything too heinous to force her ire, but she had always been somewhat talented in the art of intimidation. The blonde inwardly frowned when something distinctly mad flashed behind Gaara's seafoam eyes. I will. The redhead drawled flatly, keep that in mind. Lovely. Naruto bowed her head slightly, turning to leave. We'll be seeing you when we see you. Ja-ni. Surprisingly, Sasuke moved to follow her, not seeming all that sore about her stealing his chance to look cool. Wait. They stopped in their tracks. What are your names? I'm Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. The raven said, throwing a smarmy look over his shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde muttered. Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara offered. Are you to be competing in the Chunin exams? Pleasure. Naruto said, not really meaning it, and walking off. And yeah, we are. Maybe we'll even be able to spill some blood. Konohamaru, his two friends, and Sakura scurried after her. Sasuke went in the opposite direction, towards home. The Pinkette was too shaken to beg him for a date at the moment, and the Uchiha was going to take full advantage of that. The blonde didn't have to be facing the redhead to know her last statement brought his dead eyes to life with bloodlust. He's drowning in negativity and insanity. Naruto thought, her expression turning dark. And I know for a fact that I've never met that guy. So then why does he feel so familiar? Sasuke had just handed some dork named Rock Lee his ass in a fight. Though, the Uchiha was anything but unscathed. Naruto hoped a few devastating kicks from the green-clad boy would teach Sasuke that his arrogance would cost him his life someday, as the field was unkind. He should know that from experience. He needed to shape up. The blonde had warned him against fighting right before the exams, but really, when did that fool ever listen to her without getting a black eye first? The trio of rookies reached room 301, surprised to find their sensei standing in front of the door and waiting for them. Sensei! Sakura exclaimed. What are you doing here? Oh, you mean me? He questioned dumbly. I'm just here to see you off and express how happy I am that you all made it. Why's that? Naruto asked suspiciously. Because. The enigma chirped, I smiling cheerfully. All three of you needed to be here or else I'd have to turn you away. Seeing that they didn't plan on blowing up at him yet, Kakashi continued. You see my cute little students, to compete in the Chunin exams, you need 3 people in a squad. Sakura's eye twitched in irritation. Don't you think you should have informed us of something so important before now? Nope. Kakashi grinned. Why you useless sonophabic dash. Naruto slapped her hand over the Pinkette's furious mouth, smiling sheepishly as Sasuke shook his head silently. Well, thanks for seeing us off, sensei. The blonde smiled. Wish us luck, any? Hee, yes, of course Naruto-chan. Kakashi chuckled and waved them off. Good luck my cute little genin. Sasuke and Sakura silently fumed, Naruto just waving goodbye cheerfully, ushering her teammates through the door, and into a bland classroom with off-white walls. She knew that Kakashi had been testing them to see if Sakura had enough courage to show up on her own. Sasuke would have definitely pressured the Pinkette into it if he'd known, even if it wouldn't have been intentional. Sakura only would have thought of the Uchiha's opinion of her. And that just simply wouldn't be okay. Clever sensei. Naruto thought appreciatively. As soon as the door closed behind them, an ash-blonde blur shot out of the crowd and attached itself to the Uchiha's back. Sasuke-kun. Ino squealed. I missed you so much. I bet you missed me too, didn't you? Sasuke just scowled, trying to squirm away from her, but alas, it was futile. Naruto snickered shamelessly at his misfortune. "Get your muddy hooves away from my Sasuke-kun Ino pig!" Sakura screamed. "He didn't miss your obese butt and never will because he has me. His future wife. Cha. Why don't you go advertise your stupidity somewhere else, billboard brow?" Ino shot back. "And the only person you'll be marrying is a plastic surgeon. Maybe he could give you a forehead reduction. Why you dash?" Everyone then proceeded to ignore the reunion of the two banshees. "Troublesome," the string bean that was Shikamaru mumbled. "You guys are here too? Nice to see you again, Shika-chan. It's been a while." Naruto grinned. "We'll have to ditch training together sometime." "Yeah," Choji agreed, coming up behind the string bean, munching on a bag of barbecue chips. "That'll be fun, don't you think, Shikamaru?" "Troublesome," the Nara muttered. "Yahoo!" a brash voice cheered. "Looks like the gang's all here." "Oh looky, it's Kibbles." Naruto grumbled sardonically. "Yay." Kiba walked up, a stoic Shino and blushing Hinata trailing behind him. "Oh shut up Yankee bitch, who asked you anyways?" Kiba snapped. Akamaru, who was sitting on his head, nipped at his partner's hood disapprovingly. "Traitor." Kiba sulked. Naruto smirked, taking the offered chip from Choji with a small nod of thanks. "The only female dog around here is you, Kibbles," Naruto said flippantly, crunching on her snack. "And what's it matter if anyone asked me if everyone was thinking it?" This coaxed a few snickers out of even Sakura and Ino, who had miraculously stopped bickering. "Why you dash?" Naruto ignored the impending rant from the feral Nin, turning to his teammates instead. "What's up Hinata, Shino?" she asked cheerfully. Hinata flushed in pleasant surprise, poking her fingertips together nervously. "Hello again and Naruto-chan." The gentle Hyuga greeted. "Hello Naruto," Shino said emotionlessly. "It has been quite some time." "It sure has, hasn't it?" Naruto nodded soberly. "Your sensei treating you well?" "Indeed," Shino confirmed. "Don't ignore me," Kiba roared. "Hey!" A glasses-wearing dork with a silver ponytail interrupted. He walked over, merging from within the crowd of genin to stride confidently over to the rookies and stand before them. "A bit confident there, aren't you, bub?" Naruto wondered inwardly. "Something about this clown already stinks. You rookies need to keep it down. You don't know what you're dealing with." "Says who?" Ino retorted, cocking her hip in a sassy manner. "Kabuto Yakushi," the dork answered, pushing his round glasses up to his nose. "But really, you guys should try being more quiet. Everyone here is way stressed out for the exams, and loud rookies aren't exactly be helping their mood." At this, all the rookies looked around, faces becoming nervous as they noticed the death glares and waves of killing intent they were receiving from everyone in the room. Well, Naruto looked like she could care less, and Sasuke sent back glares that made some want to wet themselves. "Because I'm such a nice guy, I'll be willing to give my little juniors some information." "Like what?" Kiba snarked. Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards almost too quickly. "What's he so eager for?" "Like what?" he echoed cockily. "Like info on the competitors this year. I've been collecting data because this isn't my first time competing." "Yeah, competing. So why are you trying to help us in a contest? Technically we're enemies, even if we're from the same village. What's your game? Yakushi? So, you must be really experienced, huh?" Sakura asked, drawing the blonde's attention back to the present, the pinkette's inner bookworm obviously and thoroughly interested in his information. "Yeah, these are my ninja info cards. Ask me anything about anyone here and I'll have something on em." "How much experience are we talking?" Shikamaru asked lazily. "This your second time?" "No," the dork rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "It's my seventh." "Not very reliable then, are you?" Naruto drawled rudely, though, inwardly, she still wondered why he would go out of his way to give them information. He had nothing to gain from it. And yes, he could just be a nice guy, but something told Naruto the guy was a real snake. The blonde pursed her lips when Sasuke brushed past her to stand before the dork. "Don't count me out yet," Kabuto said. "These exams aren't a walk in the park, all the villages have great shinobi they send to the exams. The only place I wouldn't worry about is Sound, because they're small, new, and not well known. So they can't really be that big of a deal." Naruto noticed a trio of particularly dangerous-looking nin with music notes on their hitayatesh balk indignantly as Kabuto began telling her peers how many teams each village sent to the exams. Sasuke pulled her attention back to him by pointing at Kabuto's large deck of cards. "You've got information on individuals in that deck, don't you?" the Uchiha asked. "Yeah, what of it?" Kabuto responded. "Tell me about Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara, and Uzumaki Naruto." "You have their names?" Kabuto scoffed. "That's no challenge at all." Meanwhile, Naruto balked as the dork began sorting through his cards. "What are you asking about me for, you turd?" Naruto hissed. "HN." Sasuke grunted. "Just wondering how far a loser like you has come this past year." Naruto frowned, shoving her hands into her pockets to hide her tightening fist. "You dumbass," she raged. "If this clown actually knows some worthy info, our enemies will have clues on my fighting style." Well, the blonde supposed if the dork was about to say something she didn't like, she could always shut him up forcefully. Rock Lee, Genin of the Leaf for a year. Teammates, Niji Hyuga and Tenten. Says here he can't use chakra, so he relies heavily on taijutsu, but he is still a powerful force to be reckoned with. Gaara no Sabaku, Genin of the Sand. Teammates, Sabaku no Temari, and Sabaku no Kankuro. Also, oh crap. What? What? Kiba demanded eagerly. Says here he's returned from every one of his missions without a single scratch. And they were all above C rank. Nanny. Ino and Sakura yelped. Intriguing. Shino muttered. Shikamaru muttered troublesome, yet, nodded in agreement. HN. Sasuke said. Sounds interesting. I know there's something more to that Gaara kid, just like there's something more to Kabuto. But, what? Naruto thought. Why was he never injured? Why are his teammates petrified of him? And who the hell is Kabuto Yakushi really? Now, calm down you guys, Kabuto placated. I'm sure none of you will have to face him. And if you do, you can always forfeit. That's rich coming from a guy who failed 7 times. Naruto nearly spat. Meh. Kabuto shrugged, though Naruto sensed his irritation and slight anger. I told you, these exams are no joke. Che. The blonde huffed. Now, Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto drawled, catching all of the rookies' attention. Genin of the Leaf. Teammates, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Well versed in seals, and, curiously, she is proficient in the Uchiha Kenjutsu style. Said to have been taught by the infamous Shunshin no Shisui himself. The blonde's heart stuttered. Pain filled her to the brim, yet her face fell blank. Naruto's eyes dulled to murky blues, forced to remember that name, and who that person was to her. She was too ensnared by the memories suddenly bombarding her brain to notice how pale Sasuke had suddenly gone. Or when her body began to move. Shisui smiling cheekily at her. Stealing her ramen. Laughing at a corny joke. Buying her pants. Teasing her about her bad mouth. Teaching her to wield a tanto. Telling her he loved her. And then, Shisui lying at her feet, his eyes torn from their sockets, life stolen from his beautiful face. Naruto realizing she'd never see his eyes bright with life. Or, his lips tilting in a smile just for her. Ruto. Naruto, no. The blonde blinked, coming back to herself marginally, and into a bout of confusion. Her dull eyes refocused slightly, widening when they took in Kabuto's curiously blue face. His eyes were rolling around in their sockets, the boy looking one short moment of passing out. The is wrong with him? She wondered. Naruto, stop it. You'll kill him. Sasuke. Had he been calling her? What would make her little brother sound so distressed? Naruto, please let him go. Sakura nearly sobbed, yanking at Naruto's wrist desperately. Let him go? Wait. What? No. No. It can't be. Naruto inwardly recoiled, finally realizing that she had her hands wrapped around Kabuto's throat. And that she was strangling him with everything she had. The blonde quickly released the neck in her grasp, and shoved the glasses-clad boy away from her. The blonde felt bile slowly rising in her throat. She swallowed it. What had I been about to do? She thought, horrified. No. I know what I was about to do. Naruto watched numbly as Kabuto took huge desperate gulps of air, nearly choking on it as he sputtered. An ugly blue-black bruise in the shape of her hands was already blooming across the older genin's throat. What the is wrong with me? I was about to break his neck. I would have crushed his windpipe. Naruto deftly caught the wrist belonging to the hand that attempted to slap her. She blinked rapidly, staring at Sakura's distressed face. The blonde swallowed as her voice broke, and tried again. Don't touch me. I stopped. Just, don't touch me. I'm afraid that I'll break you. The blonde dropped Sakura's wrist. Some part of her far away telling her Sakura had only been trying to help. That she had been attempting to smack some sense into the blonde. I'd probably try to kill her too if she did manage to hit me. Naruto knew. She knew she wasn't in a stable state of mind at the moment. But all sensible thoughts ceased abruptly. More images suddenly began flooding her brain. Filling her skull with the past, to torment her. Whoa. Kabuto hacked. That's quite a grip you got there, and that speed. I didn't even see you move. Naruto blinked some more, trying to ignore the image of a man's dark eyes widening behind his mask as she tore out his tongue. She tried to ignore the sound of his helpless gurgling as he choked on his own blood, unable to scream as the seal she created decomposed his flesh and absorbed all of his chakra, until he was nothing but a lifeless husk of skin. She tried to ignore the thick metallic scent of blood, and the taste of it on her lips from when it sprayed across her face as she beheaded his defenseless partner. She tried to ignore the sight of Shisui's body disappearing into the seal. And she tried to ignore that she was reliving the realization that Shisui was never going to smile at her again. But that was just the thing, wasn't it? Naruto whimpered quietly under her breath. She tried. It didn't work. A sound ninja used the commotion to attack Kabuto. Cracking his glasses and threatening him to keep his mouth shut about sound nin in the future. Alright maggots. A rumbling voice boomed, a plume of smoke revealing a huge bear-like man with a bandana at the front of the classroom. Nobody fights unless I say so. You got that? Or you can kiss the exams goodbye and take your sorry asses home. Gomen-ni, the bandaged sound nin that attacked Kabuto shrugged. Guess I just got a bit excited. Well, don't let it happen again, punk. The bear man growled. Or else. The rookies shaped up at his dangerous tone, save of Sasuke, who couldn't pull his eyes away from the zombie that was Naruto. And Sakura, who kept shooting the blonde weary and panicked glances. As of right now, the first test of the Chunin exams has begun. And I am your proctor, Marino Abiki. Pleased to dot and meet ya. Now take a seat maggots. No one dared to oppose the intimidating man, all rushing to get to a seat. Naruto shambled absently after everyone. She continuously wiped her hands against her pants, trying to rid them of the feeling of being soaked in blood. Murmur took a deep breath, and exhaled. Her blue eyes watched the images slowly sliding past her at every turn. She was in a sort of limbo, if you will. Her body was floating, drifting with no real destination through the air in the dimension of Naruto's memories. On either side of Murmur, above and below, were giant film-like ribbons. They were rolling, showing the experiences of Naruto's past through the blonde's very own perspective. Murmur had been drifting ever so slowly through the place of Naruto's memories, it having took a month and a few days for her to reach more recent events. Murmur's wide eyes studied every window leading into the past with rapt attention. She was still floating, but had ceased her drifting. The memories she was studying at the moment were of Shisui teaching Naruto to wield a tanto. The 6-year-old had earlier felt a pull from Naruto's side of their shared psyche. Naruto was distressed, something outside forcing her to fall into a state dangerously close to catatonic. Murmur had began panicking when a long film of memories rushed past her, and back to the front of Naruto's mind. They were all revolving around the death of Shisui, and the awful things Naruto had done to seal his body away. Murmur would have rushed right back to the front of Naruto's mind to stabilize her thought process. But, she told Naruto she would investigate her memories to find out what could possibly be invading the Kyuubi's seal. So it would be done. Lately, Murmur had been feeling fainter and fainter, so she knew she and Naruto would be becoming one again soon. She decided to stay in Naruto's memories and trust in her other half. Naruto swore she would never forget her humanity. And Murmur knew, even being as jaded as Naruto was, if she gave it, she never broke her word. That was one of the few good things she had never locked away when Murmur had been created. Naruto didn't need her humanity to specifically point out when she was lying to herself or what was right and wrong anymore. The blonde recognized those things on her own. She will be fine. She's strong. Murmur whispered. With that in mind, the 6-year-old bit her stitched lips, searching for the memory after Naruto stopped her tanto training with Shisui. Even though she still felt Naruto was hopelessly distressed, she would not leave. The 6-year-old was close to the truth. She could feel it. Naruto sat next to Hinata in room 301. Her peers and fellow Chunin hopefuls worked diligently all around her, or were called out for being caught cheating. Naruto paid no attention to any of the things around her. She stared straight ahead, trying to keep herself from grimacing at the phantom feeling of sticky blood dripping from her fingertips. She knew that blood was gone. Because she remembered clearly washing her hands raw after she returned home from sealing Shisui away. But that knowledge didn't help her. Naruto's eye twitched when she felt the same red liquid dribble down her face, and off her chin. She heard the sound of her tanto slicing through bone as she took the root nin's head over. And over again. She felt his partner's warm tongue pinched between her fingers, slick with saliva. And she heard him choke on his screams as she ripped it from his face. She watched the oldest demon brother's eyes drain of all life, and red pool around his bisected corpse. Her stomach rolled at the sickeningly thick metallic scent invading her nose, and sliding past the back of her throat. Just as the blonde thought she would break, the sound of shattering glass caused her to snap to attention, tanto already drawn and body tensed to vault her over the desk she sat behind at any moment. Naruto blinked, watching as her peers calmed down and stopped cheering to gawk at the front of the room. Apparently, they had all passed. Naruto hadn't even glanced at her test paper. The blonde absently watched with the rest of the remaining Chunin hopefuls as a purple-haired woman dressed in skimpy mesh armor and a tan trench coat gestured grandly. The woman grinned, informing them it wasn't time to celebrate just yet. Anko. Ibiki deadpanned, pinching the bridge of his nose irritably. You're early. Again. Anko had the decency to flush. She rubbed the back of her neck in embarrassment, before perking up, eyes searching the room curiously. Ibiki, you passed this many teens. You're going soft. Ibiki just sighed, obviously well acquainted with Anko's questionable mood swings. Maybe we just have a good batch of ninja this year. The bear man offered. Whatever. Anko grinned savagely. These numbers will be halved by the time I'm done with them. Some gulped at the manic gleam in the woman's pupilless hazel eyes. Naruto stared up at the banner pinned to the blackboard with kunai above Anko. It read, the .y and single-second exam proctor. Anko Midarashi. Follow me, maggots. Anko exclaimed melodramatically. Follow me to the place of your imminent deed. I mean, the second exam stage. Naruto discreetly slid her tanto back into its sheath, and stood up to follow her nervous peers to their next exam. I've got to get my head in the game. The first exam was scheduled to be 1 hour. How could I have been spacing out for that long? Naruto worried her bottom lip. I can't afford to let that happen again. Team 7 stood outside the Forest of Death. Naruto and Sasuke immediately were put at a huge advantage. Sakura looked about ready to wet herself. The blonde would admit, the first time Shisui took her to the place, she had been thoroughly intimidated. But now? At 13. Near 14? She knew the place like the back of her hand. It was home away from home. Alright, maggots, this is my personal playground. Leaf Neen call it the Forest of Death. Anko announced. You're gonna spend 5 days in this treasure trove of hazards until you reach its center, where there is a tower. But, before you can go into the tower, you need 2 scrolls. 1 heaven, and 1 earth. Each squad will get 1 scroll. Wait. Ino blurted. Where do we get the other one? Where do you think, genius? Anko snarled. Screw another team over and take theirs. Hell, you can even kill M if you want. Needless to say, many of the genin paled as the more bloodthirsty contestants leered insidiously. KKK kill? Sakura whimpered. Sasuke glared. But, if you knew him well enough, you'd see the excited gleam at the new challenge in his ebony eyes. And don't open the scrolls in the forest, brats. Or else. The purple-haired woman warned. Why not? Kiba snarked, quickly deflating at the skimpily clad woman's growing evil smile. Why don't you open them and find out? She baited. And no thanks. The feral Neen muttered. Shino shook his head mutely. So yeah, sign these waivers so your families can't sue us if you end up a mutilated corpse by the end of this. Anko said nonchalantly. A Chunin helper poofed into existence at her side and grabbed the papers, and then began passing them around. Naruto wiped her hands against her pants and shivered, eye twitching as she continuously heard the sound of a man choking on his own blood. Even being in the distracted, half-nightmarish state she was in, the blonde's shinobi skills alerted her of danger a second before it even happened. She tilted her head, a kunai whizzing by the left side of her face immediately after. The result was a small slit that shortly began weeping blood. She tensed as a pair of large breasts pressed into her back, a body draped over her back, and smooth, strong arms wound around her neck in an almost strangling hold. Soft lips brushed the blonde's ear, painfully reminding her of when Shisui used to hold her. But it's not Shisui. Shisui's dead. The blonde thought distractedly. I sealed his body. I sealed him with the flesh of 2 men. I know that I did. And there was blood. Naruto's eye twitched again. So much blood. Her hands twitched. She wiped them off again. They dripped blood. She wiped. And she wiped. And she wiped them again. They didn't feel clean. They felt dirty. Dirty with blood. Naruto was dirty. You're not ignoring my announcements, are you, rookie? Anko drawled dangerously. What? Is Anko-chan not interesting enough for you to even glance at? Naruto's cut seeped red. It dripped down her face, just like when I cut his head off, and he painted me with blood. Get off her. Sasuke growled. Ho? Anko smirked, Naruto could feel it, against her ear. Lips brushing her ear. Shisui. Am I bothering the little Uchiha? Anko taunted. What? Is she your girlfriend or something? No. Sasuke gritted. Just let her go. Oh? So she's not your girlfriend? Well, I guess you won't mind if I do this, will you? Naruto shivered as a slick tongue licked the blood from her cheek, and to everyone's disgust, Anko hummed in pleasure at the taste. One of the arms snaked from around Naruto's shoulders, a devious hand ghosting down her flat stomach, teasing the hem of her pants too. Anko yanked her hand away as Sasuke launched a shuriken at her offending appendage. The projectile harmlessly lodged into the grass at Anko's right. Temper Uchiha. Anko snickered. Sasuke fumed, his hand reaching into his pouch for another weapon, only to stop when someone he didn't know slinked over to them. Even more repulsive to Anko's action, this person was from grass, a pale young woman that had an abnormally long tongue that fell nearly a foot from her lips. Wrapped in it was Anko's kunai. "What do you think you're doing?" Anko asked, casually disentangling herself from Naruto. "I'm just returning this to you." The grass genin hissed. "Thanks," Anko said flatly, taking the spit-coated kunai and slipping it into a hidden pocket in her coat. "But," the purple-haired woman began. "Don't ever just walk up to me with that thing hanging out. Especially if it's armed. I'm sure you don't want to lose your tongue, genin." "I'm sorry," the grass genin said, hissing voice completely unapologetic. "I'll try and keep that in mind." "Lose your tongue? Like when I tore out that root nin's tongue. Come on, Naruto." Sasuke growled, storming over to the bungalow that was set up to the left of the forest gate's entrances. He retrieved their scroll, which was earth, and Sakura hid it in her pouch, as no one would suspect she was the one who had it. "Whatever, Uchiha," Anko called after him as he went to stand in front of Gate 7. "She's kind of airhead anyways." Naruto shuffled after her teammates, unaware of the eyes of her fellow rookies following her worriedly. They may have butted heads, but they grew up together. They were classmates that watched each other grow. They may not have known Naruto that well, but even they knew something was terribly wrong with her at the moment. Everyone get ready, get set, G-. Wait. Ugh. Anko huffed. What? What are we gonna do for food? Two guesses who that was. It's a forest kid, there's to eat. The purple-haired woman snapped. There's also huge mutated things in there to eat you. This was followed by a few wary looks being passed around between Chunin hopefuls. Anko glared, looking around to see if anyone else would dare interrupt her. No one did. She grinned. 5 days maggots. No exceptions. And absolutely no forfeits. Shikamaru sighed explosively. Oh, and one last piece of advice. Anko smirked darkly. Don't die. When she noticed she had intimidated quite a few severely, she threw her arms open widely. Now go. The gates swung open. The game was on. Sasuke wasn't a nervous kind of guy. He didn't particularly like anything. And he disliked many things. But one of the things he despised was to see Naruto in pain. He knew to outsiders it looked like they hated each other's guts, but that wasn't true. Actually, it couldn't be further from the truth. Sasuke knew he never actually said he cared about Naruto. But he did. He didn't like Naruto. He loved her. That was something he was barely brave enough to admit to himself. She was his sister. She was bossy, violent, foul-mouthed, and a dobe, but she was his dobe. She annoyed him to no end, and he really disliked that she was always finding reasons to hit him. But whoever said you had to like someone to love them? Their relationship was kind of complicated. Period. Though, Sasuke knew Naruto would only ever have his well-being at heart. That's why, seeing the girl who had become his family acting distant, someone so confident in her voice quiet and anxious, put his stomach in knots. The Uchiha was worried. Something was terribly wrong with Naruto. The blonde was one of the fastest people Sasuke knew, nearly as fast as Shisui had been. So, there was no reason for that wretch Anko to have been able to get a hold of Naruto. But she had, which meant Naruto was hopelessly distracted. Sasuke looked over his shoulder, Sakura silently sending fretting looks at the vacant-eyed blonde shambling after her. Sasuke wasn't an idiot. He knew Naruto and Shisui had been in love. And he knew what that buffoon Kabuto said had triggered whatever this was. Not many people knew the depth of Shisui and Naruto's relationship. Only he, the third, and that traitor. Sasuke shook his head, batting away the images of his family's corpses littering the ground. This wasn't about that, he berated himself. This was about passing the exams and getting stronger. Experience. This was about getting out of this place as soon as possible to get Naruto the desperate help she so obviously needed. Naruto. Sakura surprised the Uchiha by breaking the tense silence. Naruto looked up at the sound of her name, but it was sluggish, distracted. The blonde kept wiping her hands, and they quaked slightly as she did so. She just kept wiping them off. As if she was trying to wipe away something filthy. But there was nothing there. There was nothing. Kami Naruto, what's wrong with you? Naruto stared unblinkingly at the pinkette, her left eye twitched slightly, both of her azure blues cloudy. It was as if she was dreaming, but half of her was awake. It wasn't a dream that was making her this way though, was it? Sasuke thought grimly. It was a nightmare. Naruto, we know you're not okay, Sakura said, voice quivering. You've been like this since that guy Kabuto. The Uchiha felt a new respect for the pinkette when her voice trailed off uncertainly, but she swallowed and plowed forward anyway. Why did you attack him, Naruto? Sakura asked. Who was that person Kabuto mentioned? Is that why it's like you're not even here, even though you're standing right in front of me? Because Kabuto said his name? Naruto finally reached up one of her hands and wiped under her twitching eye. I've got to pee. Naruto stated blankly. She turned and shuffled into the cover of some bushes and trees to her left. Sakura gawked. She turned to Sasuke, who shrugged helplessly. What do we do, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked worriedly. Get a scroll so we can leave this forest. Sakura chewed on her bottom lip nervously. Naruto had been gone for nearly 10 minutes. Surely it didn't take that long to pee? Unless she drank a whole water tower, CHA. Inner Sakura huffed. Now's really not the time to joke around. I'm honestly worried. Sakura thought. Then go check on her genius. Sakura nodded resolutely, pushing herself to her feet in the clearing she and Sasuke sat in. Sasuke shot her a questioning look, but before Sakura could explain herself, the sound of branches snapping and being parted made both rookies move to draw kunai. Sakura nearly relaxed when she saw it was her blonde teammate. Sorry I took so long. Naruto said sheepishly. But you know what they say, when nature calls. Sakura's mint eyes narrowed. Who the hell are you? The pinkette growled. If she learned anything about the blonde during their time as teammates, she never apologized unless she was way out of line. And that was rare. Because even with her quick temper and bad mouth, Sakura noticed Naruto wasn't an unkind person. They weren't friends, but Sakura knew Naruto was the one who got Sasuke to help with her training. And for that, Sakura was grateful. Despite all that, Naruto wasn't even acting like herself at the moment. So why would she suddenly be all cheerful when she had looked 1 inch of collapsing mentally 10 minutes ago? Sasuke glared, left hand inching into his kunai pouch. Naruto's face twisted into an ugly sneer-like grin, a masculine voice that had no business coming from her lips taunted them. So you saw through my disguise? It wasn't a question. Where's our teammate? Sasuke snarled. There was a poof of smoke. Naruto's form was swallowed by it. When it cleared, it revealed a Rain-nin in a tan-stitched bodysuit, face wearing a rebreather. My teammates are already probably finishing up their fun with her. The Rain-nin said, his dark eyes gleaming with sick mirth, voice distorted by his face gear. And after I'm done killing you two losers for your scroll, I'll be joining them in the fun. That teammate of yours is quite pretty. Sakura paled at the implications, suddenly feeling faint, her stomach rolling at the positively lecherous look on the Rain-nin's face. You son of a bitch! Sasuke roared, shooting at the Rain-nin, Sharingan flaring to life. The Rain-nin didn't know what hit him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ashes and blackened bone matter speckled the forest grass. Sakura's mint eyes widened to saucers. She stared into the pitiful, smoking pile of human ashes, her eyes stinging at the stench of burned flesh and heavy smoke. Sasuke's flame had been so ferocious, so pumped full of angry chakra, that it had been blue. It's so easy for them to kill. The Pinkette thought shakily, remembering when she watched Naruto cut one of the demon brothers in two. Am I weak or are they just monsters? The Pinkette flinched as the real Naruto wandered back into the clearing, her stomach dropped to her knees at the sight of the blonde splattered in blood. They made me do it. She was muttering, blank eyes unseeing. They tried to grab me, they made me do it. Sakura shivered. Naruto's tanto was clenched in her right hand, its blade dripping red into the grass, and in her other hand, a heaven scroll. Sakura gulped, watching mutely as Sasuke wordlessly approached Naruto. The Uchiha coaxed the short sword out of the blonde's grasp with a gentleness Sakura didn't know him capable of. He flicked the red from the blade expertly, and slid it away in Naruto's sheath for her. Sakura began wringing her hands, trying to distract herself from how badly they had began shaking. The Pinkette would be lying through her teeth if she said the close moments Naruto and Sasuke sometimes shared didn't bother her. Sakura knew Naruto didn't love Sasuke the way she did, and nor he to the blonde, but it still bothered her. Even if there was nothing romantic between the two, Sasuke was way more accepting of Naruto's presence than her own. Sakura knew they were something of childhood friends, and the Pinkette thought she remembered something distant about Naruto dating an Uchiha when she was like 10, but after Sasuke and Naruto began hanging out at lunch and after school in the academy, Sakura hadn't seen much of them. So the Pinkette had no idea if Naruto actually dated an Uchiha or if it had just been the tasteless gossip of jealous fangirls that wanted to slander Naruto, who assumed she was dating Sasuke at the same time. They were close, even if it was convoluted. Sakura could see that. The Pinkette numbly watched Sasuke slip his arm under Naruto's knees, the other around her back, and heft her effortlessly into his arms. It was an odd sight, as the blonde was noticeably taller than the Uchiha. Sakura walked over to them, unsettled by Naruto's vacant eyes staring skyward. Taking the blood-slicked heaven scroll out of Naruto's hand, Sakura grimaced, and slipped that too, in the pouch at her waist. We need a password, Sasuke stated. If we get separated, we'll know when it's actually us instead of someone trying to trick us. In the state she's in now, we'll know it's Naruto just by looking at her. Oh okay. Sakura mumbled. So, what's the password? Sasuke looked grim, gazing into Naruto's blues, before looking into the sky as if he could see what she was seeing behind her eyes. Sasuke-kun? Sakura prompted uncertainly. Sasuke glared, quickly taking to the trees and forcing Sakura to follow. We have to succeed. Sasuke grew tired after traveling a half-hour non-stop carrying his blonde teammate. He set her down, leaning her back against the huge trunk of one of the forest's trees. Sakura arrived behind him a moment later, huffing and wiping the sweat at her brow with her forearm. Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. Is Naruto any better? Sasuke turned to her, opening his mouth to answer, only to have to shield his eyes as a massive gust of wind shook the treetops. Thinking quick, the Uchiha and Haruno used chakra to stick to the branch they stood on. The same could not be said for Naruto. Naruto soared through the air, her body on autopilot, curling into a nimble ball, pumping chakra into her feet as she speedily flew towards a tree trunk. The blonde flipped, uncurling and sticking sideways to the tree that had previously would have been her death. Her eyes flashed when her senses flickered, and she shot to the next tree, the one she had been standing on reduced to huge splinters by the flick of a tail. Naruto dropped to the ground, and ran to the center of the clearing, whirling around, tanto drawn to face her foe. When she gazed into the giant snake eyes of the behemoth anaconda looming over her, drowning her in its shadow, she looked back down at her tanto. This isn't gonna work, she stated blankly. The blonde's hand whispered across the hilt of the katana she still wore diagonally across her back. I'm gonna kill you, Naruto murmured. Just like those rain ninja. I'll cut you to pieces. The snake hissed menacingly, diving down and promptly swallowing Naruto whole. Murmur's wide blue eyes were wide with surprise. How could I not have realized it before? She questioned herself. The answer was always right there. Why wasn't this the first thing I thought of when I noticed something invading the seal? Hell, why hadn't Naruto thought of it too? Murmur sped through Naruto's memories, back towards the front of her psyche. The images surrounding the young blonde slowly faded away to a vast room of white, and suddenly, there was substance beneath Murmur's bare feet. Her footsteps echoed thunderously in the room of white, a worn, brown door slowly materializing out of the endless white. Murmur hurried, grasping the almost lifelike in its warmth gold knob. The 6-year-old twisted the knob and threw the door open. She rushed out, and into the gray twisting hallways of Naruto's mindscape. Getting lost more times than she wanted to admit, Murmur finally reached a familiar orange-gold light at the end of the dark hallways. Murmur's feet splashed in the cesspool waters, stumbling into the very center of Naruto's mind, directly before the Kyuubi's cage. And she froze. Murmur fell to her knees, the dirty waters reaching past her belly button. Murmur stared up, watching in horror as rubble fell from the ceiling, and cracks traveled up the walls, threatening to give way under some unseen pressure and force. Naruto, what's happening? The 6-year-old croaked. She quickly decided what she had to do. Furball, you have to help me, please. Her eyes stung at the utter devastation that was Naruto and her mind. I told you not to refer to me in such a shameful manner, you insignificant little wretch. Something massive slammed against the bars, causing rubble to rain down from the damaged ceiling and into the murky water. The orange-gold light illuminating the Kyuubi's burnt orange fur. He snarled at the small child, crimson eyes livid, though his fearsome express went solemn as he noticed the state Murmur was in. Tears flowed out of her eyes, and she flinched when a deep growl sent ripples through the waters. Why do your eyes leak, little wretch? The fox rumbled. Naruto's mind is collapsing. And I don't know what to do. She wailed. Do you know what's wrong? Please tell me if you do. The silence was all the confirmation the 6-year-old needed. Please tell me what's happening. I'll do anything. Murmur pleaded. The Kyuubi's silence became contemplative. And then he nodded his huge head in agreement. Memories, child, they are destroying your creator from the inside out. Murmur's stomach did backflips, and she began to panic, knowing she shouldn't have left Naruto alone for so long, but also realizing she had to. For both of their sakes. But, why? What happened? The 6-year-old cried. Your creator is, in a state of unending shock, if you will. The Kyuubi said. Why? What's wrong with her? She was reminded of the past unexpectedly, and now is in shock, remembering her worst memories over and over again. What do I do to fix it? Murmur nearly demanded. The fox stared at the desperate little girl down his nose for a long moment. He answered. She needs something to literally shock her out of her shock. Murmur's tears spilled down her face, but this news allowed her to hope. Hope that she could mend Naruto's dangerously close to broken mind. I know just the news for this. She thought aloud. Just her luck, she had found the most shocking, yet obvious news only minutes before. Things would be okay. I see, though, you realize for my assistance. Kyuubi left her to fill in the blanks. Yes, I know. You want to talk to Naruto when you want. I won't block your voice from her anymore as long as your intent isn't bad. Murmur vowed. Murmur and Kyuubi were not friends. They had shared a cage for many years, locked away in the dark with no one to hear them. No one wanting to acknowledge that they were even there. Kyuubi filled with hatred, and Murmur filled with loneliness. Murmur was the essence of Naruto's humanity, all the things in the blonde that were good. So, she did not have the capacity to hate. She could not comprehend it. Hatred, anger, scorn. Murmur were incapable of feeling such things. She had surprised the great Kyuubi no Kitsune when she had first been created, and he asked if she was a puny human that hated him too, and informed him that no, she did not hate him. Since then, the fox had tolerated her presence without much fuss. He did dislike her though, but then again, he disliked everything as far as Murmur knew. She didn't hate the fox, she didn't even block his voice from Naruto consciously. It was Murmur's innocence. She instinctively pushed the fox away. Because he was filled with bad. But, the 6-year-old also had never rushed to pull down the blocks on her and Naruto's shared psyche. Though now, she had given her word. That was something she would not break. Very well, child, speak to your creator. Fix this mind, and I will wait for the meeting with my jailer. The QB's snarling mouth stretched into a monstrous parody of a grin. Murmur hoped she hadn't just done something stupid. Naruto. Blue eyes snapped open, greeted by impenetrable darkness. She couldn't move. Her arms were pinned by her sides by a constricting force, a force that was closing in on her from all sides. It was wet. Her person was drenched. It was warm, unpleasantly so. It was slimy, and thick. It smelled foul, like vomit. Naruto blinked. She was being digested. By a giant snake. Naruto. Naruto, can you hear me? Naruto blinked again. That voice, it sounded distressed. Had it been calling her? Naruto, are you okay? Can you hear me? It's Murmur. Please say something. Anything. Murmur. Blue eyes widened in the humid dark. Murmur. Yes. Yes, Naruto, it's me. I'm back. The 6-year-old nearly sobbed. What took you so long? Naruto thought weakly. I can't think straight, and I'm dreaming terrible things. Even with my eyes open. Murmur. I'm scared. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I really am. But, I know how to fix this. Murmur said mournfully. How? Naruto asked miserably. I know what's in the seal. What? What does that have to do with anything? Murmur, I'm going crazy. That's not going to help me. The blonde thought frantically. I know you feel like that. But really, it'll help. I'm sure of it. The 6-year-old said firmly. You'll still need to get professional help. But I know what I have to tell you will snap you out of this funk you're in. But first, get out of this snake. The blonde finished. Took the words right out of my mouth. Naruto let go of her tanto's hilt just long enough to force her arms closer to form the ram hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The giant snake was slithering casually along, satisfied with the meal its master had just gifted to it. Its stomach was full, and the snake was having a generally good day. That is, until it felt its stomach begin to slowly expand. Yellow eyes bugged out. The snake hissed in despair, its scales stretching to impossible widths, and its body bulged, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger until... boom! Violet blood and snake bits rained down upon the forest's grassy clearing, some soaking the newly freed blonde that stood in the very center of the gory chaos. Her clones had dispersed the moment the snake exploded, the remaining smoke rising into the air before fading away. Okay, about the seal. Murmur began. No time. Tell me later, okay? But. Later. Naruto said firmly. Okay. The 6-year-old agreed uncertainly. The blonde looked around. I just remembered. Naruto murmured. Where's Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto's eyes narrowed to slits, she focused her senses, but found such actions were unnecessary. A moment later, a massive killing intent washed over her from afar. It seemed to wilt the surrounding vegetation, despairing the green from even wanting to live. It was nearly inhuman. It was malice amplified. It was pure evil. Naruto's heart stuttered in unexplainable fear. Sasuke. She choked. The blonde ceased all thoughts, taking to the trees so fast she left nothing but a yellow streak in her wake. Naruto focused on finding her brother. She would not lose another one to this cursed village. When the violent, unnatural wind stopped, Sasuke dropped his arms to his sides, not remembering when he had raised them to shield his face. He felt Sakura's chakra at his side, slightly behind him, and turned around to check on Naruto. His skin lost all color at the empty spot that should have occupied his blonde teammate. Kukukuku dash. Sasuke shivered at the unsettling sound of someone chuckling. Their voice gave him the shivers, the malevolent sound resonating from around the surrounding forest. Who's there? Sakura stuttered, attempting to seem strong. She had a kunai drawn, both hands wrapped around the handle, arms pulled near her chest and blade point facing outwards, ready to pierce her unseen foe. Her green eyes darted this way and that. Searching. Her Uchiha teammate stood, shoulders tensed, ears straining, and sweat lining his brow. There. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed, and he leapt back, just as a swarm of snakes slammed into the branch from above. Sakura flinched when Sasuke landed nearly on top of her, and scrambled back to give him more space. Sasuke scowled, watching as the snakes hissed furiously, melting into useless blobs of mud and spilling down the sides of the branch. "Oh my, you're quite skilled to have sensed me, Sasuke-kun." A vaguely familiar voice rasped. Even if it was at the last possible second. "You." Sasuke thought accusingly. The Uchiha's red eyes narrowed as a woman jumped from the cover of higher branches, landing about 10 feet away from the young duo. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura whispered urgently from behind. "That's the weird grass ninja from earlier." "I know," the Uchiha growled, Sharingan never leaving the deviously smirking woman. "Don't let your guard down. She's no joke." Sakura confirmed. "What do you want from us?" Sasuke demanded. If all she wanted was their scroll, she would be attacking them right now. She wanted something else. Sasuke could feel it. His enemy's smirk stretched to impossible widths, nearly reaching the corners of her deceptively kind brown eyes. "Why so cold, Sasuke-kun?" she rasped, hideous smile never leaving as she spoke. "I just want to play with you. The pink one is not even worth killing." Sasuke noted Sakura's breath hitching behind him, and he backed up slowly, so he could stand in front of the pinkette. He wouldn't let another psycho take someone from him. Even if she kinda. "Alright then," the Uchiha drawled darkly. "Why have you come for me?" "I told you," the woman crooned. "I want to play, so let's." Sasuke shoved Sakura off the branch, she yelped, using chakra to stick to the underside of the wood while Sasuke flashed through a set of hand seals, just as the ninja spewed a stream of mud from her lips, calling out, "Earth style, mud slide jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu." Flames roared to life from the Uchiha's mouth, colliding with the mud, crackling sounded off as the two elements met, filling the air with the smell of burning earth. The mud turned to brick, parting on either side of the Uchiha's person as his flames forced it away from him. They fell to the forest floor, shattering to pieces. Smoke polluted the air, but Sasuke's Sharingan still predicted the attack that would fly at him from behind. The young Uchiha whirled around, drawing a kunai, and bringing it up to block the tongue that whipped out towards his neck. Disgusted, he released the metal as the slimy appendage snaked around the blade. The smoke began clearing, but Sasuke was already running through another set of hand seals. He took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his lungs, and shouted. "Fire style, burning ash, 1." Black smoldering matter spewed from the Uchiha's lips, the seemingly surprised grass genin gaped, and then, she was engulfed by ashes. She screamed. He smirked. Though, Sasuke's triumph was short-lived, as the screams shifted to chuckles, and the chuckles to malicious guffaws. The smoke cleared completely, and Sasuke's Sharingan eyes nearly popped out of his head. The grass ninja was nothing but a skeleton, flesh burned to black and charred, webbed with cracks that split open, skin flaking off, and wounds gushing streams of boiling crimson. Her eye sockets were gaping black holes, steaming blood spilling out of them and down her ruined, scorched face. The Uchiha's stomach rolled at the scent of burned flesh and hair, but he froze when the burned skeleton twitched. The grass ninja's jaw fell open, and broke off, clattering to the branch at her feet. Sasuke whispered, sounding strangled. He watched something slide up the back of the grass nin's throat and claw its way to the front of her ruined mouth. Is that a? Oh, Kami, help us. Sasuke stood helpless as a white hand emerged from the woman's throat, followed by an entire arm, and a shoulder, and a head. Sasuke absently noted Sakura walking on the underside of the tree branch, rounding its circumference so that she was behind him again. She was wrong to assume the fight was over. That he had won. Things had just gotten so much more worse. Kukukuku dash. Sasuke shivered, a man's head slithering out of the grass nin's mouth, his long black hair framing his deathly pale face, and his yellow snake eyes promising suffering. The charred corpse he wore fell away from his body, like a snake shedding its skin. Sasuke, what's happening? Sakura whimpered. He didn't answer. He didn't know. But he was scared. Odious killing intent spilled out of the man's spindly form, causing Sakura to gasp and fall to her knees, tears pricking her eyes. She shook like a leaf in storm, fighting to stay conscious. Sasuke heaved savagely, and vomited. But he wiped his mouth, and stood his ground, expression furious, and stubborn. Kukukuku, very good Sasuke-kun. The man said in his drawling voice. You're doing so much better than I expected. I'm very pleased. Who the hell are you? Sasuke snarled, but even he heard how his voice wavered. Even he knew he was shaking. Me? Oh, I'm just a friend. My name is Orochimaru, and I want to give you power. Orochimaru? Sakura choked. Oh, so the pink one knows me? The snake man smiled, but it made both the genin's skin crawl. I didn't think that foolish old man of a Hokage would allow people to teach brats about me. Why would you want to give me power? I don't even know you. The Uchiha growled. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. The snake summoner. He's the village's biggest traitor, Sakura recited, almost robotically. Right before Ida dash. Don't speak that foul name. Sasuke warned. The pinkette behind him recoiled at the absolute loathing in his voice. My, what beautiful eyes those are. Orochimaru cooed creepily. So full of hatred and bloodlust. It is riveting. Do you want? Sasuke snapped, short patience fuse already burned out. I'm done joking around. Tell me why someone like you is in the Chunin exams, traitor. I want to see more your hatred, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru hissed. I want to help you surpass Itachi, so that you can someday kill him for what he's done to you. Sasuke's Manjikyu flared to life at the sound of that name, his brain forgetting all reason, and he rushed at the snake man with a cry of pure rage. Orochimaru smirked, his neck stretched, shooting out to meet the Uchiha halfway, fangs bared, glistening with saliva. Clang! Yellow eyes widened for the second time that day. A feral vermilion-red pair stared right back. Glaring. I don't think so, you dot and pedophile. Naruto. Sasuke exclaimed. The Uchiha was kind of getting tired of the blonde always saving his ass. He hoped it wouldn't be a regular occurrence. Sasuke had enough to deal with. Inferiority complex he could do without. He gawked at the back of his blonde teammate. She had her feet spread apart, her trademark tanto in a reverse grip in her right hand, the blade lodged between Orochimaru's fangs, where he had bit down instead of into Sasuke. I won't let someone as filthy as you have my brother. The blonde spat. She ripped her tanto to the left, forcefully slicing through the right side of the snake's mouth. He held in pain, having no time to dodge as Naruto thrust her free palm into the center of his chest. Fuinjutsu style, body implosion. An array of black seals stretched across his chest and to his abdomen, glowing blue from Naruto's chakra. The blonde hopped back, not looking away as the snake began spasming uncontrollably in agony. Clumps of liquid spilled out of his lips as the seal forced his insides to burst. Naruto's eyes narrowed. She watched the mud pour out of Orochimaru's mouth before he began melting into a puddle of it. The blonde huffed. Earth clone. Naruto. Sakura cried, coming out of her shock. It was too late. A hand shot out of the mud puddle still left behind from Orochimaru's first jutsu. And Naruto was standing right in it. Naruto's red eyes flickered to blue as the heel of the snake's hand slammed into her stomach. Bile, foreign chakra forced itself into her tenketsu, nearly blowing them out. Five-pronged seal. Naruto grunted in pain, blood falling from her mouth as Orochimaru's seal sank into the flesh of her abdomen, and through her shirt. The blonde coughed, red spilling down her chin as she felt most of her chakra lock up in her. The blonde took a deep breath. And endured the pain. She took hold of Orochimaru's hand in a devastating grip, grinning with blood-stained teeth at the surprise on his face. Only his torso had submerged from the mud. Naruto quickly slapped a stun tag against his forehead. He couldn't run. How? He demanded. I sealed your chakra. How are you still conscious, you brat? Didn't anyone ever tell you that I was a demon? Naruto taunted. She raised her tanto, smiling fondly when Sasuke pinned Orochimaru's other hand with a thrown kunai. Just in case. No matter what you do to me, you won't have Sasuke. Naruto swore. She cut through flesh and bone, severing the snake's arm from the elbow down. He screamed in outrage, blood spewing from his new stump, painting the blonde with gore. Naruto threw the severed appendage over her shoulder, and her brother reduced it to ashes with a well-placed fireball. Shed that disgusting skin of yours all you want, but you will never use that arm again. Naruto stated. She sheathed her tanto after cleaning it on the snake's robes, biting her thumb to draw blood and flashing through hand seals so fast even the snake Sannin couldn't see them. She sank her nails into Orochimaru's bleeding stump, smirking when he hissed in rage and pain. Fuinjutsu style, dead cell curse. 2. The blonde grimaced in pain as her chakra forced itself through her disrupted coils, and she nearly overwhelmed them when she summoned too much for the technique. Naruto reeled her essence back in, and it fell dormant. Blue spiraled up Orochimaru's stump, enlarging until it was entirely engulfed by Naruto's chakra. The blue turned a deep purple, before shifting to a pitch black. Orochimaru's skin shriveled, the stump nothing but a lump of dead black flesh. Even if I stop breathing, my chakra will eat the cells in your arm. No one will be able to heal you. Naruto said coldly, even as blood bubbled out of her mouth. Your cells are dead. My chakra is fueled by the natural energy of your soul. And even if you somehow make new cells, my chakra will eat those up until there is nothing left. That's what you get for underestimating me, Orochimaru. The blonde said. With that, she promptly dropped off the side of the tree, unconscious. Sakura had finally found the strength to stand up, and threw a kunai to pin the blonde by the back of her jacket to another tree trunk. Thunk. Naruto dangled there, safe. Insufferable little brat. Orochimaru hissed. You think this will stop me? A Sannin? Naruto was out of the game, her stun tag's time burned out, and the paper dissolved. Sasuke, having used up nearly all of his chakra, was running on fumes, and couldn't move fast enough to dodge as the snake's neck shot out at him, and sunk his fangs into the side of his neck. Sasuke cried out in pain, slapping his hand over the bite as it stung unbearably, and fell to one knee. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. A gift from me to you. Orochimaru smiled spitefully. And tell that little blonde nuisance of yours this isn't over. The one-armed Sannin collapsed into a pile of mud, and Sakura was left to catch yet another one of her teammates before he fell off the branch, unconscious. The pinkette worriedly bit her lips at the menacing three black tomo on the side of Sasuke's neck, and wondered what she should do. Seeing Orochimaru had escaped somewhat safely, his four allies hidden in the shadows left the forest. 4 days later, Sasuke carried Naruto on his back into the tower within the Forest of Death. Sakura and Kabuto trailed quietly behind him. Sasuke didn't remember breaking that sound nin's arms. But Sakura said he had gotten angry when he saw how beat up she'd been and that her hair was cropped to uneven spikes. She said the mark Orochimaru put on him covered him in horrible black markings, and that he had been cruel, laughing as he broke Zaku's arms. Apparently, he fell unconscious again after the sound meme fled in terror. And when he woke up again, as himself, Naruto was still out like a light, face twisted in pain even in her forced sleep. They had met Kabuto on the way to the tower. Sasuke didn't like him. He learned when Naruto said or behaved as if she didn't like someone, and she wasn't being stubborn or something, that he needed to heed that. And he would. He winced as the mark on his neck throbbed. A voice hissed in the back of his head, whispering evils to him. Sasuke ignored it. The Uchiha watched numbly as Sakura and Kabuto figured out what to do with the scrolls. Kabuto bid the duo farewell, wished Naruto to get better, and went back outside to wait for his supposedly separated teammates. Iruka poofed in when Sakura activated the scrolls, making to congratulate them before he noticed the haggard state they were in. The scarred Chunin fretted over them like the mother hen he was, and ushered them to the infirmary. It took 5 hours for the rest of whoever was going to show up to the tower to arrive. The numbers really had been halved. Hell, more than halved. Naruto opened her eyes. Sasuke tried to ignore the ache in his neck. Team 10, 9, 8, 7, Gaara squad, and other Chunin hopefuls stood within a large room. The floors were cement, and to the far left, parallel with a balcony for seating, was a pair of giant statue hands forming a seal. Above the statue was another balcony, this one smaller, which was private, only for the Hokage and a select few of Jounin. Anko and Ibiki were already up there. The purple-haired woman seemed angry, and there was bandages around one of her hands. Her trench coat was stained with mud. She had obviously fought Orochimaru. And by the look in her hazel eyes, she lost. The Hokage stood before the battered Chunin hopefuls, looking wise without even trying, his gnarled hands folded peacefully behind his back. Another Jounin stood at his side, with shaggy earth-brown hair, a bandana with his Hittite sewn onto the front, standard Jounin garb, katana at his back, and solemn black eyes that had equally black smudges beneath them. He coughed into his fist, only adding more to his sickly image. Congratulations on passing the second exam. I am your next proctor, Hayate Gecko. There were a few cheers at the accomplishment, but were quickly silenced by the sickly man's annoyed frown. Right then, I need to inform you that the third exam must be postponed. What? Kiba snapped. 4. Hayate nonchalantly glanced at the clipboard in his hand. In short, he broke off into a fit of coughing. There are too many of you. So, we'll be holding preliminary matches to cut down the numbers. No way. Ino shrieked, outraged. Way, Hayate deadpanned. Now, before we get to that, does anyone want to forfeit? Me. Hayate stared expressionlessly into the crowd, glancing down at his clipboard and back up. Kabuto Yakushi, yes? The sickly man asked, uninterested. Yeah, Kabuto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. I don't have enough chakra to fight anymore. Whatever. Hayate shrugged. Anyone else? Muttering passed over the crowd, teams debating and conversing. Some nodded, and walked off towards the door where Kabuto stood. Sakura looked uncertainly at Sasuke's neck. His mark was hidden by his blue collar, but Sakura knew it hurt. Slowly, she began to raise her hand. Sakura. The pinkette flinched, looking up fully, hurt squeezing her heart at Sasuke's thunderous expression. Anyone else? Hayate called boredly. Sakura dropped her hand. Great. The sickly man flatlined. Those who forfeited may go. All those who are not Sasuke, Uchiha and Yoroi head up to the bleachers. The sound of shuffling sandals filled the room. The genin were all up above, settling in their seats with their Jounin sensei at their sides. All except for Naruto. She stood at Sasuke's side, her hair loose from its braid, falling to the back of her ankles and curtaining her eyes. She flicked her bangs out of her face so Sasuke could see how serious she was. Don't do anything stupid. The blonde said. TCH. Sasuke grunted. Whatever. Don't tell me what to do, Naruto. The blonde patted his shoulder encouragingly and smiled, walking off to join the other genin. Sasuke held in his own smile. He was glad Naruto was almost back to normal. A little quiet, but at least she was coherent. That was good enough for him. As long as she would get better, he didn't care if she never hit him again. Alright, Hayate coughed. I forgot to mention, even if your teammates forfeit, from this point on it will not affect you. Sasuke nearly face-planted. Well, looks like he'd been a little hard on Sakura. He'd apologize later. The Uchiha snorted under his breath. Yeah, right. This is the first match. Sasuke vs Yoroi. Please begin. Hayate called blandly. Sasuke drew a kunai. Yoroi followed his lead, taking out 4 shuriken. Sasuke's opponent stood a bit over 10 feet away from him, and even under the round glasses and face mask, Sasuke knew he was smirking. He could see the slight wrinkling in the corners of his eyes, how his cheekbones raised. So he's cocky. Sasuke thought, annoyed. I'll certainly show him then, won't I? Naruto went up and stood by Sakura. Kakashi-sensei on the other side of her pink-haired teammate. Everyone watched Sasuke and Yoroi stare each other down. Hey! Naruto. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura spoke up, dragging Naruto and Kakashi's attention over to her. Nanny? The blonde asked. Kakashi-sensei? Someone informed you about Orochimaru being in the village, right? The pinkette asked. She flinched when Kakashi's eye sliced into her seriously. How do you know about that? He demanded, glancing around briefly to check if anyone had overheard. No one noticed. Sakura grimaced. He attacked us. The pinkette whispered, wringing her hands. Kakashi's eye bulged. Why didn't you guys say something sooner? He hissed. The blonde merely shrugged. I'm sorry. Sakura whimpered, almost in tears. I am just worried, he bit Sasuke. And there's this M mark that he told me and not to tell anyone about, but it's hurting him so I have to tell. What? Naruto choked. Both of her teammates looked at her, surprised. Naruto slammed her hands onto Sakura's shoulders, yanking her around to fully face furious blue eyes. Bit him? She demanded. And it left a mark? What kind of mark? What did it look like? Tell me. It. Sakura's eyes filled with tears, and she attempted to stutter out a response. But the blonde and Kakashi were forced to pay attention to the match when they heard Sasuke yell in pain. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed. Down in the arena, Yoroi was behind Sasuke, his limbs wrapped around Sasuke's own in a constricting hold. It appeared as if he didn't even have bones. If you don't give up, I'll break your arms and legs. Yoroi warned. Sasuke winced, but fought. Yoroi tightened his hold, chuckling darkly. Just give up, little boy. Know when you've lost. Sasuke scowled, thrashing around, though it was in vain. Yoroi would not be releasing his hold. Sasuke, get out of there. Sakura blurted. Sasuke-kun no. Ino shrieked. Kami no. Naruto thought, watching Sasuke's Manjikyu flare to life. The Uchiha winced deeply in pain, and to Naruto's utmost horror, black flame markings bordered by the color of magma creeped from beneath the Uchiha's collar. I knew it. Naruto thought, enraged. It's that filthy snakes. Cursed seal. Foul chakra began radiating off of Sasuke's body, and Yoroi recoiled as it singed him, smoke rising from his shirt as he stumbled back, limbs flopping and reeling in, snapping back into their sockets. I'm going to murder you. Sasuke grinned gleefully. A purple aura spilled off of Sasuke's fingertips. He raised his right hand at the stunned stiff Yoroi, and the purple aura solidified. A large skeletal arm formed around Sasuke's, who thrust his smaller limb forward. The phantom arm copied his motion, big bone hands slapping against Yoroi's chest and pinning him to the wall. The result was instantaneous. Yoroi slumped in unconsciousness. The masked man's head smacked against the wall, leaving a smudge of bright red, and the concrete behind his back splintered from his body's impact. Okay, that's enough, Uchiha. Hayate spoke up from the side. Yoroi is unable to continue. You've won. Yay. Go Sasuke-kun. Ino cheered obliviously. Sasuke giggled darkly. Naruto. The third barked, surprising everyone in the room at his clipped, merciless tone. Way ahead of you, old man. The blonde growled, biting her thumb and speeding through hand seals. Sasuke's violet phantom arm clasped Yoroi's torso, squeezing crushingly, and causing a symphony of snapping bones to sing through the room. Sakura's breath hitched as Ino dropped in a dead faint. Shikamaru didn't even catch his teammate as he turned green, Choji mirroring the state of his stomach as the Akimichi vomited. Shino winced faintly, Kiba paling rapidly as Hinata began shaking. Niji scowled as Lee shook his head mournfully, and Tenten clenched her fists. Kankuro looked away alongside Temari. Sasuke cackled. And Gaara, well. Gaara looked like he wanted to join in. Having had enough, Naruto flashed away, causing Kakashi to flinch at the yellow blur she left behind. Fuinjutsu style, Ichi, and San, Yan. Tori. Naruto appeared again above Sasuke. Falling face first towards the ground, bleeding hand stretched outwards towards the manic Uchiha. For red Tori gates slammed down around Sasuke, pinning him to the floor. His vile chakra was abruptly cut off by the barrier within the Tori. Only to explode, and begin forming a body. The violet body of the infamous Manjikyu Susanoo. Naruto landed on the cage in a crouch, the resounding bang making some on the room flinch. The blonde completed another series of hand seals as Sasuke thrashed around in blind anger, the curse seal leaking evil chakra that faded his skin to a deathly gray. His Susanoo roared with its master in rage, glowing yellow eyes promising fatal injury. Fuinjutsu style, evil eater. Naruto's right hand darted through the red bars, her fingertips alight with blue flame, and she stabbed her fingers over the blazing cursed mark. Sasuke's violet chakra burned Naruto's flesh to nothing but black and charred. Sickly white bone gleamed through the decimated limb. They both screamed in utter agony, Sasuke's body slumping, curse mark hissing before receding back beneath his collar. Naruto's eyes stung with tears at her own pain, and the pain she caused her brother. The blonde wheezed, her skin losing all color as she finished the jutsu through sheer willpower. Her chakra spiraled into turmoil, Orochimaru's seal causing the blonde's coils to overload and blow out. Jiga. Red sprayed from Naruto's lips, she stumbled back, and would have cracked her head from the fall if Kakashi hadn't have shined behind her to catch her. Naruto's body spasmed in her sensei's arms, ugly blue-black bruises blooming all over her left arm, abdomen, and legs. Her right arm's flesh steamed, and wept streams of boiling blood. Kakashi worriedly noted her chakra was leaking out of their coils, and damaging her internal organs. Hinata's Byakugan activated, the gentle Hyuga's mouth releasing a choked sob at the utter devastation that Naruto's coils were in. Oh Kami! Sakura wailed as anguish. What's happening to them? What's wrong? Naruto gasped, blood pouring out of her mouth as her body shut down the second time that week. She didn't get back up. An hour earlier to a certain blue-haired Genin's departure, someone was thinking about her. As she spilled everything that she was, a blue-eyed girl wondered if she had been cruel, playing possum like that. Then she thought of that smile. Nope, it's okay, for once, things are actually okay. Hinata Hyuga meekly scuttled through the hallways of Konoha's hospital, her lavender eyes trained on the floor, an assortment of white, yellow, and orange lilies wrapped in white, orange Naruto printed paper in her arms. She had long ago mastered the art of blending in a crowd and moving about silently, but at the same time, effectively. This technique made sure she was never in anyone's way. It was one less thing her father could scold her about. Hinata was never in anyone's way. But somehow, she still managed to be a burden. When the Hyuga reached room 109, she knocked on the door out of pure polite habit, and let herself in. Like all the times before, Naruto Uzumaki lied in her hospital bed, pale and as still as death. She wore a breathing mask, a plain hospital gown, and her arms, legs, and chest were swarmed with white wires. She didn't even have a cover. The machine to the blonde's right beeped steadily with her relaxed pulse. And her bright blonde hair spilled over both sides of the bed, brushing the floor. The room was dark, but Hinata had been visiting since Naruto had been put in the room, so she ignored the annoyance she felt at the hospital staff for neglecting Naruto, and went over to the large window to throw the drab curtains open. She walked over to Naruto's bedside, setting the flowers next to the blonde's head on the nightstand. The floor by the nightstand was covered in small potted plants, and flowers from the Hyuga's previous visits. Hinata made a mental note to bring some soil and another pot for Naruto's new lilies. The Hyuga pulled a white scuffed plastic chair from the side of the nightstand, and quietly set it beside Naruto's bed. She took a seat, and just looked at the blonde. Naruto had always been Hinata's ray of sunlight. Something bright and strong that contradicted all that Hinata was. Dull and weak. A person to be ignored. A person to be brushed aside without a second thought, even though she was from the prestigious Hyuga clan. Even though she was a main branch member. Hell, the heir to the clan, and yet she was nothing. Naruto came from nothing. She was an orphan. Everyone knew that. And Hinata watched her all the time. Even if it was creepy, she watched Naruto. She was just so fascinated. How could Naruto, who should have been even more miserable than Hinata, manage to be so bright? Naruto didn't have a clan's backing. She didn't have anyone. And yet, she commanded attention. She commanded respect without actually looking for it. She was everything Hinata wished she could be. Naruto was sunshine itself. Bright, yet potentially dangerous. As long as the Hyuga could remember, the blonde had been alone. But someone had loved Naruto. Hinata knew. She remembered the taste of blood, and that pleading voice rasping from behind her, "Please stay by Naruto's side in my stead." Pitifully, it had taken until now, for Hinata to find the courage to try. The small, blue-haired girl took hold of Naruto's right hand, she laced their fingers together, marveling silently at Naruto's smooth, soft, and blemishless skin. How could her arm have been burned beyond recognition, only for it to heal a week later with not a flaw in sight? Hinata wondered. How could one person be so amazing? Naruto-chan. Hinata whispered. I never was quite brave enough to speak to all the other times I visited. The gentle Hyuga took a breath, her cheeks flooding with red shame. You must think I'm pathetic, that I could talk to you, knowing you can't hear me without stuttering even once. Hinata untangled their fingers, only to take hold of Naruto's hand again, with both of her pale ones gently wrapping around Naruto's tan one. It's just that. We're really different, Naruto-chan, you're so strong, and I'm weak. But for some reason, I still chase behind you trying to catch up. Hinata's eyes began stinging, and she sniffled, but didn't pull her hands away from Naruto. I just want to walk with you. I wanted to be your friend ever since the academy, but I never had the courage to talk to you. And when circumstances made it so you talked to me, all I could do was stutter like an idiot. Hinata sobbed, a dam breaking as her eyes looked at Naruto's colorless sleeping face. Tears poured out of her eyes, and her lips trembled as she tried to quiet down. I always thought you were so strong. The Hyuga cried. And you are, but I think it only hit me when you snapped in the first exam. It hit me that you're only human, Naruto. You're not invincible. Things hurt you. You get angry. You feel sadness. And you're not an angel. You're a person. Hinata's small frame shook with the force of her tears, and her voice had warped, and she was barely coherent, she was crying so hard. But it nearly destroyed me when you collapsed at the preliminaries. Hinata continued. I thought you were dead. For a moment, you looked dead. Naruto. I was so worried. You will never know how much, but I'm weak. I wanted to rush after Kakashi-sensei. I wanted to be by your side every step of the way, but I was scared. I hesitated, and now you're in this bed, and you've been here for nearly a month, and 3 more days and it will be a month. Naruto's hand remained slack in Hinata's hold. Something in the Hyuga's chest splintered. "Please wake up, Naruto." Hinata whispered brokenly. Please wake up." Naruto didn't open her eyes. 30 minutes of silence. Hinata took that time to calm down, wipe her face, and compose herself. When the gentle Hyuga found she could speak without bursting into tears, she took hold of Naruto's warm hand again, the only sound in the room being the blonde's heart monitor, and her slow, easy breathing. "Guess what, Naruto-chan?" Hinata called softly, knowing she wouldn't get an answer. But she liked to pretend Naruto would rudely call back Nani, in that bizarrely charming way of hers, and smile at the Hyuga. And Hinata would smile back because they were friends, and they would laugh together for a while before Hinata answered. "After you and Sasuke-san left, Sakura had to fight Ino and she won." "Sakura won her match, isn't that great?" Hinata pulled one of her hands away to play with a soft lock of gold that lied near their joined hands. "Temari beat Tenten-san, and Shikamaru-san beat that female sound ninja. I had to fight Niji-san, and of course, I lost. But I did do my best, because I knew you wouldn't give up if you were in a bind too." Hinata shook her head, absently twirling the gold strands around her finger. "Poor Lee-san, that Gaara boy, he really hurt him. He has this weird sand technique he uses, and calls it his ultimate defense. Even though Lee-san was really strong and fast, Gaara crushed his arm and leg with his sand. Shino-kun beat another sound nin that had broken arms, and Kiba and Choji knocked each other out. So neither one of them will be proceeding." Hinata perked up. "But guess what else?" The Hyuga smiled. "The third allowed Sasuke to go to the next round, and he said you can too if you wake up in time, but you only have 3 more days, and it doesn't look like you're going to wake up." Hinata stopped playing with Naruto's hair. "Kakashi-sensei is off training Sasuke-san to fight Gaara, and Sakura-san is learning medical jutsu here at the hospital to fight the sound nin dosu. If you wake up Naruto, you'll have to fight Niji-san. And Shikamaru-san has to fight Temari of Sand." The Hyuga took a deep breath, not used to talking so much. Her jaw kind of hurt. "Shino-kun has to fight Kankuro of Sand, and that's all who passed the preliminaries." Hinata glanced at the clock over the door, lavender eyes bugging out at the time. She was only supposed to stay about 15 minutes. She'd been visiting for a whole hour. Oh no. She stuttered, thinking of her father's disapproving glare. I was supposed to be home ages ago." The gentle Hyuga gracelessly shot out of her chair, pulling her hand from Naruto's. Hinata took one step towards the door and she froze. Her skin drained sheet white. There was a hand. A warm, soft hand strongly, yet gently clasping her own. The next thing the Hyuga knew, she was being pulled back. She fell backwards with a squeak of fright, and right into a strong embrace. D. The person behind her rasped, voice faint from disuse. They tried again. Did you mean, what you said?" Hinata's face flooded with color. She was awake. Naruto was awake. "She heard me." Hinata's mind screamed. Kami Naruto heard me talking to her. She must think I'm a complete weirdo. She must never want to see me again because I'm creepy and she thinks I'm obsessed with her and dash. The arms around her tightened. A nose burying into her blue hair. "Did you mean that?" Naruto asked quietly. "Hinata." Hinata nearly fainted. Naruto said her name. Naruto said her name without a formal tone or casual dismissal. Naruto said Hinata's name kindly. She said her name like they were friends. Do you want to be my friend?" Hinata was confused. Why did Naruto sound so skeptical? Didn't she realize how wonderful she was? What the blonde said next made Hinata dizzy with happiness. I want you to be my friend too." The blue-haired girl felt Naruto's face shift out of her hair. Did you bring me all of those?" Hinata's clouded mind shambled around what Naruto could possibly mean by that. Then it hit her. The plant's genius. Hinata nearly smacked her forehead. Instead, she nodded dumbly, lavender eyes still bugged out as they stared at the tan arms wrapped around her middle. "Oh, wow," Naruto murmured. "You're the second person to ever flat out tell me that you want to be close to me. I almost don't know what to do, or say." Naruto sounded happy, Hinata noted. "Wait. What?" She sounded happy. Kami. Kami must have finally heard her prayers. Naruto is happy that I'm around? Hinata tried to comprehend this. She doesn't think me being around would be a burden, she wants to be my friend too. That's amazing. I'm so happy. Hey. Naruto called softly, shifting the Hyuga around so they could face each other. Why are you crying, Hinata-chan? Hinata sat on her knees, lips trembling and cheeks flushed red. She poked her fingers together uncertainly, and embarrassed. I am just. Hinata whimpered. I'm just so happy. The blonde blinked. And for one horrible moment, Hinata thought that she had said something wrong. She thought that as usual, she had ruined everything. That she had creeped Naruto out and now the blonde never wanted to see her again because she thought she was a sicko. And Hinata's fragile little heart was on the brink of breaking. But then. Naruto grinned. Then don't cry. The blonde laughed. She was so bright when she laughed. So beautiful. So close to perfect it was staggering. Smile. Naruto said kindly. Just smile, Hinata-chan. Something remarkable happened. Hinata's whole face lit up as she smiled, tears spilling out of her lavender eyes. How could one person be so wonderful? The gentle Hyuga knew she'd probably never know. Naruto. I'll be the best friend you've ever had. The next day, Naruto was going to be released from the hospital. She had been stretching and getting familiar with her muscles ever since Hinata left the previous day. After a quick shower in the bathroom that came with the room, silently thanking Gigi for looking out for her, Naruto sat on her bed. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing relaxed. Her consciousness drifted between sleep and wakefulness. She hadn't talked to Murmur since the second exam, and the blonde had a lot to talk to her humanity about. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a shabby sewer. The water was up to her knees, and the walls were cracked, looking as if she'd breathe next to them, they would fall to pieces. The Kyuubi's cage stood tall before her, thick with shadows, looking empty, but Naruto knew the fox was in there. Watching her. What took you so long? Naruto flinched, and turned around to face the owner of that exhausted voice. Murmur looked even more deathly than the first time they met. Her big baby blues were half-masked, looking so tired it was sad. Murmur's stitches were gone. But her lips were scarred. Proof of the suffering she had endured in silence for years. The 6-year-old's chains were gone too, but this only emphasized the fact that she was a stick bug. Her legs looked 1 second away from giving way beneath her. Sorry. Naruto said. I just woke up. Apparently, I've been out of it for nearly a month. 2 more days and it will be. Naruto. This is extremely important. Murmur stated. Shocking Naruto stiff. All the older blonde could do was gape. I don't have much time to tell you. My consciousness is fading away. What? Naruto croaked. What do you mean? Where are you going? No. Not you too, don't you do this to me. The blonde thought frantically. Don't you do this to me. I'm sorry, Naruto, Murmur sighed, sounding as if it was her last breath. I'm sorry that this is hurting you. But I'm not really going anywhere. We'll just be one person again. I won't have a voice because I won't be separate from you anymore, but that's a good thing. It's all I've ever wanted actually, ever since I was created. I wanted to go home. BBB, but who will I argue with? Or joke with? Who'll tell me the truth when I'm lying to myself? How will I even know if I'm lying to myself? Naruto asked helplessly. Murmur smiled softly. That's what you have friends for, Naruto. Talk to them, get to know them, laugh with them, argue with them. The 6-year-old shook her head, giggling quietly. And you don't need me to tell you when you're lying to yourself. You'll just know. Just be honest with yourself. Ask for help from people who care about you, and you will be just fine. This can't be happening. Naruto mumbled. It just can't. It won't. It can. And it is. Murmur chided. Pull yourself together. You're stronger than this. We're stronger than this. Murmur was right. But honestly, when wasn't she? Naruto shook her head. It'll be so quiet in here, without you constantly nagging at me. Naruto chuckled, blue eyes looking far away. I'll be with you. I don't belong in here, Naruto. The blonde blinked and shook her head, clearing her thoughts. That's right, we'll be one person. We're supposed to be one person. It was going to be okay. Naruto wasn't a lonely little kid anymore. She had people who she cared about. It wasn't perfect. But it was something. Okay, Naruto gave in, shoulders slumping. Okay, you win. What do you have to tell me? It's about the other presents. What about it? The blonde asked tiredly. Remember when you asked me if it was dangerous? And I said I didn't know? Yeah. The blonde pursed her lips. So? Well, it wasn't. I figured out what it was by sorting through your memories. Your original seal, the Kyuubi's, has 8 prongs. Something you did caused it to evolve, and increase to 12. And more recently, Orochimaru's seal caused it to go up to 17. That's what threw your chakra system all out of whack. Odd-numbered seals are unnatural and dangerous. A 4-pronged seal. Naruto thought. Oh. That's what it was? Why hadn't that been the first thing she thought of? Naruto's eyes bulged. Yes. Murmur confirmed. That's exactly what happened. That presence was by no means dangerous to you. Wait. Why are you speaking in past tense? Naruto questioned nervously. Because it's gone. What? It didn't even sound like a question. Murmur sighed. Naruto, the presence is gone. Someone's been tampering with the seal from outside. I thought it was you at first, because they got rid of Orochimaru's seal first. But then, the chakra was used to deconstruct the extra 4 prongs too. And you would never do that. You put them there for a reason. Oh Kami. Naruto, I'm running out of time. Murmur said seriously. I'll use my last moments as a separate being to warn you, the chakra presence that messed with your seal is in the same room. Naruto focused on Murmur's face, noticing how radiant she looked as she smiled. For the first time she looked healthy and happy. No scars or bruises, or tired eyes to be seen. She looked like a normal, innocent, 6-year-old girl. And that's the way it should be. Naruto didn't even want to stop herself from smiling back. Tadaima. Murmur giggled. Okiri. Naruto chuckled back. Murmur grinned at Naruto, one of her front teeth missing, creating an endearing sight. Murmur threw her arms open wide, as if she was embracing her home itself. Her little body burst into a bright, beautiful show of lights, forcing Naruto to shield her eyes. When Murmur's light faded, the Kyuubi's presence was even more prominent in Naruto's psyche. She was the voice that murmured in the dark. But now, she was home, where she was supposed to be. She was Naruto. Naruto's blue eyes slid open. She, apparently, had been sorely mistaken. She had expected a fight. She hadn't expected to see her Jiji, Kakashi-sensei, and some giant with white hair and red tattoos down his face to be staring her down. Kind of freak show did you bring into my room, old man? The blonde joked, unfolding her legs to slip off of her hospital bed. Her eyes hardened when the third looked at her, usually kind brown eyes as serious as murder. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, because her Gigi would never look at her like that. This man, standing in front of her, was the third Hokage. The infamous god of shinobi. Hi. The blonde asked, cocking her head to the side. This is Jiraiya. He is Dash. One of the Sannin. The Toad Sage and Seal Master. Naruto finished flatly. She folded her arms, frowning. Are you guys doing in here, looking like you've come to execute me for treason? It's nothing so severe, Naruto. Kakashi promised. Jiraiya-sama just has some questions about your seal. The old toad supplied, his voice deep and somewhat gravelly. I want to know why it had 17 prongs when it should only have 8. Sensei told me you're interested in seals. But if you've been playing around with that fox, I'm telling you now, you need to stop. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Naruto snapped. You think I'm a moron? Who knows better than me that the fox is dangerous? It's inside me. But you guys know all about that, don't you? Fourth lovers. Naruto. The third snapped. The blonde huffed. Old man, okay. Naruto ran a frustrated hand through her bangs. I know Kyuubi seal should have 8 prongs. I studied it like crazy as soon as I could after I found out the fox was inside me. It's the reason I created the evil eater seal. Because I was afraid one day I might lose control. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've got something of a temper. Naruto ignored the fact that Kakashi and the third snorted in agreement. Evil eater is designed to feed off of malicious chakra and destroy it. It doesn't contain it because that will only allow it to build up. The more bad chakra, the faster the seal consumes. Naruto sighed explosively. Listen, I did seal something into my stomach. But I didn't think the Kyuubi seal would evolve. It was just a simple containment seal, 1. Orochimaru's 5-pronged seal is what actually put me in the hospital. But, Naruto glared at Jiraiya. You've been screwing around, you old toad. Where is it? Oh, if what you mean by that is the crow you sealed inside yourself, it's gone. The toad sage said flippantly. What? Naruto croaked. The window was open when I fixed your seal. The bird flew out before anyone thought to catch it. And that was weeks ago. The thing's long gone, kid. You colossal idiot. Naruto roared, vermilion eyes flaring to life, ghastly orange chakra swallowing her form. All 3 adults flinched when her whisker marks darkened, becoming more prominent, and her hair raised up, resembling 9 furiously thrashing tails. Do you have any idea of what you've done? The blonde growled, voice monstrous, and eyes boiling with loathing. I'm gonna kill you. Naruto. Kakashi barked, appalled. You are way out of line. Naruto, stop using that chakra this instant. Sarutobi yelled. What? Naruto hissed, though. Kyuubi's cloak receded, her whiskers faded, and her hair fell back down around her sides. The only thing that didn't change was her enraged red eyes. Are you guys serious? That crow had Shisui's. Yes, the Uchiha. Jiraiya drawled, turning to the third. Sensei. Didn't you say he and Naruto? The toad sage trailed off as his sensei shook his head frantically in the negative. Kakashi watched them, baffled. Feel like I'm missing something vital here. The silver-haired enigma mumbled. The men turned back to Naruto, alarmed to see her eyes were clouded over, and she was muttering to herself. He has it. What if that old cripple has Shisui's other? Oh Kami. Itachi, what have I allowed to happen? Naruto. Sarutobi called. Naruto, what's dash? It. Naruto cursed, coming back to herself suddenly, eyes filling with liquid. She turned to Jiraiya, vermilion eyes defeated. You stupid old toad. You ruined everything. Now I'll never be able to face Itachi again. He trusted me and it's your fault. Itachi? Jiraiya asked, confused. The traitor? What does he have to do with anything? Not only am I failing to pull Sasuke from his downward spiral into hatred, but I also managed to lose something I sealed inside myself. Naruto threw up her hands. And she laughed. She laughed. And she laughed. And she laughed. But, she was really crying. What? She giggled helplessly at the three gawking men. Is the demon not allowed to break? Is she supposed to be some heartless wretch? Well, guess what? I'm human. I'm a person, and not only that, just a kid. Helplessly, Naruto slumped, and her eyes missed her over. I'm just a kid with a huge burden on her shoulders. And I've got a little brother I can't help because the lesson he needs to learn is something that I can't teach him. People have such huge expectations for me and expect me to be invincible. But you know what? Maybe I don't want to be strong all the time. Maybe all I want is a hug. But does anyone give one? Nope. Let's all just shove her under a rug somewhere. Maybe then we won't have to watch as she rots away. Naruto watched their slack faces, tears streaming endlessly down her grinning face as she gasped for breath from her rant. You should all see the looks on your faces. She giggled behind her hand. Red eyes took over an almost manic gleam. You know, I love Shisui. Love him so much it crushes me every day to know part of the reason he's dead is because he feared he'd eventually betray the village to protect me. They watched as Naruto laughed. Laughed so hard her face turned red and her frame shook violently. He, you know what else? She snickered brokenly. Itachi didn't destroy his body. I sealed it. Isn't that great? He, every time I close my eyes, I see the faces of the men I killed to seal Shisui away. He, have you ever watched someone decay at an accelerated rate? He, did you watch them scream for help like I did, but they couldn't, because you'd ripped out their tongue? Did you watch them choke on their own blood? He, you don't want to. He, it's horrible, it'll haunt you so bad you'll wish you were dead. Naruto. Kakashi said gravely. Naruto, you're on a thin line right now. You need help. What am I doing? I need to pull myself together. This won't break me. I won't let it. Nope, I'm not that crazy. Naruto sobered slightly, her red eyes fading away to blue. I'm mourning. I'll be okay, maybe it'll take years, but I'm not alone. She turned towards the window, gazing out towards the highest point in the village. The Hokage's monument. The place of Shisui's resting. The place where his spirit watched the sunrise every day. I get sad a lot. And angry. And maybe I'm really not entirely sane, but locking me away in a padded room won't help me. Plus, I've got too many things to do before my story's over. Naruto glanced back at them and smiled, almost sheepishly. Sorry, I kind of lost it there, and to be honest, I really want to cut your head off, Jiraiya, but being that kind of felon isn't really my style. The blonde walked over to her bedside, picking up her love's tanto from the nightstand and marveling at the perfect razor blade. This was Shisui's. She told them, smiling fondly at the blade. My story won't end until I've lived up to the person Hinata sees when she looks at me. And I know Sasuke is safe. I'll protect this village because I promised Itachi I would. And I never go back on my word. Her form dissolved after she was engulfed by a typhoon of chaotic winds, leaving behind a whisper that all three men heard perfectly. Because that's my nindo. My ninja way. When Naruto arrived home, she immediately realized something was off. Who the hell's in here? She thought dangerously. She closed her door behind her, slipped off her sandals like she usually would, but held her tanto in such a way it would only take a well-aimed swing to behead the intruder. The blonde slunk past her four mismatched chairs, and towards the back of her tiny apartment, to the place of her bathroom and bedroom. They're behind this door, I can feel them, but how skilled are they if they got past my seals? Naruto channeled chakra into her tanto, the blade singing with blazing wind chakra. She deactivated her bedroom seals with one flick of her chakra, clasped her door knob, and threw it open with a resounding bang. "Alright, asshole, who the are you and what are you doing in my dash?" Her chakra sputtered and died out. Her tanto slipped from her fingers and clattered to the hardwood floors. The person who sat on her bed, waiting for her, smiled. Her heart ached. This was too much. It was sick. Who would do this? Naruto wasn't strong enough to take this. "Welcome home, sunshine." Naruto expected to fall to pieces. She expected to be a teary, blubbering mess. Seeing that face again. After what losing the person it belonged to did to her, it would be only natural. But she was angry. No. She was livid. Kyuubi's chakra rushed into her coils, a single irritated tail of burnt orange thrashing around behind her. 2 long fox ears formed atop her head, and her hair raised around her the second time that day, her eyes deep boiling pits of magma, as vengeful as the 9 tails itself. "Who the are you?" Naruto demanded. "Is this some kind of sick joke? You think this is funny?" Shisui's face slackened in alarm. But it wasn't him. It was a fake. Shisui was dead. Naruto was the one who put him to rest. She knew he was gone. Because she was the one who cried over his grave and spoke to him, knowing he would never respond. The fake's right eye was closed, the left wide as it took the enraged blonde's appearance. "The right one's gone, that's the one Danzo stole." Wait. The fake yelped. I can explain. Please. I'll kill you." The blonde roared. "Naradash. Don't you speak to me in his voice, you bastard." Naruto reached towards him, Kyuubi's chakra flared, 2 orange arms bubbling with dire chakra shot out at the intruder, clawed hands wrapping around his middle, trapping his arms at his sides. He winced slightly as the chakra ate through his skin like acid, sizzling and popping. "When I'm done with you, you won't even be a bloodied corpse. I'll turn you into paste." Naruto growled. "Naruto." The fake smiled at her with Shisui's lips. And it almost obliterated something in the blonde. It was just like when she used to be cruel to him, and he could never get angry at her, or hate her. "Naruto, I love you." "Shut up." Naruto screamed, sending the fake crashing into the far wall, standing over his crumpled form in a flash. "Just shut up and die, you sick son of a bitch." The blonde raised one of her Kyuubi-enhanced hands, fingers flexed and claws ready to tear out the bastard's throat. Though, something made her pause. "Man." The fake mumbled from his position on the floor. "This is worse than the time you barfed on me, all I said was welcome home." Kyuubi's chakra dissipated in an instant, no anger to fuel its fire. Naruto fell to her knees as anguish consumed her. She felt like someone had pierced her heart with a kunai, and was twisting it around slowly to make her suffer as much as possible. The blonde felt the carefully placed stitches she had gained over the past year be ripped open in one moment. Her heart was bleeding. She felt so confused, and hurt, and pitiful, and just sorrowful. "Naruto." That beautiful voice whispered, sympathetic. The blonde screamed. She couldn't stop screaming. Naruto's face nearly went blue. She slapped her hands over her ears, and shook her head from side to side, as if that would drown out that voice she had missed every day for so long. And so much. "Stop it. Don't talk. Don't breathe. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it." The blonde shrieked, batting away the soft hands moving to comfort her. "Don't touch me, you daughter. Shisui's dead. He's dead. Don't talk to me wearing his face. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead." "No, baby. I'm not dead." The fake murmured, taking her hands, ignoring how the blonde screeched, and thrashed, and fought, and scratched. "I've always been with you, Naruto-chan. I never went anywhere." He pulled her into his arms, and they lied there together, on her creaking bedroom floors. He's dead. The blonde choked. My Shisui is dead. No, I'm right here, right in front of you, Naruto-chan, look at me. Just look, please. Naruto slumped bonelessly in those familiar arms. They were warm, bleeding and burned from Kyuubi's chakra, but there was life flowing through the veins beneath that damaged skin. You're horrible. Naruto mumbled soullessly. How could you do this? How could you be so horrible and ruin me like this? You're evil, just so disgusting, and heartless. Naruto heard his strong pulse beneath her ear. But that was impossible. Because Shisui was dead. But, then again, no one else ever held her the way the arms around her were. But Shisui was dead. He couldn't hold her anymore. No matter how much Naruto wished he could. Naruto put him to rest. It's me, baby. I'm right here. She knew he was dead. And yet, some part of her hoped. You sealed the crow with my remaining eye inside you. Naruto. He said. Naruto's heart stuttered. Maybe, just maybe. Could it? Kami, please. Naruto swore she'd never tell a lie again if only. Half of my soul and chakra was in that eye, Naruto. Danzo has the other eye, so he has the other half of both. Naruto's heart stopped. Her brain nearly did too. The blonde feared she was experiencing that one brief moment people had right before they died. That one horrible moment when you realize you're dead and it's over, and you never accomplished anything and you're still as much as nothing as you were when your cursed existence was brought into the wicked world. And then you feel a despair so deeply you want it to be over. All in one single moment. But then, her pulse started thumping again. Only, it was accelerated. Her heart was hammering like a jackrabbit in the chamber of her chest. And there was only ever one person who could make her heart beat like so. Naruto blanked out for several moments. It couldn't. It just couldn't be. But Naruto wanted it to be. She didn't even realize when she had sat up. But when she blinked again, and she was actually seeing, she released the most defeated sob she ever did at the understanding in that single midnight eye. She was so sad, so utterly tortured at having to see such a look on that face. A face she thought she'd never see brightened with life again. But, there was something else. Something good. This is happening, it's not a dream, it's not a joke. It's really happening. Shisui. She breathed hopefully, so quietly, even she struggled to hear herself. Nevertheless. Yes. Oh, God. Naruto cried. Naruto's hands rushed to his face, liquid spilling out of odd blue eyes. She ran her hands all over every part of the face beneath her. His fine black brows, his hairline, the shell of his ears, his sculpted nose, the length of his jaw, his soft, perfect, smiling lips, and over his cheekbones. And he just let her. Just like always, he always only thought about her. Only about her and her feelings. He was so. Kami, you are beautiful. So. Beautiful Shisui. How? Naruto couldn't even bring herself to finish her question. A ninja must always expect the unexpected. Shisui quoted cheekily. That startled a watery bark of laughter out of the blonde. Shisui grinned. The blonde traced his smiling lips with her thumbs. Kami, I missed you. Naruto whimpered, her tears falling down and landing on his skin. Some landed so perfectly, it looked as if Shisui was crying himself. He's here, he's actually. Oh God. She put her head down again, pressing her ear against his chest, and listened to his pulse. Ba bump ba bump ba bump. It's strong. Naruto marveled. The blonde sighed, pressing herself even closer. She listened to his heartbeat, afraid if she pulled away for just a moment, it would stop again. That Shisui would grow cold, and he would leave her behind all over again. Naruto wouldn't be able to recover from that. I just can't bear it. Going through that pain again. I'm not strong enough. She would kill herself. She didn't care if she ended up in the darkest pit of hell for it. As long as she didn't have to see Shisui dead again, she'd endure the agony of 1,000 hells. Shisui, please, please. The blonde pleaded feebly. Please. Be real, don't leave me alone again. Shoo. He hushed her, running his warm hands through her gold locks. Warm. Naruto thought, astonished. It was staggering. Shisui was alive. Thank Kami to the ends of time. I need you. Naruto murmured weakly. I'll tell you I love you every day. I swear. Because I do. I love you so much. And I'll hug you every time I see you, so please be real. Just. Please. Don't leave me all alone again. SHHHH, Naruto. I've got you. I'm not going anywhere. Shisui cooed. I won't leave. I promise. She sat up slightly again, and stared. She couldn't stop her lips from trembling at the sight of him. What could she say? Or do at a time like this? I love you, Shisui. Naruto said again, shrugging helplessly. Shisui just smiled, and reached up to cup her face with his warm hands. Naruto loved those hands. She loved everything about him. She just loved him. Gently, Shisui brought their lips together, and the blonde almost fell apart again. Because this wasn't like the last time they had kissed. This wasn't 1,000 lovely words compressed into a simple touch that could never be unraveled, could never be heard or understood. It wasn't goodbye. And it wasn't so much hello again either. This was Shisui saying, Naruto, I promised I wouldn't leave you god.it, so I won't. I promised I wouldn't, baby, so I won't. And there is no way he would ever know how much his blonde loved him simply for that. Simply for that promise. Naruto kissed him back, just as softly, her smaller hands sliding around his to tangle their fingers oddly. When Shisui pulled away, Naruto marveled at the wet sheen in his remaining eye. It was a helpless wetness, that he was too stubborn to let become something. He shrugged. I love you too, Naruto. He would never know why that had made Naruto cry so hard. She wasn't so sure she knew either. When Naruto woke up alone in her bed, her heart broke all over again. What a truly cruel world. The blonde thought spitefully. She reached for the kunai she kept on her nightstand, but before she even brushed the metal handle, a hand caught hers. Naruto-chan, what are you doing? Naruto looked to her right. Shisui looked at her curiously, his right eye still closed in a relaxed manner, as if he had never had one in there in the first place. Naruto's breath hitched. Whoa! Shisui yelped, finding himself with an armful of euphoric Naruto. She buried her nose in the side of his neck, smelling the evidence of a recent shower, and the blonde pressed her lips against her love's pulse. So warm. Well, looks like someone's having a good morning. Shisui joked. Naruto just nodded mutely. Was I about to end it? I need to calm down and think. Naruto? The blonde hummed, content to just bask in his presence. It had been so long. Naruto just wanted to be close to him. To touch him and hold him. She would do this until she knew for sure with everything she was that this was real. I have something to tell you. Naruto's stomach twisted into knots at the raven's grave tone. Don't freak out. Shisui said quickly. Naruto, astonishingly, obeyed. Shisui sat down on the edge of Naruto's bed, pulling the blonde into his lap and arranging her so her back rested against his chest. You know how I mentioned half of my soul and chakra are in my other eye? Naruto said uncertainly. Well, the thing is, because Danzo has the eye, that means part of me will eventually die out. Naruto's stomach dropped, her throat closed, and her heart. Don't do that, Naruto. Shisui chided, gently cupping her quaking hands in his larger ones. don't panic. Just let me explain, okay? Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm her suddenly erratic pulse. She nodded. Okay, now. My two chakra sources are fighting for the right to exist in this world. One of them will win, and the other one will disappear. Shisui explained, stroking his love's hands comfortingly. We can stop that, and the possibility that my half won't win if we just get my other eye back. Then I'll be a whole person again, and not half a soul. Naruto's voice broke. She tried again. Shisui, how? How can we do that? Danzo is an elder, so we can't just take it by force. I'll be executed for treason, no matter the reasoning. Naruto, I'm sure you've figured the third isn't the Hokage for just appearances. He can help us. Danzo only has power because Hokage-sama allows him to have it. You want to take this to the old man? Naruto asked, craning her neck to look at him skeptically. Well, we could avoid a lot of unnecessary conflict and sneaking around if we just go to the only person who can actually oppose Danzo. Actually, you're right. Naruto muttered. Danzo's is as much as a snake as Orochimaru. We can't take him on alone. Gigi is the only one who can literally make him pull up the bandage. Then he can't talk his way out of it. The proof that he has a Sharingan will be right there. It's settled then. Let's tell Hokage-sama the situation. Naruto glanced at her alarm clock. Dot it. The blonde cursed. It's already past 2. He'll be in village-related meetings until 8 o'clock. Then he'll have paperwork to do. Just tell him tomorrow. Shisui shrugged. Naruto was amazed. It was truly remarkable how easily she fell back into this. It was like Shisui had never been gone in the first place. It was so easy. Now, all I have to do is make sure he stays. For good. Hey, Naruto-chan? Shisui called, playing with her fingers, his chin resting atop her head. Yes? I remember being released from the seal in crow form, so I went to the place where you sealed my body. There were still traces of my chakra in my body leaking through the seal, so in crow form I was swallowed. I don't know how long it took, but once my crow form was taken over by my original body, I spent a while trying to get out of the seal. Shisui explained. I finally did break the seal on my body from the inside, and your house is the first place I came to. You weren't here, obviously, so I waited. It took you a week to get here, so I have no idea how long I was trying to get out of that seal. Well, I was in the hospital almost a month long, so you were stuck trying to get out for 3 weeks. And the week you waited here would make it nearly a month. Naruto mused. Why are bringing this up? The blonde asked. Naruto, Shisui said bleakly, immediately catching her attention. Don't you think it's strange I waited an entire week for you here when I could have just gone home? The blonde's blood ran cold. Naruto, did you know, from the Kyuubi's cage, you can see everything on the outside from your eyes? Her breath hitched. You've been through so much the past year, Naruto. Shisui whispered into her hair, his hands tightening over hers as he felt them begin to quiver. I'm so sorry for the burden Itachi and I left you with. Shisui. He knew everything. It must have been so painful, bearing everything all alone. She broke. Shisui hushed her, releasing her hands so he could shift her around in his arms to face him and embrace her. Naruto stared up at Shisui's solemn face, feeling helpless as she watched a single tear trickle out of his eye. I'm not the only one who was bearing pain all alone. Oh Shisui. Naruto murmured. Shu no. Just let me hold you right now, Naruto. The Uchiha shook his head, and gathered his love tightly in his arms. Naruto squeezed back fiercely. Everyone's dead. Shisui choked. No. No. This isn't right. It'll be different this time. It's not about me, my pain isn't the only thing that matters. He needs me to comfort him right now. So, I will. Because Shisui matters. Naruto pulled back, feeling awful at Shisui's crushed expression. Naruto shook her head, and stood up. She took hold of either side of his face and just looked at him. Blonde brows furrowed in worry. He looked so lost. Naruto wished she could take his pain away. She couldn't, though. So, the blonde settled for pushing his head into her breast, angling it so his ear was over her heart, and she wrapped her arms around his head, burying her fingers in his messy ebony locks. "Baby, I got you," Naruto whispered. She held on tighter when she felt his shoulders begin to shake, and he fisted the back of her hospital gown. "Shisui, I'll be your home," the blonde promised. Shisui released a muffled sob. Naruto just held him and whispered promises to him. "Just let it out," the blonde murmured. "I got you, Shisui, and I'll never let go." Naruto would tell the third everything tomorrow. After the Chunin exams. Right now, nothing was more important than Shisui. Naruto and Shisui decided it was best for him to stay at her place until the Chunin exams were over, and then Naruto would bring the third over to show him the situation. He always had a soft spot for her, so he wouldn't protest much as long as she offered to help him with his paperwork. The blonde had on a new set of combat clothes. Easy to move around in combat with a Hyuga. Because if this Neji person could beat Hinata, he was bloody good. It was a common misconception among the rookies to think Hinata was weak. But Naruto had always known. Hinata was kind. Even somewhat faintly willed. But not weak. She just never wanted to hurt anybody, not even the people that treated her like a stain on the earth. But, if Hinata's tone was anything to go by, Neji had beaten her like they were strangers. And that was disgraceful. If there was anything Naruto treasured, it was family, and the bonds created with family. Naruto would show him. Hyuga prodigy her ass. The blonde was garbed in a coral orange off the shoulders top above a mesh sleeveless turtleneck, a white bandage skirt with black stripes, and thigh-high, open-toed, black ninja boots. "Oh, getting all dressed up for me, are you?" Shisui teased, coming out of the bathroom with wet hair, bare-chested, and in a pair of dark blue boxers under the black sweatpants hanging low on his hips. Naruto blushed furiously. "They're combat clothes," she emphasized. Shisui smirked. "You look hot." He winked. Naruto sputtered. Just came back to life and he still didn't know when to quit. Naruto came back to herself, watching her Uchiha grin, and behind her bangs, she smiled. "God, I missed him so much." "I'll be back," she said, then frowned slightly. "And don't." "I'm not going anywhere, baby. I'll be here," Shisui assured. The blonde's heart swelled with warmth. "Okay," Naruto smiled fondly again. "I'm off, Shisui. See you later." She waved goodbye, turning around, only to squeak with fright as she came face to face with the Uchiha. "Shisui." Naruto squawked, smacking him indignantly on the chest. "Don't shunshin in the house." "You forgot something, Naruto-chan," Shisui said innocently. "Really?" Confused, the blonde looked down at herself. "Nope." Her kunai pouch was strapped to her left leg and her shuriken pouch around her hips. She still had Shisui's tanto strapped across her back and she assumed Sasuke was in possession of her katana. She remembered having it before the preliminaries, and she knew the younger genin had visited her at least once in the hospital. He'd always been fond of her blade, and the blonde knew he'd take any chance he could get his hands on it. But there was no way Shisui could possibly be talking about that. So what was it? The blonde looked up into a mischievous, single midnight eye, baffled. "What am I missing?" "You can't leave without giving me my proper goodbye." The Uchiha pouted. "What are you on about?" Naruto huffed. "I said see you later." Shisui smirked again. "Where's my goodbye kiss?" Naruto flushed. "You're not going to say no, are you?" Shisui whined childishly. "A whole year and we never even got to kiss properly." Naruto's tummy fluttered. Why is he asking me to do that now? Geez, I'm gonna be gray before my boobs even fully come in. But, the blonde promised herself things would be different. She wasn't going to lie to herself anymore, she had already admitted to being in love with Shisui. So, kissing him, that just came with the territory. And, if the blonde was going to be bold, she wanted to kiss him, she was just sort of shy about it. Okay. Naruto fidgeted nervously. Shisui's eye bulged. What? Seriously? Naru, I was only teasing. Whatever. Just see mirror. The blonde huffed, tomato-faced. Shisui was obviously pleasantly surprised, as he was kind of smiling, and kind of looking incredulous, but he ducked his head anyways so they were face to face. Naruto slid her hands through his wet, perpetually styled bed head, and went on her tiptoes. She stared into his eye, searching. For what, she didn't know, and he stared right back. I love you, Shisui. It was remarkable, how easy those 4 words came to her, how she could speak them with no qualms at all, when before she could barely glance at him when he smiled at her. Though, it was always easy, wasn't it? Naruto pondered wryly. I've always loved him, I just made it hard for myself. How could I have been so blind? Naruto pressed their lips together, red-faced, and she immediately pulled away to scurry out the front door. The blonde's inner confidence was still difficult to show outwardly. She loved Shisui more than anything ever, but she was still new to being honest about her feelings. Hiding and running away were sadly second nature. Later, she squeaked. No Shisui sang, grabbing her hand, and pulling her back into his chest. It was a nice chest. And those were nice abs. And those pants were hanging kind of low on those hips. No. Stop. Bad Naruto. The blonde berated herself. Bad. Those are very bad thoughts. Naruto's breath hitched when a gentle finger tilted her chin higher. The blonde was forced to stare into a mirthfully twinkling black eye. Not that she really minded. And I love you too, baby. Huh. Oh my. Naruto's knees turned to jelly. Wow, he was just, wow. Natural sweet talker this one, wasn't he? That wasn't a real kiss though. Shisui murmured. I'll teach you how to kiss me, Naruchan. The blonde's stomach did impressive backflips. Shisui closed the distance between them, holding the weak-kneed blonde up, and slanting his lips over his love's for a sweet, warm kiss. His hand cupped her cheek, and Naruto sighed, her eyes falling closed, wrapping her arms around his neck. The blonde pressed against the Uchiha even closer, feeling the raven smile against her mouth. Shisui. Her bottom lip into his mouth, nibbling on it playfully. He hummed when Naruto huffed slightly, soothing the hurt with his tongue. When he pulled back, Naruto's tongue slid after his, the 2 appendages sliding against each other in an almost lazy dance. When Naruto needed to breathe, having embarrassingly forgotten to, they separated, but not by much, their breaths mingling hotly. Shisui stared at her mouth, running the pad of his thumb across her bottom lip. Kiss me like that. The Uchiha murmured. Okay. Naruto breathed, cloudy-eyed. Shisui chuckled, and pecked her lips again. See you later, sunshine. Still on her Uchiha-induced high, Naruto nodded, waving goodbye absently, and leaving out her front door. Later, Arrow Uchiha. Fond laughter followed behind her. Naruto, why is your face so red? Shikamaru asked. He, the blonde, and the rest of the remaining Chunin hopefuls were standing in the 3rd exam arena. It's not. She squawked, huffing irritably when the lazy Nara gave her a flat look. Why do you care anyways? Just shut up, lazy ass. You don't gotta get so defensive. Shikamaru grumbled. I was just asking a question. Oh, quiet you too. Sakura snarked, having had enough. More importantly, where is Sasuke-kun? Naruto scoffed. Kakashi-sensei probably dragged him out in the middle of nowhere to train and is just now making his way here. And knowing our sensei, it'll take a while. Sakura snorted in agreement. That Baka-sensei, who does he think he is making my Sasuke-kun late? Shinaro. Naruto simply shook her head. Alright brats, my name is Genma Shiranui. A chestnut-haired man with hazel eyes and a sunban between his lips called, catching the genin's attention as he poofed in front of him. I'm the new proctor for the third and final exam. Confusion swept over some of the genin, others couldn't be bothered to wonder where Hayate was. Naruto frowned. She hadn't noticed before, but there was a lot of negativity spilling out of the stands above the arena. It was a tense sort of negativity, the kind that told you something really big was going to happen. This was the hitting the fan, right before one walked into the room and slipped in the mess. The last time I felt this many bad vibes, the Uchiha were planning to coup. Naruto thought. Kami. It to hell, something's wrong. So, moving on, everyone else go wait in the stands except for Niji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. Genma announced. Oh crap. Stop spacing out Naruto. Get your head in the game. The blonde scolded herself. Alright, first match is Niji versus Naruto. I want a clean match. It won't end until one of you is either dead, incapacitated, or I say stop. Got it? The Senbon chewing man drawled. 2 sharp nods were his only response. Great, now begin. The 2 genin stared each other down, eyes sharp and unforgiving. Niji smirked. You should just give up. He called haughtily. Fate already decrees me the winner. A loser like you could never hope to even wipe the dirt from my sandals. If you insist upon this foolishness, I will be forced to show you your fate as a loser. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't believe in fate. Even so, it does not change the fact that you are nothing, and will never defeat me. For I was born a prodigy, and you, a dead last. We are on completely different planes of existence. The long-haired boy stated. Prodigy? Naruto echoed bitterly. Is that why you nearly had to beat Hinata to death to get her to stay down? Because you're a prodigy? If you ask me, you're nothing but an arrogant, blind, and pathetic little fool. Niji's face became ugly with rage, Byakugan swelling to life in his ethereal white eyes. I refuse to hear that from a no-name dope like you. Then shut me up, Hyuga prodigy. Naruto mocked venomously. Come over here and try and kill me with that petty rage, just like you did Hinata. Shut up. Niji roared, darting at the blonde, right palm extended in his clan's deadly taijutsu form. Naruto didn't do anything until the last possible second. She watched the angry Hyuga's blue glowing fingertips until they were a mere inch from her heart. He immediately resorts to attempted murder when things don't go his way. Disgraceful. She shined. The blonde had spent countless hours training, trying to achieve Shisui's expertise in the art of shunshin. She still was not as fast as him, but she was pretty close. She appeared behind Niji, only for the Hyuga to whirl around fluidly, yet quickly. He batted away the monstrous kick the blonde sent towards the back of his skull with his right hand. A burst of blue discharged into the air as their chakra met. The following chains of taijutsu between the 2 genin were absolutely brutal. Niji was fluid and efficient. Naruto was quick and ruthless. Rotation. Niji called out, spinning his body around rapidly when the blonde launched 9 kunai at him. They were all propelled away by the glowing, spinning, blue ball of chakra surrounding the brown-haired Hyuga. When he stopped, Naruto was upon him in an instant, flashing through hand seals. Wind style, fist of the wind god. Wind chakra exploded over the blonde's left fist, and she sent it at the Hyuga's face, who simply batted it away, his fingertips taking out the tenketsu in her arm, cutting off the chakra flow. Niji immediately followed up with a palm thrust to the blonde's face, but she just grabbed his wrist and snapped it like a twig, the heel of her free hand slamming into his chin. Fuinjutsu style, oculary darkness. Niji held in pain, black markings scuttling across the skin of his face and forcing his Byakugan to shut down. The spectators above winced at the sound of his breaking bone, and the Hyuga stumbled back. Naruto flashed behind him, roundhousing his back and sending him flying several feet forwards. He crashed gracelessly on his chin, biting his tongue so hard he nearly severed it. The Hyuga slid to a painful stop on his face. Naruto casually walked towards him, as if she wasn't beating the stuffing out of the notorious Hyuga prodigy. "What's the matter, prodigy? I thought I was nothing?" the blonde called. "Aren't I not even worthy enough to clean your sandals? Weren't you going to show me my fate as a loser?" She stopped about 4 feet away from the Hyuga's crumpled form. She watched him passively as he stumbled to his feet, looking around in literal blind rage, cradling his limp wrist, and his chin already forming an ugly purple bruise, snarling mouth trickling ribbons of crimson. "What have you done, you witch?" he screamed. "My eyes. You ruined my eyes." "Relax, drama queen. It'll wear off in about an hour. I didn't pump much chakra into that seal," the blonde informed him carelessly. The Hyuga glared in her direction, his head tilted a bit awkwardly at his lack of sight. Though, he noticeably was relieved to find he wasn't permanently blind. How are you able to hit me? How can you? It's actually kind of sad," Naruto thought. He was really honest to Kami, baffled. "I'm willing to bet you've never lost a fight before." Naruto spoke up, pretending she didn't notice him gathering chakra. "But, you know what? That doesn't mean. Out here. You beat them because you were a better fighter, and perhaps that mean mug of yours had something to do with it, but, me? Heh. I just so happen to be better than you. You're trash." Neji snarled. "You're not better than me." He tore at Naruto recklessly, forcing himself into her guard, and she just let him. In rapid succession, Neji closed several tenketsu on the blonde's arms, finishing it with a double palm thrust to her chest. Naruto flew back, crashing onto the ground and parting a path through the earth as she slid. She coughed up red. "Naruto!" Sakura bellowed from above. "Why did you just stand there? Get up. Fight." Naruto ignored her pink-haired teammate. She had something she needed to prove. And Neji wasn't going to get it until she broke him and his ideals into tiny little pieces. Neji staggered over to the blonde, following the sound of her wheezing breaths, and loomed over her still form as she stared skyward, blood on her chin. "Someone like you could never understand what I go through." Neji spat. "You weren't branded with a seal that you never asked for, you aren't treated like nothing for something you have no control over, such as simply being born. What do you know about me?" Naruto asked quietly, eyes still unblinking. "That's just the thing though, isn't it? You don't know. About me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've had to do simply to survive. And you don't care. But I'm not asking you to." Naruto chuckled humorously. "Tell me something, Mr. Prodigy. Have you ever been so hungry you tried to kill yourself because you couldn't stand the taste of garbage anymore?" the blonde demanded. "Have you ever robbed people so you could buy a new pair of underwear? Have you ever had to live in slums? Trust me, you don't want to. It's vile." The Hyuga opened his mouth, but Naruto clipped him off. "Tell me, have you ever just been a 7-year-old kid, walking in on a man raping the body of a woman he just strangled to death? Huh? Just 'cause you were out looking for a chair someone threw out, so you could sit at your stolen table like a god. Civilized human being? Well? Have you?" Neji just gawked. "But Naruto?" Heh. She was far from done. "Have you ever been beaten within an inch of your life for something that was not only not your fault, but at the time, you didn't even know why? Did you wonder why you were the only kid walking home alone after school, or if your parents were dead, or if they just ditched you 'cause they thought you were a monster like everyone else? Did you become the monster everyone expected you to be because you didn't know what else to do?" Naruto dragged herself to her feet and glowered scathingly at the paling Hyuga. "Have you ever had to bury the one person you loved more than anything, without ever telling them how much you loved them before it was too late? Niji didn't answer. Don't preach to me about fate, asshole. Naruto growled. If that really existed, I'd either be a whore, a murderer, or dead. So shut the up. If you really believed in it too, would you be fighting and training so hard every day? What? Niji said intelligently. You say fate is set in stone? Naruto sighed, wiping the blood from her chin with her forearm. Then why do you try so hard to be the best? If you believed fate was set, you wouldn't oppose the main branch by trying to be the best. You would be trying to protect Hinata, not beating her down and belittling her every chance you get. What do you know? Niji snapped, coming back to himself. I know that by the way she speaks of you, Hinata cares. She cares about you. And those all-seeing eyes of yours are blind to the fact that you haven't lost everyone who loves you, because I know for a fact Hinata loves you like a brother. Then, the arena flooded with burnt orange chakra. As quickly as it came, it was gone. Did you just reopen my tenketsu? Naruto finished dryly. Yeah. What of it? But how? Niji sputtered. That should be impossible. Should be. But I told you. I became a monster. And I never went back to the way I was. Up in the stands, Hinata stood with her fellow Leaf Genin, acting as support. But she had her hands over her mouth, trying to muffle her sobs as Naruto's words brought tears to her eyes. Holy crap. Kiba breathed. Did Naruto really have all that stuff happen to her? Everyone turned to Sakura, who had gone sheet white, green eyes wide with horror. The blue-haired Hyuga was the first to look away, knowing Sakura knew nothing about Naruto. But Hinata did. She didn't know the exact extent to the horrors of Naruto's earlier youth, but she knew the blonde was ignored. Mistreated. Hated. Ridiculed. Oh Naruto. Hinata thought sadly. Why you would really let everyone hear this, just to teach Niji something, and all for my sake. The gentle Hyuga looked back to the arena, watching as her new blonde-haired friend strode over to Niji, whose face was still covered in seals. You are within my field of divination. Niji announced, smirking. Hinata paled. Oh no. Whatever. You've already lost, prodigy. Naruto scoffed. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of good with seals. And obviously those 9 kunai wouldn't have hit you. So, why did I throw them? Niji's blind eyes widened. Poof, 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 poof. Kagebunshin? Shikamaru muttered, impressed. Naruto lazily went through a ridiculous amount of hand seals. Her kunai turned bunshin surrounded Niji, running through the same hand seals, but at a much faster rate as they did so. When I was born, you want to know what I got? Naruto asked the silently panicking Niji. I can't move. Niji exclaimed. What? Naruto questioned flatly. You think the only thing I sealed off was your sight? Pfft. You must think I'm some kind of amateur. I smashed a stun array onto your chin the same time that I blinded you. I'm activating it just now because it's the most convenient time to do it. Amazing. Asuma thought. She can use multiple seals at once? Guy wondered. How impressively youthful. What a frightening young woman. Kurenai thought, pleased. The bunshin finished their hand seals before the original Naruto, slamming their hands into the ground. They dispelled, blue beams of chakra igniting in their places. The beams screamed, tails of flame dancing at their ends, their positions forming a crescent around Niji, Naruto standing in front of him. This is what I got when I was born, Naruto drawled. Itchy. She sang, one of the pillars blew out like a supernova, chains bursting from the brilliant light and snaking around Niji's vulnerable ankles. Another pillar blew out. San. The crowd shielded their eyes. Yawn. Another. Go. Another. Roku. Chains swarmed Niji's form. Nana. The third's face grew grim. Hachi. Naruto sang. Q dash. Naruto. The third warned, startling everyone at his deathly serious tone. Naruto smiled, almost sadly. The power of human sacrifice. Naruto informed Niji, all the pillars gone. That's what I got. She finally finished her hand seals, slamming her hand against the earth, seals crawling across the ground and stretching towards Niji. Fuinjutsu style, chain coffin. Eternal punishment of the. Niji screamed as the chains around him tightened mercilessly, threatening to crush his bones slowly and painfully. I will teach you what it truly means to suffer. Binded by 9 deadly burdens of chakra. You will understand what it means to be sacrificed. Naruto stated coldly. Silence. There was a long, nearly unbearable moment of pure silence. Naruto. No. The blonde looked up at Hinata as Niji passed out from shock. She smiled. I'm not being serious. The blonde assured her, as if to emphasize her words. The chains slithered away from Niji, causing him to fall in dead weight to the ground. I wouldn't do something like that. Naruto said. But then, smirked deviously. Besides, I think that giant eye stick up his ass causes him enough suffering. Don't you think, Hinata-chan? Hinata released a startled giggle, but nodded anyways, shocking her fellow rookies and everyone else. Naruto grinned. Heh. Genma said awkwardly. That was kind of anticlimactic. Meh. The blonde shrugged. I still won. True. The Senbon chewing Jounin agreed. Welp, winner by knockout. Naruto Uzumaki. The Leaf Genin, and surprisingly the Jounin and some civilians erupted into cheers. I'll stop you guys, Naruto blushed, scuffing the ground with her sandal. Just then, a swirl of leaves interrupted Naruto's awesome victory, revealing 2 people standing back to back. Kakashi-sensei, you guys are way late. Sakura screamed. You missed Naruto's awesome fight, Shinaro. Mama, sorry. Sasuke had explosive diarrhea and we were in the desert, so I had to use an earth jutsu to make a hole for him to go in, and when the poor kid was finished, I was fresh out of chakra. So we had to walk all the way back. Kakashi lied. Guy smacked his forehead at his rival's stupidity. You liar. Ino screeched. Sasuke-kun is too perfect to poop. And plus, if you were out of chakra, how come you guys showed up with a leaf shunshin? The rest of the debate was promptly ignored. Naruto gave Sasuke a flat look, seeing her katana was at his side. Thief. She snarked. Finders keepers. It's not like you could use it right anyways, loser. Sasuke sneered back. Whatever. You so stole it while I was in the hospital. Naruto snorted. And we both know I'm way better at kenjutsu than you could ever hope to be, head. Sasuke bristled for a moment, but let the insults go easily enough. Also, if you lose your match while wearing my blade, I'll cut your little dick off. More than Sasuke paled at that threat. HN. The Uchiha grunted, trying to look like that image hadn't disturbed him, and he wasn't insulted by the jab at his manhood. Whatever, loser. I'm not you. I'll win this. Pfft, loser? I beat Niji's ass. Naruto scoffed, motioning to the guys just now carrying the bruised and broken Hugo away on a stretcher. They shared a smirk. Don't lose. Naruto muttered. I won't. Sasuke promised. The blonde walked off, Kakashi following her lead after Genma snapped at them to beat it. In the stairwell, Naruto and Kakashi stiffened at the pungent scent of blood. Gaara walked past them, the epitome of stoicism, despite the fact that blood-soaked sand was still crawling back into his gourd. Kyuubi. Gaara called blankly, stopping just as he passed the blonde. We are the same. Naruto stiffened. Well, at least now I know why he felt familiar even though we've never met. I am the Ichibi. Gaara stated. Mother wants your blood. And she shall have it, after the Uchihas. Gaara continued walking as if nothing had happened. Naruto scowled. We'll see, little Tanuki. The blonde growled, ignoring Kakashi-sensei's concerned onyx eye. She continued on her own path, opposite of the insomniac redhead, ignoring the 2 lumps of disfigured bones and human organs reduced to stains on the floor. We'll see. Naruto glanced around, feeling a familiar and despicable negative presence somewhere outside of the arena. It seemed to only be observing the Chunin exams, but Naruto knew with the bad vibes coming off the place from the older ninja, that was going to go down. And soon. She pursed her lips grimly. I have a feeling I won't be telling the old man about Shisui anytime soon. Naruto. The blonde turned to her left, brought out her bleak musings by Hinata's timid voice. Naruto hummed. Are you okay? The blonde smiled. Hinata blushed. Ah, you're so cute, Hinata-chan. The blonde gushed, pulling the Hyuga into a snuggly hug and making her faint. Kurenai scowled at her disapprovingly. Heh, Gomen ne. The blonde said sheepishly. Sakura, who was to her right, gave her a flat look. Since when are you two all buddy-buddy? When will you stop being so flat-chested? Naruto shot back. Kiba and Ino began guffawing. Oh, shut up, Ino pig. Sakura screeched. Tomato-faced. You're just as flat as I am. Kiba was the only one laughing after that. It's not like I was the only one laughing, billboard brow. Naruto ignored the impending argument between the 2 banshees, slyly fist-bumping Kakashi-sensei who was standing behind her. Nice. The enigma snickered. Thanks. The blonde grinned. Naruto was able to push thoughts of the negative presence to the back of her mind. She would deal with it later. What? Hinata muttered, slowly coming to. Welcome back, Hina-chan. Naruto beamed. Eep. Hinata promptly slumped in her arms again. Alright, y'all. Nice clean match. Denma called, dragging everyone's attention to the plain below. Nobody wins unless one of you is dead, incapacitated, or I say stop. Got it? Hinata thankfully didn't faint when she woke again, and shuffled awkwardly out of Naruto's embrace. Though, she stayed close to her new friend. Sakura and Ino stopped arguing, and watched in excited silence for what was to come. And don't do nothing stupid, you hear? The Senbon chewing man warned, shooting a look at the redhead. When Genma was ignored, he rolled his eyes, muttering about not being paid enough to deal with disrespectful brats. Begin. Sasuke began immediately, pulling out 6 shuriken, 3 in each of his hands, and launched them at Gaara, running through hand seals with the speed he gained through training with Naruto. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The Uchiha pelted out 6 fireballs, his weapons catching flame, only to meet a wall of sand. Gaara hadn't even moved, his arms were crossed, smoking shuriken lodged in the sand that instinctively rose to protect him. TCH. Sasuke grunted as the attack failed. Sakura deflated. Naruto knew better. The strings attached to the shuriken gleamed in the sunlight as Sasuke shifted. Naruto smiled proudly. Clever Sasuke. He brought them up to his mouth, biting down and completing more hand seals. Fire style, Snake Skull Jutsu. He muttered. Jets of flame slithered out of the Uchiha's lips, down the ninja wire he placed there, and raced to the wall of sand. Gaara was forced to uncross his arms as the flames sent his sand hissing with heat. The redhead gestured almost lazily, his sand following his commands to shield him at every turn. Sasuke spat out the wires, dashing over to the Tanuki boy and blurring behind him, spitting out another fireball. Go Sasuke Kun! Ino yelled. Quiet. Troublesome woman. Shikamaru grumbled. The ash blonde grumped. Sand rose up to shield Gaara's back, and as the two elements met, Sasuke's flame was pumped with so much chakra, it was tinged blue. Crackling filled the air. Sand turned to glass. Sasuke drew Naruto's katana, charging it with lighting chakra. The blade sang with power. The Uchiha swung the blade through the large wall of glass he created, cleaving it in two. Seafoam eyes widened, sand stopping the blade that made to split his skull in half from above. "You are fast," Gaara observed. "Like the green one. But speed alone will not keep mother from having your blood." Oof. Sasuke was forced back by a huge sand arm straining with blue veins. It slammed him into the arena far wall, Gaara gesturing for a second arm to raise from the agitated sand swirling at his feet. "Sasuke-kun, get out of there!" Sakura blurted. "Shut up!" Naruto barked, making her teammate flinch. "He needs to concentrate. And you yelling at him every other second won't help him." Sakura's shoulders slumped, but she didn't argue, knowing the blonde was right, and not trying to be mean or bossy. She wanted Sasuke to win and be okay just as much as the pinkette did. Sakura bit her lips. She would be quiet. Below, Sasuke scowled, using Naruto's katana to bisect the arm pinning him. It collapsed into tiny grains at his feet. The Uchiha split the other arm like a sausage as it flew at him, the katana's blade facing away from him, both of his hands wrapped around the hilt. The arm was parted, sand blasting behind and into the wall on either side of the raven. Using chakra, he forced himself away from the wall, soaring over the tendrils of earth forming spikes below and attempting to skewer him. Somersaulting, Sasuke charged his right hand with lighting chakra, and the sword with fire. Two elements at once? My. Itachi, if only you could see our little brother now, you would be so proud. Landing perfectly, the Uchiha took off towards Gaara, melting into a black blur, flames and sparks of silver trailing behind him. There was the occasional flash of gold as the flaming blade sliced through pillars of sand erecting from the ground. Gaara's eyes became somewhat frantic as the Uchiha drew more and more near. Everyone gaped at what Sasuke did next. Naruto paled. "Kakashi-sensei, you buffoon. You taught a mentally unstable 12-year-old an assassination technique to defeat an even more mentally unstable 12-year-old. Chidori." The chirping of 1,000 birds screamed through the arena, and blazing flames froze the sand around the tanuki to glass as Sasuke stabbed Naruto's katana through the ground. Silence. Naruto was officially sheet white. Gaara began screaming. Wide-eyed, Sasuke tore his arm from Gaara's shoulder, blood spewing out after him, bones creaking in protest. The third created a Kage Bunshin, and it quickly shined to who knows where. The hidden negative presence followed the clone. "My blood!" Gaara wailed hysterically. "It's my blood. Mother, help me. I'm leaking. Help. It's blood. My blood." Naruto cursed. She drew her tanto, resisting the genjutsu that fell over the stadium in the form of drifting white feathers. Her peers and the surrounding civilians drifted off from the jutsu's effect. Things are escalating way too freaking fast. The blonde thought frantically. Gaara was quickly becoming an abomination below, sand pouring out of his gourd and melding against his skin. The sclera of his left eye swelled with black, the pupil reforming gold irises with a black four-pointed star as the pupil. Sasuke stumbled back away from him in horror as the redhead roared in manic rage, shattering the glass surrounding him to pitiful little shards. Naruto whipped around, slitting the throat of the sound nin that leapt at her back. He fell back, red spilling out around him in a thick puddle. The blonde chucked her tanto into the forehead of a sand nin going for the slumped Sakura at high speeds. He too fell, staining the floor with crimson. Naruto bit her tongue, spitting the blood that instantly poured into her mouth onto the floor. She quickly drew a seal on the floor with her foot. Fuinjutsu style, forbidden art, 3 fragment soul split. Naruto's hand glowed orange with Kyuubi's chakra, and she placed it at the head of the seal. Hateful chakra burst up from around her, 2 red-eyed, feral-looking clones dragged themselves from the ground glowing beneath her feet. The original Naruto lost all color in her skin as she forced her soul to split into 3 fragments. It was impossible to dispel these clones. Because technically, they were the blonde. As they had souls, they would not disappear unless the original body reformed her soul, or died. And, enhanced with the fox's chakra, they were even stronger. One of the Naruto clones vaulted over the railing, and shunshined to Sasuke's side below. Gaara had fallen into hysterical laughter, and Sand and Sound Nin were in combat with Leaf Nin. Gaara hopped onto the Hokage box with a simple, yet great leap, and took off towards the forest, destroying anything and anyone in his path. Sasuke and Naruto's soul clone took off after him. Orochimaru had the third in his hold from behind. Well, his remaining arm held a kunai to the old man's neck from behind. Naruto took pleasure at the deadened black stump that she had reduced the other two. Sakura and Hinata were the first of the genin to come to, their faces blanching at the utter chaos the stadium was in. The blonde retrieved her tanto, Sakura wincing at the sound of metal sliding through bone and brain matter. Shulk! Protect the civilians. Naruto barked, flicking red from her blade, and sheathing it. Sakura nodded, too frantic with nerves to be indignant about being ordered around. Hinata went a bit green, but otherwise, her face showed her complete determination to fight. No. To protect. Hinata-chan. Naruto said seriously. Why yes, Naruto-chan? Please do your best, and protect what is important. Why yes. I will. The gentle Hyuga vowed. The blonde turned away, her eyes narrowing as Orochimaru shunshined, forcing the third to go with him above the Kage box. What will you do, Naruto-chan? The gentle Hyuga asked. My duty. Naruto answered cryptically. Her second soul clone followed the third and the snake. The original blonde shunshined above the stadium roof, becoming a blur of yellow as she took off, knowing she only had about an hour before her fragmented soul collapsed, due to not being able to handle the Kyuubi's presence without the rest of her soul. She stopped above someone's house, ignoring the sound of the village wall crumbling, the hissing of giant snake summons, the screams of innocence, and jutsu being fired. She focused on the presence she had sensed nearby during the start of Sasuke's match. Blue eyes snapped open. There. Naruto flickered, and reappeared above the Hokage tower. She used another Fuin jutsu that allowed her to sink through the floor, ending up in the center of the third's office. The negativity in the room was at its absolute peak in the Hokage's chair, which was facing the village view, turned away from the blonde. This chair should have been mine from the start. The person in the chair stated. This village should be mine. Sarutobi has always been weak. Too peace-loving and faint-hearted for his own, and the village's. Good. Naruto glowered. Is that why you didn't tell anyone you knew about the invasion? Naruto growled. Because you're hoping Orochimaru will kill the old man, so you can snatch up that chair for yourself? Clever Uzumaki. The person mocked. How did you know I knew of the invasion? I didn't. Naruto admitted. But you just told me you did, you sick bastard. My, even more clever than I expected. You continue to surprise me, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto scoffed. I'm not surprised at all. She spoke acidly. I always knew you were a rotten old daughter, Danzo. Heh. Danzo chuckled hollowly. Let's end this then, shall we? My pleasure. Naruto spat. The chair slowly spun around. Naruto tensed. Kree-eek. It was empty. Breath hitching, Naruto whipped around. Too late, little Jinchuriki. Naruto stared up at the slit that was Danzo's left eye. The other one was free too, a familiar manjikyu I bear to the world, bandages coiling loosely around the corrupt elder's neck. Naruto's mouth fell open. Danzo's original eye slowly slid open, revealing a cold black iris staring soullessly into her own. She looked back down, at Danzo's arm, shoved right through her gut, protruding all the wall through her body, sunken into her flesh elbow deep. Crimson spilled out of her mouth. You ugh. Naruto coughed. Don't worry, Danzo said conversationally, twisting his arm around in her innards, eliciting a shattering scream of pain from the blonde. You are too valuable of a weapon to dispose of due to mere insolence. So I will not kill you. But, you will learn to obey me. And when you wake up, that fool Sarutobi will finally be dead, rightfully Hokage, and your memories of this chat of ours erased. Why, you son of a bitch? Naruto rasped, sweat lining her brows. Danzo smiled cruelly. Why, you won't get away with Tiag. Naruto cut herself off, more globules of blood oozing from her lips as Danzo squeezed something within her. Silence, pet. Danzo ordered. Be silent and accept your fate. Gritting her teeth, she spoke so clearly and confidently, she knew she startled the elder for a sliver of a second. But he was too confident in his own abilities to notice follies until it was too late. I don't believe in fate. Naruto stared straight into Shisui's eye, and the Hokage's office fell away. What's this? The Kyuubi drawled, staring with vermilion eyes at the blonde and the bandaged old man standing before his cage. The jailer has finally come to visit me. Perhaps to beg for more of my chakra? Heh. Amusing. But, she brings another little ape along with her. Why? What? Danzo questioned. What is the meaning of this? Kyuubi, Naruto called, ignoring the cripple. I came to give you something. But, for a price. Continue, human. You have piqued my interest. I'll let you destroy this disgusting old man's mind, if you keep him in here long enough for me to kill him. The Uzumaki said, dead serious. The Kyuubi chuckled deeply. You are not like the little wretch to whom you banished to my cage. You are, so much more, ruthless. Being weak never did me any good. The blonde admitted, staring up with a complete lack of fear. The beast seemed to notice Naruto's confidence was not arrogant, and she held no shame for asking for his help. The fox appreciated her strong will. That ruthlessness. I like it. Kyuubi rumbled. Naruto rose a perfect brow, waiting with a patience she didn't know herself capable of for the fox's response. Very well, little jailer. I will do you this favor, just this once for such a boring reward. Thanks. Naruto grinned wickedly. She turned to face Danzo, perplexed by the fact that he hadn't said anything about the nature of her conversation with the fox. She looked back at the Kyuubi, noticing his menacing perpetual snarl had a more amused tilt to it. She looked back at Danzo again, who was being smothered by Kyuubi's chakra, the scalding red-orange energy forcing its way down his throat. Go on. The fox goaded maliciously. I know you have many words to speak to this wrinkled ape. Be swift, jailer. For when I am done with him, he won't even know his own name. Naruto nodded, scowling unforgivingly at the crippled elder. Do you seriously think Shisui fought you honestly? The blonde demanded, pouring all the loathing for the cripple into her glare. Pfft, don't make me laugh. The fact of the matter is, Shisui was too kind until the bitter end. He held back against you, I know he did. He never liked violence. That's the only reason you're not maggot. Right now. Naruto snorted. You're a fool. She stated. Shisui died for this village. For that cursed clan. He could have fixed everything with Kotoama Tsukumi. He would have achieved his wish of stopping the coup. Danzo gurgled as more chakra wrapped around his neck and limbs, slowly killing him, and cooking his flesh to crisp. But you, Naruto continued, spitting it out as if merely referring to his person made her want to retch. You greedy, foolish old bastard. You stole Shisui's eye, and forced Itachi to bathe in the blood of his family. The blonde's glare lightened, face becoming perfectly solemn. You never paid attention to the sunrise, old man. Always so content to wallow in your deceit. Outside of her mindscape, Naruto used her blood to draw two different seals on Danzo's heart and stomach. Within her mind, she returned the cruel smile Danzo had given her earlier. You, like so many before, underestimated me. That was one huge mistake. The other was attacking me. and the third, admitting to your traitorous actions. I now have the jurisdiction to execute you. Danzo's eyes were wide with pain, and his helpless gurgles did nothing to evoke remorse from the Uzumaki. You went into the shadows, and allowed darkness to consume you. You forgot the way of a leaf shinobi, who find strength in their comrades. For this, I will make sure your eyes never see the sun again. And oh, Naruto said, face lighting up with realization. Before I forget, Shisui isn't dead. Danzo paled. He's all yours, Kyubi. The fox grinned. His chakra dragged Danzo writhing and gurgling into the thick darkness of his cage. I look forward to our meeting again, little jailer. Naruto bowed her head in thanks, a wicked, feigned smile showing through her golden bangs. Noted, fox. The blonde said. Later. She saluted the grinning beast, her shabby mindscape falling away, and she was back in the Hokage's office with Danzo's arm through her stomach. The elder's eyes were absent, his mind still trapped in the cage of the Kyubi. His skin was cracked and peeling, the fox's chakra slithering around his body insidiously. Fuinjutsu style, body implosion. The seal on Danzo's stomach glowed blue with chakra. And he began spasming wildly, lumps of dark red from liquefied entrails spilling out of his mouth, seeping out of his ears, and eyes, and nose. Fuinjutsu style forbidden art, soul steel jutsu. The seal over the cripple's heart glowed, a purple blob of energy sliding out of it. Naruto slowly pulled herself off of his rigid arm, wincing deeply, her knees quaking with the effort to hold her own weight up. She grasped the purple aura, pulling it straight out of Danzo's body. It was his soul. Naruto felt Kyubi deflate within her as she took away his plaything. Fuinjutsu style, forbidden art, Shinigami's void. Naruto wheezed, using up nearly the last of her split chakra. Several powerful seals can do that to a girl who was bleeding out and previously split her soul into 3 pieces. Lucky for her, she knew what she was doing, and hadn't just dug her own grave. The death god's void was different than his Reaper death seal. With the void, you simply summoned the place for corrupt people, and forced your opponent into it. The Reaper seal summoned the death god itself, the result, the summoner's life becoming forfeit. The void only required a heinous amount of chakra most shinobi didn't have, and would kill them. Thus, its forbidden status. Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, naturally didn't have that problem. A warp opened in the floor of the office, a swirling vortex of black, purple, corrupted lost souls moaned within the void for a salvation that would never come. Naruto's hand darted up to Danzo's stolen eye. I've been wanting to do this for ages. The blonde muttered darkly, sinking her fingers knuckle-deep into Danzo's eye socket, and grasping the manjikyu he implanted there. This is not yours. She tore the orb from his face, ribbons of red squirting out after her brutal action. Naruto kicked the burnt corpse of the ex-elder, and it tumbled into the vortex. The sluggish souls inside suddenly lunged viciously, eager to drag someone else into their hell, wrapping around the elder's body, until he was swallowed from sight. The blonde summoned an arm out of Kyubi's chakra, had it take hold of the purple humanoid blob that was Danzo's soul, and shoved the cripple's essence into the void with his corpse. The lost souls devoured Danzo's soul as well. The blonde really couldn't tell the difference between him and them. Because he was one of them. He really was rotten to the core. Naruto crumpled to the floor, a halo of crimson pooling sluggishly around her limp form. With the last of the chakra she could muster, she created a Kage Bunshin, and gently pushed Shisui's eye into its hands. Boss? The clone questioned uncertainly. Hurry. Naruto rasped wetly, red streaming out of her mouth. G get that tea to Shisui, be before I it's too late, and, the cells die. The clone nodded, grim-faced. Naruto smiled weakly when it shined away, happy to have been able to save her love. Her eyes fluttered. I'm so tired. The blonde murmured. I'll just close my eyes, for a little while. Blue eyes drifted closed. The smell of blood filled the air. Earlier, with Sasuke and Naruto's soul clone. The surrogate siblings launched themselves through forest trees after the monster Gaara was visibly morphing into Naruto. Sasuke mumbled. Why do you look like that? The feral clone pursed her lips. Don't worry about that now, boss'll tell you later I'm sure. Sasuke looked displeased, but dropped it for the time being. So you're a clone? The Uchiha asked instead. You could say that, was the cryptic answer. Does that mean? The Uchiha snapped. No time. The clone yelled. Go left. Sasuke didn't question the order, no matter how much it irritated him, and somersaulted to his left, just in time too. Sand projectiles zipped through the trees, their small size irrelevant as they reduced the oaks they impacted into splinters. Come on Uchiha haul ass. The clone cursed. Sasuke glowered. The duo arrived to the clearing with Gaara, and it was too late. Just as their sandals touched the grassy ground, Gaara completed a hand seal and slumped with forced sleep. Sand spilled out around him at alarming rates, building up to a positively dwarfing height. The clone paled. Sasuke seemed almost faint, yet he was still determined to fight. What is that? Sasuke breathed. That dear brother is Shikaku the sand spirit. And us? We're whoopee. Free at last. Bahahaha. I'm gonna slaughter everyone. The blue Venus sand giant looked down at the two genin near his feet, the corners of his razor maw curling into a horrid grin. Starting with you two meatbags. With the third, the soul clone was a bit too late. There was already a volatile rectangular barrier around the third and the snake, the smoking ash remains of an ANBU that tried to rush in, telling the soul clone she was not getting in like that. She turned to the three motionless ANBU standing guard outside, as if that was actually helping. Are you doing? The clone demanded. Get your asses in there and protect your Hokage. We can't. The bird-masked operative snapped. If you didn't notice, there is a powerful Fuinjutsu barrier around the fight. Growled the mouse ANBU. The bear one remained silent, stiffening as Orochimaru, with the help of his newly revealed lackey Kabuto, summoned the first and the second Hokages. The old man summoned his staff, the Monkey King Enma, to his aid. A forest of trees twisted to life from the first's hands, and the second spammed powerful water jutsu after jutsu. The old man never faltered, and gave as much as he got, if not a little more. Gigi, you really want to protect the village, don't you? The clone wondered, amazed. This only made the Naruto clone want to help her old man even more. She glowered at the ANBU with livid red eyes. Don't make excuses, find a way around it to help your Hokage. She snapped. Do your job as elites and fight. Bird and mouse were giving off vibes that told of hidden glares of scorn. Hubie haters, huh? Pfft. The clone snorted sardonically. Guess I can never have too many of those. Bear, on the other hand, seemed contemplative. Naruto appreciated this. Let me teach you elites a thing about Fuinjutsu. She drawled, sliding her love's tanto from its sheath. Take out the chakra source fueling it at this level, which isn't even complicated or forbidden, and you take out the barrier. The blonde's eyes took note of the two corners visible to her on the roof. She recognized the four presences that watched her in the forest of death as she deadened Orochimaru's arm. Her blade flashed silver, catching a menacing gleam as she blurred into action. Red sprayed through the air. A fat male corpse fell onto its back thunderously. A head rolled, orange hair sodden with blood. Jirobo, you useless fat ass. An angry redhead roared. The barrier wavered. The ANBU needed no further proof. They too blurred into action. Naruto's soul clone pursed her lips, feeling her soul pulling to another location. The original is close to death. I don't want to leave Gigi, but I'm as good as dead if I don't return to the original. With one last glance at her valiantly fighting Gigi, the clone bit her lips. Che. She gritted. I've got to go. Protect our Hokage. The three ANBU nodded as the barrier was destroyed, their uniforms splattered with red. The Naruto clone, with a heavy heart, shine to the Hokage's tower. Dot. The clone hissed, seeing the amount of blood the original had already lost. She was even more surprised to find Gigi kneeling at her original's side, gnarled hands alight with soft green healing chakra. G-. No time. The old man cut her off, only to look up and smile kindly. I am merely a Kage Bunshin. I was sent here to write up an important scroll by my original. Danzo followed, and dispelled me from behind to protect his identity, when in reality, I substituted with a tiny scrap of paper. Naruto's soul clone got. The reason Naruto was able to kill Danzo with no trouble, the third clone continued, is because I planted a stun tag at the back of his neck just before Naruto dragged him into her mind. Wow, old man, you're pretty. Awesome. The blonde clone said. Sarutobi chuckled. You don't think the hat I wear is just for show, do you? He teased. They both shared a bout of laughter, blanching when they remembered the original Naruto was bleeding out at their feet. Crap. The blonde clone blurted. Gotta go, old man. Sarutobi inclined his head, and smiled mournfully. Both clones disappeared at the same time. Naruto, her soul growing in size, and Sarutobi, disappearing with his original's chakra source. Forgive me. Naruto. The last soul clone stood with Sasuke, both surrogate siblings covered in lacerations and bruises from being knocked around, cut up with sand, and generally having their asses handed to them. The clearing around them was decimated. Temari and Kankuro stood in the cover of the trees, stun tags rendering them useless to Gaara. Naruto and Sasuke were nearly out of chakra. Bahahaha. Had enough yet, meatbags? Are you ready to become mush? Shikaku cackled. Enough. Sasuke growled, startling the blonde clone. I've had enough. I knew he'd get tired of trying to show off eventually. The clone thought blandly. Naruto. Sasuke barked. Hi. Let's end this. Fang teeth gleamed with a smile. I thought you'd never ask. The clone turned to the broody Uchiha, channeling Kyuubi chakra into the Chidori he was forming. Sasuke grimaced deeply as the charged chakra damaged his skin. But otherwise, he held strong. The jutsu chirped, screaming to the high heavens. It looked like a huge ball of plasma, charged full of their combined chakra, spinning rapidly with the colors of white, red, violet, and blue. Naruto shined them atop the rampaging sand monster. They woke Gaara up. Sakura and Hinata gaped at the behemoth blinding white explosion that obliterated the far forest. Shikaku wailed in anguish, his entire form creaked when the light cleared. Holy, was the collective thought of everyone who saw. He had been turned completely to glass. He shattered. Feeling her soul pull as the first clone reunited with the original, she slapped Sasuke on the back in congratulations. He immediately fainted in chakra exhaustion. The clone caught him, slinging her brother over her back, and began her long, shambling trek out of the crater she helped to create. She was going to bring Sasuke to the hospital. And then, merge with the original. I did it. Itachi. I protected Sasuke, and he surprised me by protecting our village. She looked up at the sky, wondering if somewhere, wherever that was, if Itachi was too. You would be so proud of our little brother, just like I am. Groggily, Naruto's blue eyes slid open. She was alarmed to sense several familiar presences around her. And you know what she did after I told her loved her? What? Sakura and Ino squealed. Gee, Shisui, just tell us already. Shisui? Sakura? Ino? What? What the? It was absolutely adorable. Shisui gushed. She got so nervous she threw up on me. Gee. Sakura and Ino squealed. What? Kiba hollered. That doesn't sound like something the Yankee would do at all. Tell us an embarrassing story about Naruto. Choji suggested, munching on something. Oh, that sounds lovely. Kakashi-sensei hummed deviously. Smack. Kakashi, you're supposed to be an adult. Ouchie, so mean Irika-chan. Stop flirting, you too. Niji deadpanned. Yes, please do. Shino intoned. If you fail to comply, my insects will become so sickened, they will begin devouring each other to end their own suffering. Silence. We're NNN not FFF flirting. Irika sputtered. Kakashi, I didn't know you swung that way. Jiraiya said lecherously. Mama, make fun if you will, there's nothing going on but me poking fun at Irika-sensei. He's just so easy to rile up, you see. Hataki, you insufferable bastard. The dolphin grumbled. Ignored again, it seems. Shino sighed sulkily. Jiraiya released a booming laugh as Kakashi shook his head, the sound of pages turning to a marked place wafting up. Perv. Asuma muttered. Unacceptable. Kurenai hummed blandly. Whatever. You guys are way too troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled. YOSH, it seems we have all united as comrades in the presence of Shisui San and his love for Naruto-chan. YOSH Lee Kun. That's the spirit. Congratulate our comrades on the springtime beauty that is love. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee. What the is going on? A pregnant pause ensued. Naruto. Hinata exclaimed, breaching said silence. Baby, you're awake. Shisui beamed. Insert bouts of squealing, courtesy of Sakura and Ino here. Naruto was sitting up in her hospital bed, having just ripped off her breathing mask, and her eyes traveled to every person in the room. Shisui chose that moment to be a complete moron. So anyways, back to story time with Shisui. Did I ever tell you guys about the time Naruto walked in on me in the shower? This caught the rapt attention of even Hinata. Shisui grinned deviously. So, I was crashing at Naruto-chan's place for the day, minding my own business whe-. Naruto made a strange strangled noise somewhere between a yelp and a dying vulture. Shut up, you dumbass. The blonde hissed, her hand slapped over his big mouth, face beet red. Don't tell them about that. Why? Kiba drawled slyly. Because you don't want us to know how you're actually just a shy girl under all that bad-mouthing and sucker punching? Hinata giggled behind her hand when Naruto did a good imitation of her. Shut up. Naruto stuttered. That's not true. I'll kick your ass, Fleabag. Akamaru released Doggy Wheeze's equivalent to laughter. Kiba flushed. Why you dash? Well, this has been swell and all, but I'd like to properly welcome my girlfriend back to the land of not sleeping for 2 whole months. What? Naruto squawked. Sakura and Ino were squealing yet again as the idiotic Uchiha waggled his brows suggestively. And horrifyingly enough, so were Jiraiya and Kakashi. Asuma and Shikamaru began grumbling, but couldn't be mad about being indirectly told to beat it because Shisui was such a nice and charming guy. It was just impossible to dislike him. Everyone shuffled out of the room to Naruto's utter astonishment, the door clicking shut behind them. I'm glad you finally found your way back, Naruto-chan. Shisui smiled softly, no longer the goofy face reserved for friends. This was a look only Naruto got to see. Shisui. The blonde whispered, awed. Your eyes. Yeah, Shisui looked generally happy, both of his midnight eyes twinkling with his light mood. Imagine my surprise when your Kage Bunshin literally came crashing into your bedroom window waving my eyeball around in her hand like a maniac. Naruto couldn't help chuckling at that image. That must have been an experience. She snorted. Shisui rolled his eyes. Yes, it was absolutely magical. He deadpanned. Naruto laughed. So? She goaded. I've been out of it for 2 months? And, apparently, everyone knows you, your friends, and they're not freaked out that we're a thing? Well, when they showed up to the hospital after the invasion, Asuma-senpai actually fainted. Hey wait, How did I even end up at the hospital anyways? Naruto asked. Well, after I got the other half of my soul, everyone knows about that too. I went looking for you, as your Bunshin dispelled as soon as it knew it had successfully delivered my eye. I found you in Hokage-sama's office in a pool of blood and about as lively as death. Naruto winced. That old cripple did a real number on me. Gigi's the only reason I was able to take that traitor down. And Sasuke helped me defeat the Ichibi. And suddenly, the mood of the room became somber. Shisui. Naruto looked at her love uncertainly. What's wrong? Naruto found her heart broke every previous time Shisui had used that tone of voice. The blonde swallowed. Yes. Lord Third is dead. And Sasuke left the village a week after he recovered from chakra exhaustion. Which only had him out for 6 days. Naruto's eyes clouded. Shisui panicked. They left these for you. He blurted, pushing 2 scrolls into the blonde's numb hands. When the Uchiha saw Naruto was unresponsive, he pricked her finger on the 3rd scroll, knowing it wouldn't open without her DNA. I'll read it to you, okay, sunshine? Naruto didn't respond. She didn't even seem to be there. Sadly, Shisui looked down and began reading. My dearest little prankster. I realize by writing this, that I am possibly making your grief even worse. I would like to apologize for that, Naruto. I don't have much time to write this, and there is so many things I would like to tell you. But I must hurry, as time is of the essence. First, I want to tell you that I am very proud of how far you've come as a shinobi and a young woman, Naruto. I still remember that loud little troublemaker who would run around my office and demand I tell her stories about my youth and the 4th Hokage. I am glad I gave you the materials you needed to become the splendid Fuinjutsu master you are rapidly approaching, my dear. Thinking about all the training grounds you blew up, even now, it brings a smile to this old man's face. Second, I want to ask you not to dwell on my death for too long, as you have more people who care about you than you probably realize, and the list will only grow with time. Also, I want you to know I am happy to die for my people and this village. I am happy to have lived to be so old, and to have met you, my darling granddaughter. I would have my end in no other way than to know my people and village are safe from harm. Please continue to be a wonderful inspiration to my grandson Konohamaru. You two are so similar it is laughably staggering. Third, I want you to never forget those people to whom are precious to you, and always strive to protect them. Never forget your will of fire, Naruto-chan, and I know you will be just fine. Your Gigi. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisui looked up, the letter having brought tears to even his eyes. He saw Naruto on her hospital bed, biting trembling lips, trying to hold in the tears, hands clenched so hard in her sheets her knuckles were white. Gigi. Naruto choked. Oh Naruto. Shisui said helplessly, climbing onto her bed to be by her side. He took his trembling love into his arms, pulling her into his lap and rocking her back and forth comfortingly. Naruto sobbed deeply into his shoulder, her hands clenching his shirt, her muffled wails racking her frame with grief. It took a good 15 minutes for her to calm down, but her form was still weary. Her eyes still sad, and full of tears. Shisui. The blonde croaked. Sasuke's. I need. What? Shisui asked. Naruto, are you sure? The blonde nodded mutely, words failing her. Oh okay, if that's what you want, Naruto. Shisui whispered. She nodded again. Shisui undid the 2nd scroll, not needing the blonde's blood, as it was a simple scroll you could buy from anywhere. He cleared his throat. Hey loser. You better not be sulking around. Just so you know, even though it's not really any of your business, I'm not leaving for good. The 3rd killed Orochimaru with the help of the death god, because the snake was weakened from having one of his arms already missing. Kabuto got away, and is probably trying to find a way to bring Orochimaru back even as I write this. I waited a week for you to wake up, but you're such a loser, you stayed asleep and kept me waiting. I know Shisui isn't dead. I saw him while visiting you. We talked, and he was even more cryptic than you. And I know that it has something to do with you and Itachi. But, I know you won't tell me, because all you ever do is try to protect me. I know you're keeping big things for me, and I don't want to ever start hating you for lying to me all this time. That's part of the reason I left. The other is to get stronger for the days to come. I don't need Orochimaru, and I don't need Kabuto. You sealed away the cursed seal, and now I have a seal that looks like the sun. I kind of like it, even if it reminds me of someone as lame as you. And don't worry. You don't need to protect me anymore. I see light at the end of the darkness. I haven't shut my eyes. But, I decided to find the truth on my own. And when I do, I promise I'll come home. You never go back on your word, right, Naruto? What kind of brother would I be if I did? Sasuke. P.S. Make me some of those stupid octopus sausages when I get back. Rudely, everyone who had previously been in the room burst back into said space. Some to comfort the blonde, having been shamelessly eavesdropping, and others because they had nothing better to do. Hinata, Sakura, and Kurenai being the only ones Shisui was okay with being close to the blonde. Why are all of your friends dudes? The Uchiha pouted. Friends. Naruto thought, her head shoved into Hinata's bosom as the gentle Hyuga hugged the life out of her, Kurenai fussing over her by running her fingers through golden locks, and Ino and Sakura had taken hold of the blonde's hands, cooing comforting words at her. I think I could get used to this. Naruto was surprised, and it showed, as she was gawking at everyone with wide, teary eyes. These people, they care. She thought, astonished. They actually care, because we're comrades, so, maybe I'll be alright. Naruto finally comprehended her own realization, and lit up the room with a radiant smile. I'm gonna be alright. I just need to remember these people. I need to remember what it means when something is precious. You are so unbelievably beautiful. Shisui smiled, placing a comforting hand atop his love's soft golden hair. And you wonder why I call you sunshine. The end.